risk of severe weather pushing closer to the area. Carson's been here all day long tracking this. And Carson, we've seen a number of reports coming out of parts of Missouri, Arkansas, Illinois, now starting to move a little closer to our area, but we still have a little bit of time to prepare.
Yeah, we still got, I'd say, another hour or so, Kevin, before the leading edge of these severe storms rolls into our western counties. But as we zoom things out here on Max 2, I got some of those storm reports that we have seen so far with these severe storms across Illinois and into Missouri. So if we take Max 2 full, you can kind of see all those little squares. Those are all the different storm reports we've had. This could be trees knocked down. This could be wind gusts that have been measured in severe criteria, which is 58 miles per hour or greater. One thing that we have not seen a ton of with these storms so far tonight are either funnel clouds or confirmed tornadoes. So that is a good sign. Having said that, as we go to radar, you do notice that we have several tornado warnings in effect. In fact, a couple of tornado warnings down near Paducah at the moment, near Mayfield, Kentucky. A couple of more tornado warnings in eastern Illinois, knocking on the door of Vincennes, Indiana. So far, so good, generally speaking, Kevin. But the night is still young. And again, these storms are moving into a more primed environment as we go through the next hour or two, closer to us.
Yeah, you know, we've talked about this, and this could be a real laid-back stream for folks that are just jumping onto the stream. We've had our team established here because we do know that the risk is high, but we've already had 50, 60 mile per hour winds today. It's already done some damage. You saw the reports back out to the west. Those were along that main line, so they get even stronger. I mean, when you're talking 50, 60 mile per hour winds, non-thunderstorm, you could imagine that they are going to be potentially stronger as the thunderstorms move closer. Ryan Hoke, he's going to be checking on a number of things throughout the evening as well. He'll be relaying any reports. Ryan, I know as this line gets closer and as we get later and later into the night, sometimes people become a little more complacent. They decide, you know what, I'm going to bed. The storms aren't here. Those guys were wrong again. No, this is one where you need to pay attention as we get a little closer because those wind speeds could still be realized, especially west of I-65.
This is a situation where you could still very well have 70-plus mile per hour winds without all the ingredients in place. In fact, this is kind of what we call a low instability event, a high shear event, tons of wind energy, absolutely screaming upstairs at 5,000 feet above our heads. Lots of wind, lots of fast winds over, say, 80, 100 miles per hour. The problem is, can we get some of that channeled down to the ground? And it may very only just take a rain shower for that to occur. We have seen reports east of St. Louis of shingles blown off. We've seen multiple reports of wall clouds and funnel clouds, both of which are the precursor to a tornado, but we haven't really had the reports of tornadoes out of this. And part of the reason may very well be that the wind shear is not oriented just right for tornado activity with this line of storms here. But you can still get any sort of cold pool in these storms, like a big burst of cold air behind them, to try to spin up some little tornadoes on kind of either side of them here. So we're still watching the tornado threat. It's just right now, it doesn't appear to be a huge tornado producer for us. It would mostly be this kind of straight line damaging wind scenario, guys. And we're also talking about these storms moving at about interstate speeds, somewhere between about 45 and 65 miles per hour, depending on the time you look at them here. So these storms will be here in a jiffy, even though they seem to be far away to our west, just west of the Wabash River there into Illinois. We are still, of course, tracking them as they move quickly toward us, Kev.
Yeah, let's go through, and while we're all on, we'll just chime in whenever we can. And we've got Jose Zazaya standing by. We're going to go to him in a few minutes, talking about some of the damage that we've already seen. That came from some of the high winds that we had. These are the wind alerts that you see. The high wind warning, again, that's until 10 p.m. tonight. And you'll notice that wind advisory that goes through early tomorrow morning. So we still have these wind warnings or wind advisories in place. Those are not the only ones. We're also monitoring, of course, the tornado watch that's in place until 3 a.m. In the morning. So all of this is quick. I mean, it's this whole line of storms, and really it's a broken line. We're going to see the initial burst come in, and then the main line. It's out of here probably in Louisville by 1, 2 o'clock. So it's quick hitting. These are moving at about 65 miles an hour off to the east. Let me show you the big board, because right now, There's nothing on it. I can assure you this will be lighting up as the evening wears on, however. The radar already showing, at least to our north, where we are tracking one tornado warning. Actually, there are two there, but one that could clip the northern parts of our viewing area. And you'll notice that is over parts, and right now you're looking at the severe thunderstorm. Let me adjust that. There's the tornado warning. This is Clay in Richard County, Illinois. So it crosses over eventually across the state line. So that is one that we will be watching move a little closer to us. Radar indicated, thankfully, but it's along this line, and we talk about this all the time. When you have a line like this, you get the wiggles, the squiggles, whatever you want to call it. That's where we have kinks in that line that have the ability to produce minor, but still the potential for tornadoes. And guys, we've dealt with this our entire career of trying to pick out where the greatest potential of rotation is. The bottom line on this is it's a wall of wind. Some of it's rotating, some of it's not. They're all still serious.
And the reason this is so tough, and Carson, you and I can kind of bounce back and forth on this, is because it's hard to see these individual little whirligigs on radar. You know, they have simulations they put meteorologists at the National Weather Service through. I did one of those a number of years ago to just kind of show and demonstrate how tough these events can be and why a lot of these tornado warnings that you often see are preemptive, Carson.
Yeah, and it's out of an abundance of caution, right? And it's also kind of a whack-a-mole game, if we're being completely honest with you, because there are times in these sort of setups like we have tonight where a tornado may drop on the ground in the line of severe storms in between radar scans. Radar scans every 3 to 5 minutes, depending on the exact radar, what type of mode it's in. So you may have one radar scan doesn't show much rotation, another radar scan that doesn't show much rotation, but in between those two scans, we had a quick spin-up tornado. And that's going to be why you may see more tornado warnings as the evening goes on out of an abundance of caution. And another thing too, guys, we go through this evening, the kind of winds we could be dealing with tonight, straight line winds, 70, 80 miles per hour, that's equivalent to an EF0 tornado. So the only difference is straight line winds versus twisting winds. So we'll continue to monitor, obviously, these tornado warnings, especially across western Kentucky, as things stand right now.
You know, like we've seen today, it doesn't take a tornado to cause trees to come down and power outages. I mean, we've had thousands of power outages already today.
Yeah, we've had several. In fact, I'll pop up the power outage map behind me. We can take it full screen once it does pop up. And I will say the numbers have trended downward from earlier today. Here in the metro in particular, those power outages peaked around 5,500. We'll check the numbers from LG&E now, still around 2,300 or so. And again, this was just with wind gusts outside of thunderstorms throughout the day, over 50 miles per hour. These were some of the peak wind gusts we had earlier today. Around 1:30 this afternoon, Muhammad Ali International Airport, 59 mile per hour winds, 54 miles an hour in Oldham County. You see the rest of that list there. And again, that risk for 70, maybe 75 mile per hour winds, Ryan, will be an issue as these storms move in here over the next few hours or so.
Yeah, and these wind gusts today were a lot stronger than they were on Friday. A lot of us remember, you know, we had 39 mile per hour gusts here with Louisville, some 40 plus gusts just east of the city. This was a lot stronger today, and these wind gusts are still up there, 36 miles per hour here with Louisville, Jasper 26 miles per hour, Fort Knox 29, Lebanon, Campbellsville, they're in the mid to upper 20 miles per hour range there. Lexington now at 33. The reason these have calmed down a bit from earlier is because we've lost the heating of the day. So those winds are still screaming above our heads. So now we're not mixing up the atmosphere with the sunlight because the sun has obviously gone down. So we've lost the gradient, if you will, wind gusts that you're seeing here from being as bad. The problem is with these storms pushing in, they'll be able to capitalize on those winds aloft still and channel them down to the surface. And that's why, Kevin, there's so much concern about these 70 plus mile per hour wind gusts tonight.
Well, and that's what happens because this time of night, we see the low-level jet increase in intensity. And what will happen is to get that down to the ground now, sure, we don't have the sunlight, but you're right. It only takes a minor rain shower to bring some of those winds down. And certainly if you get a thunderstorm, it can push those strongest winds down. And you're talking wind gusts of 60 to 80 miles an hour at the surface. That can cause some problems. We had our gradient winds earlier today. They were howling. It's still breezy out there. I want to bring in Jose Zazaya. He's been keeping up with some of the damage that has been reported today. And Jose, we have have thousands still without power, but we've had some trees down across much of the viewing area.
That's right, Kevin. So as we've all been establishing, and credit to you guys for keeping track of the numbers, it's the kind of wind, even if it doesn't hit that top line speed, could still topple trees, cause pretty significant damage. I want to take you first to what we found out, and we'll go through a series of pictures, videos that our Wave crew went to check out for themselves. And we'll actually start with Cherokee Park. Now, shout out to our Wave News producer who let us know that his girlfriend also happened to be around the area sending pictures. This was Dog Hill at Cherokee Park, trying to reach out to Louisville Parks and Rec just to see, at this point, if you're starting to count the number of trees that have been, torn down, the reports that are coming in, just to get a scale of how things have been ticking up. So, by the way, thanks to our Wave photojournalist crew earlier today, this is just part one of the smattering of problems we were able to get some pictures of. So why don't we switch now to what we were able to see around Browns Lane. Here we go. This tree, it fell on a home. We actually got word about it falling around 2:55 in the afternoon. Over the course of confirming more information, we get there around 3:30. By that time, we're learning the people inside the home seemed to be fine. They weren't badly hurt. They were able to get out of the home. Fire trucks clearing the scene, checking the scale of the damage, any lingering concerns, because you could see, beyond just the structural issues for the home, is there anything else you have to take care of with the down power line? Speaking of down power lines, which will be something we'll continue to monitor over the course of the evening, guys, take a look at the smoke coming out. What our crew originally wanted to go check out was this issue along Freeman Avenue, but it also happened it just so happened to be close to where there was a transmitter explosion by Southside Drive. It seemed, given what we could see here from the pictures, it was sort of contained, under control, but still requires all this manpower, the resources that our fire engines and the crews have to spread out to attend to these emergencies as they pop up. We also had learned separately along Campground Road that our newsroom was trying to confirm some more details, that there was another report of people seeing smoke from another down power line there. Lot to consider. I know Carson just mentioned the tapering off of those calls for power out at customers' homes. And as evident, guys, you can see me in my outfit. It's just a matter of time. Whenever we do get that word in to head out to a scene of something, pretty significant out in our, Jefferson County and Wave Country and all that, we're going to be part of that second crew supplementing with the storm tracker is going to be checking out for us, and our Meredith Lee and that team going to be there. So, Kevin, you can see we'll be ready to go whenever the time comes and we get the word.
Well, that's good. We need folks on standby, and we want folks at home to be prepared. You can see our team is watching it, not just from the station, but also from home. Of course, Tawana's probably getting the last hour or two sleep in before she gets in here, but Brian Good's keeping an eye on some of our social stuff from home. When severe weather happens nowadays, it's a lot different than it used to be. Let me bring Brian Good in from the comfort of his home. Are you in a suit and tie, Be Good?
No pajamas, no suit and tie. But I'm not too far away from home, but kind of setting the stage here. I'm in a very busy spot. We'll see how this translates, because right now this is a very busy intersection typically here in Okolona. This is Preston Highway, right at the corner of Cooper Chapel to Menards. Here's, of course, Wawa's. Business as usual, by the way, over here. It doesn't really seem like anyone's fully aware from what I've seen so far. But it's starting to winnow down a little bit more on the traffic. We'll see how this translates over the next couple of hours from the storms. And actually be a little closer. We start to see the lightning in the sky. I got a feeling everyone's going to start hunkering down at that point. At least I hope that is the case. One thing that's been a saving grace, and I apologize, it's hard to see with the lighting here, of course, this time of night. But a lot of the trees haven't fully leafed out yet, so that we're hoping will be a saving grace. Some of the branches from breaking. Just a few weeks later from now, this will be a different ball game with the trees being lit up. But some of the bracket pears, some of the dogwoods have started to bloom, so those may be a little more risk of the wind. And it's worth noting, right now the wind's blowing at me at the moment at a strong speed, but in maybe about 90 minutes or so after the storms pass by, the wind will be shifting around a different direction. That may still cause additional stress to some of the trees. So we could still get power outages even on the cold side of the system. So it's kind of an odd setup where we got to watch the warm surge of wind here with the storms and also the cold aspect only just hours later.
All right. Well, be good. Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll check back in with you there. I know, he brought up a great point about the trees, because had they have been already leafed out, you can imagine how much wind they would capture with the strong wind gusts that we've had throughout the day. Our wind gusts now coming in at about 36, 38 miles an hour, all from the south. That has helped to push our temperature into the 70s today. I'm going to give you a little radar tour while we have the radar up here. And I'll start to our north, and we'll stay Indianapolis into the northwest part of our viewing area. The storms have not hit Indy yet. First of all, you're going to notice an area out ahead of the main line that's developing. Now, that's going to transfer some of that energy. Will it be enough to taper it all the way down? Probably not. Will this area that I have circled go severe? Probably not, at least not in our area, until it passes and then weekends past us. So, again, when we've looked at what's happening over the past several days for what would unfold today, it's that narrow line of storms that will be coming into our region. And that's what we see back where we have the warnings. So will there be warnings? Yes. The best chance is going to be just west of I-65. Will they be tornado or severe? I'm not sure that really matters, because we're talking about very strong winds. And even the severe thunderstorm warnings at this point, as I zoom in, you can see most of those are going to say tornado possible. And you see this one that moves through the Terre Haute area. That's for Clay, Park, Vermilion, and Vigo counties of Indiana. That's mainly for wind. But yes, tornado possible. And why is that? Well, anywhere along this line, we're going to have the ability to see these storms in some fashion rotate. We have high shear, strong wind fields. The only thing that was really limiting today would have been the cape or the instability. But there's still enough of that to see these storms move through. You'll notice anywhere along that line, there are warnings of some type, whether that's severe or tornado. And I'm scrolling down it, and you can see what we're talking about. These are just outside of the viewing area, but they're about to roll in. In fact, you see Jasper right there. That's our westernmost county. That's Du Bois County. And those storms will be approaching there. We can put a little track on that for you just to give you an idea of how far. They're moving roughly at about 45 miles an hour. So that puts it into the western part. Well, let's just track it from the western part of Du Bois County.
And Kevin, while you're doing that, FIE is now live with those warnings just to our west.
Okay. And you can see we're roughly about an hour from the western part of our viewing area. And here in Louisville, it's probably going to be closer to an hour and a half to 2 hours. So somewhere close to that, what'd you say, maybe 10:30, 11:30 time frame?
That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
That's about what I'm thinking.
Yeah, so here in Louisville, 10:30 to 11:30. All right, so news time. So that's what we have. Guys, feel free to jump in here. I'm just looking at the radar.
Yeah, so I want to take you to Max 3 here for just a second. I have a product up called Rotation Tracks, and essentially it's tracking over the last several hours the amount of spin in the winds in these storms here. And you can very clearly see why there's a gap in the tornado warnings here between western Kentucky and just west of the Jasper area here. There's a gap in these rotation tracks. You're not seeing as much wind shear within these storms in the very apex of them that's just west of Evansville. So these brighter colors that you see kind of in the yellows indicating where we've got more of that rotation both to the north and to the south. So this is a product that's what we call like a derived product. It only updates every 5 or so minutes, but it's enough that we can kind of get the gist of what's inside these lines of storms without actually having to go look at each individual segment of them. Gives us like the 30,000 foot view if you're familiar with that metaphor here. So this is what we'll be watching. We'll, of course, be watching our friends and neighbors in Du Bois County first. As we indicated, you guys are almost always the first to see these storms around here, especially when they go west to east like this. So, you know, we've got not only just us, but our network of Gray Television affiliates across the country. Evansville is one of them. We'll keep an eye on WFIE Channel 14 out there. Our friend Jeff Lyons is actually on the air right now tracking these storms with his whole team as well. So we'll see what they come up with, any sort of reports out of there, Carson. So this is going to be not only a team effort amongst us here at WAVE, but amongst our Gray Television family here.
Yeah, many of our Gray stations, Ryan, have been doing severe weather coverage all afternoon, starting with KMLV, our sister station in St. Louis, KFVS in Cape Girardeau, and eventually us probably later on this evening. A couple things I want to mention as we're looking at radar this evening. We can take Max 2 full if you all are able to. If not, no worries. We can just talk here on camera too. What's going to be interesting over the next 30 minutes to an hour is how this main line of severe storms and tornado warned storms about to cross the Wabash River interacts with this leading band of showers and storms out near Evansville. Now, a couple of things can happen here. One, the atmosphere can become so contaminated that the storms may weaken a tiny bit. Don't get your hopes up too much. These storms will still pack a punch, but they may briefly lose their organization, if you will, as they try to push eastward. So that's one thing that could happen. Another not so good thing that could happen is as these two lines of storms basically merge, in other words, this line to the west catches up with the line to the east, then you could get extra pockets of embedded rotation. So not only will you still have that risk for 70 to maybe 75 or 80 mile per hour winds within that line of storms, but when you see cells merging a lot of times in the atmosphere, you get a little more rotation, and that's where we might see a slightly enhanced tornado potential when these two lines of storms congeal here, likely over the next 45 minutes to an hour. Again, but there's still plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings across the board with this western line of storms. We don't expect this leading edge of storms to go severe. It's just going to be interesting to see how those interact, Ryan, as we go through the next hour or two as these storms move in.
That's what we call a fly in the ointment there, trying to figure out what that's going to do, how that's going to affect this entire setup here. I do want to make mention of what has happened today. Just loop back to that because so many folks are probably like, man, the winds were bad. You'll see these MPING reports. MPING damage stands for basically reports that are coming in from folks in the public like you at home that have the MPING app, or like RadarScope does it too, submitting like, hey, there's like a tree uprooted in my yard, or I've got some small twigs down. And you'll notice there's quite a few of these red reports, meaning that we've got like a 4 out of 6 level there. 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 5, I should say, level of wind damage in parts of Jefferson County, Oldham County, once again down toward the Hardin County area as well, from likely the winds earlier today. So we'll be watching this map light up. Another thing I want to mention, because I've seen your comments on social media just now, yes, we are off of Dish Network. All right. So if you have friends or family that may be affected by that, or maybe you yourself, you can't get us on your television, Wave Now is a smart TV app. If you have Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, I think we're on Android TV now too, download the Wave Now app. It's that easy, and click that second stream, that weather stream, when you get to the home screen on that app. It's super easy, it's free, and of course you can also use your web browser, wave3.com/weather now. And of course, we've got the Wave Weather app. Just tap See More. In fact, you can see right there, these are all the different platforms we have. Our live stream is available on the Wave app, the Wave Weather app, the Wave Now app for your smart TV. And that's, again, Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV. This is the future right here. This is what we're focusing on, especially a lot this year, to make sure that we are serving folks where they're at. Traditional TV is one of the avenues that we have here. We've been doing that for nearly 80 years now. But Kevin, things are changing, and we're changing with it.
Yes, we are. And it's always fun, too, to keep up with the latest technology. Speaking of that, those storms as they approach FIE, the good part about being part of a large corporation is we have about 130 TV stations across the country, and those are affiliated with all affiliations, so they're not all NBC like Wave. It happens to be that FIE over in Evansville is an NBC affiliate, but also a sister station owned by Gray Media. I want to bring in Jeff Lyons. He is tracking with his team over there these storms. This will be something that we just kind of keep an eye on with him, and as you start to see those MPING reports, those are from earlier wind gusts that we had. Here's Jeff Lyons, and then we'll comment sort of on what he's tracking as well. So let's just listen in a
Jeff,
minute.
the worst part of that storm is in the Carmi area. You get into White County and then up towards Grayville, Edwards County, from Carmi, right off to the east there.
It's fairly
along,
so again,
right from
we're going to stay
Crossville
with
up
it
to
just a minute. I
Highway
want to get
14,
another
Highway 1. That's going to be heading out towards Highway 69.
Before I throw things to regular
Get out
programming,
towards
just to be
Farmersville,
on the safe
Griffin,
side.
Prospect,
I think we're getting the lead over two different
where you see the red. That's the
stations
heaviest
coming in.
rainfall.
Tornadic,
that wall of wind
or
is
really
right
tight
over.
over
Getting ready to cross
in quite
the
some
Wabash
time.
River.
You're hearing a lot of weather information come at you. Let's come back to this until we can get the audio.
Jeff's removed the rain there as far as the wind
There
is
we go. Now we're
concerned.
back to it.
You see the winds there.
Yes.
That's all right. Now we can bring his audio back up. We got it fixed there.
I didn't realize I had 2 tabs open. That's a workplace hazard there.
It's all good. Hey, listen.
There from Carmi,
Hey, there we go.
through the high school.
So you can see they're tracking that across the Illinois-Indiana border. It's a severe thunderstorm warning in parts of their area, but tornado warning's not far away.
Worth noting, by the way, Kev, the storm motion on this warning, 55 miles an hour. So, yeah, these are going to be, as I've said throughout the weekend, these are going to be trucking as we go through the next few hours.
And the good news, they're sort of in that gap. If you look at the warnings, you know, they've got a severe thunderstorm warning, but tornado warnings to the north and south.
Right. You're prepared.
And that was what we were talking about earlier with that leading edge of storms. Is it contaminating the atmosphere just a little bit? We'll wait.
That could be good for us.
Yes.
Let's cross our fingers on that, but it's not a guarantee at this point.
Right.
Evansville area.
Well, we'll just listen in while Jeff tracks that, and then I'm going to pull up one of our storm chasers too. So hang in.
To about 65 miles per hour. That's the forward motion of these storms that gets us into Mount Vernon, as we've said here, in about 5 minutes. And then onto the west side of Evansville, that would be Howell at 8:42 here on the west side. So between 8:30 and 9 in the metro area. Arden Gregory has some pointers on where you should go to be safe.
This will be good. And this will be for our viewing area too. Listen to these tips.
That's right, Jeff. So ideally what you want to do is put as much building between you and the outside as you possibly can. So first thing you want to do is get down to the lowest level. If you have a 2-story home, you don't want to be up on that second floor. You want to go downstairs and then move inside away from windows and exterior walls. So in this
We may have just lost their audio.
A hall or a closet or a bathroom. And then obviously the best and safest place to be is a basement if you have one. But if you don't have a basement, again, just put as much between you and the outside as you possibly can. The main concern here is that there may be debris flying around, things getting blown over, trees and whatnot being knocked down. And so you want to put as much protection between you and that kind of stuff as you possibly can. If you're standing by a window and something were to hit that window, it could break, you could get hurt. So again, just put as much building between you and the outside as you possibly can. If you're in an apartment, the same idea still applies. You want to try and move inside away from walls or exterior walls and windows. If possible, go to the lowest floor. Sometimes they have bathrooms, laundry rooms, garages and whatnot that are downstairs. And no matter which scenario you're in, also protect yourself along the way. You want to wear sturdy shoes, grab something to protect your head like a pillow or a bike helmet. And so if you are to get hit with potentially a tornado or even just damaging winds that, again, could knock down trees, tear off shingles, siding, and things like that. You want to be able to hunker down and do everything you can to protect yourself from what is raging outside. So that's the best advice I can give to you. I'm going to send you back over to Jeff for an updated look at the radar now.
Okay, thanks, Arden, for that safety reminder for everybody. Again,
everybody that's listening in, you're listening to our sister station. That's Jeff Lyons and his team over at WFIE in Evansville. Jeff's been there for many, many years. So folks that live on the edge, maybe you're in Du Bois County, you say, oh, I watch Evansville sometimes, I watch Waves sometimes. Some areas get both of us, but a great resource out of the Evansville area. They are tracking that severe thunderstorm warning that's going to move right into the Evansville area. Obviously, it has tornado possible tagged on it. Edwards, Gibson, Posey counties, and Wabash County all in that warning. All right, we'll come back and check in with Jeff. I want to come back out to our team, and we'll put up on our radar here what we're watching. Rain is already starting to spread into the viewing area. This is the current radar view. And with that, across parts of Lawrence and Orange counties, this is just rain. So if you're in Bedford or Mitchell and you're like, man, it's raining, is this it? No, this is just rain. And this is out ahead of the main line. This developed about an hour ago. Same story down into Orange County, Western Crawford County, and Du Bois County. This is just rain, but not too far behind that initial rain. You can see the main line of storms. And let me circle that, and I'll put hot pink on it so we can see it. Let me bring the radar down just a bit. And there we can see all that. And there we have the main line, and it's that back edge and essentially the front too. So once that plows through here, the temperatures will really drop as well. And we're in for a big shock to the system in terms of that temperature drop. More on that in a second. You'll notice the tornado warnings lined up from Terre Haute right down toward the state line, but there are fewer of those now than there have been throughout the night. And just to get a scope of that, let me just put on the warnings that we have. So if we were to just look at the actual severe warnings that we have, this is what it looks like. And you'll notice, yeah, there's a number. There are 4 tornado warnings. The only area, how lucky is this area? Not far from Evansville. That's the only area along the entire line that doesn't even have a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning at this point. So that bodes well for what's to come, hopefully, because that would be part of our area if that continued its track off to the east, right? So some good news there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was looking at some of the reports before that initial or that second line of storms that went out ahead that we were just talking about that may be contaminating the main line. Before that happened, we had quite a few severe thunderstorm related reports, a 65-mile-per-hour gust in Carbondale. There was an unconfirmed spotter network tornado report just west of Paducah. When that line developed, it really took the gusto out of this thing. So that's some good news here. We may be in better shape because of that. I do want to caution, though, the line right as it's moving through Madisonville is starting to intensify a bit. Will it get up to severe limits? We'll see. And like we've been saying, pretty much the entirety of this live stream here, it does not take much to channel down these super fast winds. But I haven't seen any 70-plus mile-per-hour gusts out of this. I got a 54 near Olney, just south of Effingham, Illinois there, 60 miles per hour, same story there near Olney. And then once again, some damage near Centralia, Illinois, just unspecified there. But we haven't seen the big 7-0 just yet. Lots of 50 to 65 mile per hour gusts, guys. So once we start seeing those 7-0, 70 mile per hour storm reports, that's when we'll know this is the real deal. But until then, we are just tracking kind of the gradient wind gusts ahead of this and to see which of these two lines of storms will kind of win out as it moves in from the west.
Yeah, Ryan. And the National Weather Service also putting out some information on how they're going to handle the warnings as they move in. Carson, I don't know if you have that info, but
yeah, I'm looking over it right now.
Walk us through that.
Basically, they are going to go with a lot of lead time with any warnings that are issued. This being the National Weather Service in Louisville, by the way. So much so, maybe 45-minute long severe thunderstorm warnings. And this is one of another good thing with this setup tonight is we're able to give you folks a lot of lead time as these severe storms move in. So expect to have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings this evening with that tornado possible tag. That means they're not confident enough in any rotation to go with a full-on tornado warning, but it's still to give you that earliest alert that while we're mainly looking at damaging straight line winds, a quick spin up can't be ruled out. Real quick, I'm keeping a close eye on the southern part of this first line of storms that's moving through Hopkinsville, getting close to, or is moving through Madisonville. Some of these little storms are trying to rotate ever so slightly. It's nothing alarming, but we'll just kind of have to keep an eye on those as they move across western Kentucky.
And they are intensifying at a decent rate.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, you can see
so
that.
We'll have to keep an eye on that.
We started with a light rain shield, and now we're into thunderstorms.
They have those comma head shapes in there, and that's not what you want to see in a developing line of storms in this kind of shear environment. They're tapped into that shear, it looks like.
Worth noting also, Kevin, the Weather Service here in Louisville expects these two lines to merge, which we talked about over the next hour or two, and they expect these storms to move into Du Bois County within the hour. So I'd say around 10:15, 10:30, we'll probably start to get some warnings.
All right. Speaking of, as we work our way further and further to the west, let me go through the current warnings that we have. And then we're going to check in with storm chaser Corey Trent, who's traveling out toward the Western Kentucky Parkway. And we'll just kind of get a glimpse of what he's seeing. But first, the warnings that we currently have, high wind warnings. And that is for parts of the area. And you can see that will go until 10 o'clock for the northern part of our viewing area. Everybody else under the wind advisory. And that's going to be in place until tomorrow morning. All right. So, yes, it is windy, but those gradient winds are easing back. The tornado watch is in place. There are no warnings nearby us, but you don't have to go too far to the west to see some of those warnings. The radar shows those. There are none on the big board. So that means our counties that we serve, the 35 counties that we have in our viewing area, no severe warnings, whether tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings. But as you look closer, you can see the radar does show those severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings back out to the west of us. I'll take the radar off so you can see that. And they are lined up across parts of Indiana, Illinois, Illinois. And then as I zoom this out, you'll see parts of West Kentucky. But there is a nice little gap across a good chunk of Kentucky. So that bears watching. We'll see if that holds. As Carson mentioned, some of those are intensifying. No tornado warnings in Indiana or Kentucky. Those have eased a bit. We see one across northern portions of Mississippi and moving into Tennessee.
Southern Tennessee. That's close to my old stomping ground. So I know that area well. And that's where there's more instability tonight, which quite honestly, that's something we have not seen a ton of today, which is a little surprising when you consider we've had temperatures in the mid to upper 70s earlier this afternoon. But so far, that's helping us ever so slightly. But that is indeed the only tornado warning we have at the moment with these storms.
Oh, we'll see how this double line treats us. This actually could be a blessing in disguise by stealing some of the energy. Let's jump out to see what it looks like traveling toward the Western Kentucky Parkway. I can give you just a little bit of information on where this video is coming to us from, and this is live. So you're looking at the video from Corey Trent, storm chaser, friend of the Wave storm tracking team. Just a few minutes ago, they were just north of Benton, so they're probably still traveling in that direction, heading east on the Western Kentucky Parkway. You saw some of the lightning there. Obviously, not a ton of traffic out there, but the lightning is this is what you can expect as this moves closer to us. You're going to start to visualize the lightning coming in, and the winds will be picking up. Will we see damage? Well, we can't guarantee it. Will some people see damage? I think it's likely in some places. Does everybody see damage? That is very doubtful, especially the way the setup's looking now. But nonetheless, warnings will be possible across parts of the area as we track this in. They're all going to come out with tornado possible tags, as Carson mentioned. That's just the way the National Weather Service is. We're all on our live stream now. It's 9:30, so I'm going to just ask our control room, and I know we've got the NBA on Wave and NBC. So as we start to hit some of the commercial breaks, guys, if you'll just give us those times in our ears, we'll jump in and just start to give some, at least, updates on what's coming in, probably after 9:45. So that'll give us a 10-minute lead time, and then we can start to be prepared for that. So that's what we're watching. Brian Good's also a part of our team, of course, and he's out and about, which is rare for us to be out of the studio, but, you know, we said, Brian, hey, what are you doing? He said, I'm going to step out and see what the wind's doing, I guess. So what's it like where you are? I know the winds earlier today probably stronger than they are now.
Well, I was painting. That's what I'm trying to do today is projects. But, yeah, the wind's been pretty noticeable. I have trash cans have been fully loaded. They got toppled over in the wind, which is pretty wild. I've never seen that happen before. But at the same time, it's been a warm day. So there have been a lot of sounds of everyone being outside at the same time, playing ball and trying to enjoy a spring-like setup here. So it's kind of been a weird feeling. One thing I've noticed, if you look carefully, I'm here, by the way, in Okolona, Preston, and Cooper Chapel. If you look at the sky above the Wawa here, you can see it's partly cloudy. It was perfectly clear a few moments ago. And then when we look over here to the west, you get into that high overcast. One thing that's interesting about the setup is that we have a lot of wind energy that is flying overhead and will get stronger over the next couple hours. But what is missing is moisture. There is not a lot of moisture in the air right now. It's not humid at all like you would expect before you get sometimes those bigger severe weather events. Usually it's very humid outside. You know something bad is about to happen. We don't have that. The moisture does not surge ahead of this line until the very last moment. And that's going to be a key factor is how does that interact with the moisture and the wind itself as these storms fly over. We talked about how there's only been a couple of tornado warnings. That's because a lot of the spin that is happening is very close to the ground, not high up. We don't have these giant supercells in the setup because they would just basically be sheared apart and toppled over. So the spinning is happening very low, and the radar itself has to be aimed constantly to try to detect that low-level spin. It can happen fast. Sometimes it threatens like it's about to. And I think in this kind of a setup, guys, I think the Weather Service is going to take a little bit more of a cautionary step here tonight. And you mentioned that tornado possible tag and all the warnings. That is likely because those spins, sometimes they can happen in between the scan of the radar trying to update. So there are a lot of challenges with that sometimes in this setup.
Oh, we've just got our first warning on that initial line that's coming our way, Brian. So this is going to be areas just across parts of central Kentucky as you work your way down toward Christian and Muhlenberg and Todd counties. So we said, oh, boy, that line's intensifying fast. It is stealing some of the energy. This is going to put some arrival times a little closer to, 10, 11 o'clock as this moves in. Radar indicated is the source for this 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, this is going to take you through the hop Hoptown area. And this is moving off. Let me just check the speed.
Northeast at 45.
45.
Yes.
So that's, that's our first warning. That'll be the first storm to impact parts of the viewing area as we move closer to the evening hours, perhaps. So that would impact southern Grayson into Hart County as we make that track off to the northeast at 45.
What's a little concerning, Kev, with that storm is it's at the southern flank of that initial line of storm. So it's wide open when it comes to southerly flow trying to get into that storm. So it's got that miniature supercell look to it. So we're going to have to watch the rotation right over Hoptown here over the next couple of radar scans with this particular storm as well. I don't think there's a tornado possible tag with this warning yet. But we'll have to watch that over the next few minutes, Kev.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see just the strong relative wind with that moving through Hopkinsville. So some very strong winds on that as we look to the south and southwest. Let me put the radar back on for us, and we're back out here. And that is the leading line of storms. We'll zoom this back just a bit. You'll notice the warnings fade off just briefly. And then as we take a closer view, and you can notice southern Indiana. Indianapolis, still no warnings yet, but soon. So these are knocking on our door. And Du Bois County would probably be first in line, if not, it's going to be Du Bois and then Lawrence. They'll put out a pretty large polygon for this as we move both lines through the area. The initial line getting stronger. It's the second line that has always held the momentum. And then, of course, some very cool air. And, guys, this is what I was talking about earlier. I've been out for a chunk of the day, but people are going to get whiplash in this because we go from highs in the mid to upper 70s today to barely making it near 30 degrees by tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got forecast high temperatures Monday afternoon and Tuesday afternoon of 32 degrees. Wow,
that's no good.
Terrible, isn't it? How about we talk about Tuesday morning in particular while we have a quick second here. That's going to be the coldest part of this latest blast of winter air. This is when we're going to see actual temperatures Tuesday morning, by and large in the teens. Here in Louisville with the heat island, we may be stuck right around 20 Tuesday morning, but this is going to be the bite. The wind chills Tuesday morning, single digits for a lot of you. This will be a very cold St. Patrick's Day this year, Ryan.
Yeah, and where is this cold air now? Well, look at this big punch moving in from the west. It's 72 here in Louisville now. Chicago's at 34. It's only a 5-hour drive away. Omaha, 21. Bismarck, North Dakota, 12 degrees right now. So it's not an if, it's a when as to when we see this bitterly cold air. Your furnace may not have run for about the last, 2-3 days. It's getting ready to get a workout as we head into the work week here, and it's all courtesy of this front that's giving us the wind today and the storms tonight. Kev.
I see the flags over New Albany flying behind your head, too. So we clearly have some decent winds still across the area. Our gust in Louisville still at 36 miles an hour. What was our peak wind today?
59 was the peak gust around 130.
I saw that come out. Yeah. So, wow. Was that the highest in the region?
That's the highest I've seen, was 59 at Muhammad Ali International.
Now, let's go to Jose Zazaya. He's been keeping an eye on the winds this afternoon, too. Some of the local damage that we've had. And, Jose, I know we've had trees down because we've had thousands without power. Last check, it was just around, 4,400?
At the high point it was, Kevin, I believe when Carson gave us to check in that number, it could have been or closer to 2,300. So thankfully that number's tapering down.
I know it was above 5,000 earlier today, so that's good. So they've been trending down.
We like lower numbers in this case, guys. I think that's safe to say. Real quick, we just wanted to extend to where we're looking at some of the damage. So courtesy of our friends out at WFIE, the same story, guys. This wind causing damage to their own power poles and lines. This was just around noon today for the Evansville Metro, Vanderburgh County EMA putting out their alert. We could see another piece of evidence how strong the winds are. They broke this large electrical pole and the transformers out along Lynch and Garrison. Crews here say they made a temporary fix of the power pole. They had to use a utility truck. Traffic opened up, but by this point I hope everybody's home and has their plan in place. We're going to of course watch what goes on in the area as this is coming from west to east. Just wanted to give you this update, guys, as we continue to follow what else is coming. And it's 9:43, so we'll say the night is young, Kevin, and I say that not to jinx us, to say whatever else is coming down the pike.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Right now, we're in decent shape as we track these storms closer to the area. Everybody's watching on all of our streaming platforms. This is the best place to watch us. especially if you're on the Roku, the Fire Stick. That's Apple TV, wherever on that instance. Now, if you're watching on the social streams, that could be Facebook, that could be Twitch, that could be Twitter or X. We're on there too, but we can't control those platforms, so sometimes those get a little mixed up. We prefer people to jump on the main streams.
Yeah, the main streams are the best way. And speaking of streams, I've tapped into our sister station, WFIE's, their Sky Vision cameras. So we've got a live picture here of Evansville. They're getting ready to get power. They still have power because they're getting ready to get hit by that second line of storms with the warning on it there. You can see the flag, the very bottom part of the image here. This may be at WFIE's studios. I'm not as familiar as I should be with that, but you get the idea here. Things are not chaotic in Evansville yet, but we'll kind of have a live shot of what happens with these storms as they move through here, giving us some semblance of an idea when those storms are going to be, what I should say those storms may have when they move through here. And speaking of the when, so many folks on social media, we see your comments, are asking, when are these storms going to hit my house? When are these storms going to hit Louisville? We are looking at probably some point after 11 p.m. here in Louisville to see those storms here along the I-65 corridor. You can see a flash of lightning there in the Evansville camera. So we still have some time here. Our western counties, Du Bois County, that's going to likely get hit first with these storms as, of course, we got the two lines that are moving through here, Kevin.
All right, we're 1 minute away until we break into the commercial break over on the main channel. We will go through some of those timelines for you now as the storms are getting a little closer. So we'll do that coming up after this cut-in. How long will that cut-in be, just so I know? 90-second cut in coming up. Okay, so for folks that are watching on our streams, we're sort of doing double duty here where we're obviously staying on nonstop so we can track these storms with you guys. We're 30 seconds away from breaking into the NBA commercial, and then we'll just give those folks an update so they can see what's happening across the area. So this will be 90 seconds. I'll take the first 30, and then we'll just kind of come around the horn, guys, okay?
Sounds good.
So we'll just stay on this triple box the whole time, and we're 15 seconds away. So we'll pause here at 5 seconds, and then we'll come back out coming up in just about 5 seconds. Hi, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harned with our whole wave storm tracking team. I want to give you just a quick minute-and-a-half update during the commercial break so you know what's happening. We are tracking storms that are moving in our direction. At this point, they're all severe thunderstorm warnings with the tornado possible tag that comes along them. We do see the opportunity for severe weather to move in. We've already had 59-mile-per-hour winds in Louisville. You can see some of that rain spreading across parts of southern Indiana. The main line of storms just now moving into southwest Indiana, where we have strong winds pushing in. Additional thunderstorms to our south near Hopkinsville, severe. Let's go to Carson Meredith, who's been keeping an eye on the weather and the winds all day.
Yeah, we're still tracking those wind gusts, Kevin, around 35 miles an hour, again, before the storms even move in. And we'll be watching this main line of storms, the second line of storms, the line on the left side of the radar screen that you see here. This is where we have the highest risk for maybe some of those wind gusts getting closer to 65, maybe 70 miles per hour, Ryan Hoke, as the storms move in, likely into Du Bois County just after the 10 o'clock hour.
And we're going to be tracking the reports and the power outages. About 2,100 folks, customers without power here in the Louisville area right now. Scott County, about 106. That's all down from earlier as power crews continue to restore power from the winds that we had.
All right, we'll be here to keep you updated. We'll certainly break into a few more commercials throughout the evening. Meanwhile, we're live streaming if you're interested in nonstop weather coverage. For the Wave Storm Tracking team, I'm Kevin Harned. Thanks for trusting us. So for folks that were watching on TV, they were able to at least get an idea of these storms as they move in. And as we take a look at what's happening, it's just hour by hour nowcasting with these storms. There's the latest radar view out of the Fort Knox or Louisville radar. And you can see the warning near Evansville. Let me take the warning. It's sometimes tough to see the warnings when we have the radar on. So there you can see all of the polygons. So again, Evansville, not under the warning. We have warnings that are sort of gapped between Evansville and that one now on that leading line down toward Hopkinsville. So some good news, but we're still obviously going to see some wind out of this. And it sort of is moving into that untapped atmosphere. So the winds, listen, let's not let our guard down because the winds just above the surface are just now starting to really crank up.
And, you know, we're technically still in winter, I suppose. Spring starts Friday, but usually this time of year we shift away from these high high shear, low cape severe weather events. That's not the case tonight. There is not a ton of.
It wasn't the case earlier in the week, too, right? Sorry to interrupt, but it's been time after time as we sort of just have a general conversation.
That's been the whole story for most of our severe weather events the last couple of months. Tonight, tons of wind energy. We know that. We've had gusty winds all day. But there's not a ton of storm fuel. There is one area, Kevin, I am keeping an eye on. I have been for the last 15, 20 minutes near Vincennes. The line of storms is trying to develop, and I'll draw it here for you. It's trying to develop a bit of a bookend vortex, and that's where you can have a little rotation try to develop embedded within the line of storms. We'll check the velocities on it here. Nothing alarming just yet. It looks like just straight line winds, but the reflectivity or the regular radar that you see here, it's suggesting, if nothing else, maybe a nice little bow echo of upwards of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that we'll keep an eye on over the next little bit, and maybe some rotation trying to develop near Vincennes. That might be a problem for, let's say, Lawrence County, Indiana, later in the evening.
Well, Meredith Lee's been out in the storm tracker, and she's out toward the Corridon area. I want to be able to swing over to her and just get an update. I know the storms haven't arrived in parts of Harrison County just yet, but they're not far away, and I'm sure the lightning is still visible. So, Meredith, just give us an update. It looks like you might be getting a little gasoline.
Actually, we have pulled over in Corridon. We wanted to check and see what this kind of western area out to the west of Louisville is looking like, since this might be one of the areas that's impacted first. Right now, though, the air is surprisingly calm. I just stuck my hand out the window. I was about to step outside and just kind of give things a check around, and the air is pretty calm. But from where we are parked right now, you can see, let me switch this over to the roof shot here. We're parked in front of this car dealership, and you can see that the flags are waving pretty strongly in the wind. So while it might not be as measurable at the ground level just by sticking my arm out the window, you can definitely see those flags are flying, and that's where you can really gauge some of the intensity just visually here. Yeah. We are looking to see some of this intensify a little bit later, but right now, again, Kevin, it sounds like this is kind of the calm before the storm.
We've talked a lot about LG&E and the power outages there, up to over 5,600 at one time. Duke Energy services a lot of southern Indiana. So what are the power outages over in southern Indiana? Have you heard any, obviously where you are, there's no issues, but have we had any issues in parts of Harrison County or any other places in southern Indiana? Or have you been able to reach any of the areas over there for any updates?
Yeah, so far I haven't heard any specific updates as far as southern Indiana, but when I was speaking with LG&E just a couple minutes ago, they told me again that they've activated their emergency preparedness and response team. And again, as you pointed out, Kevin, that those numbers have been going down, especially for Jefferson County, sitting at about 2,700 outages that they're responding to. They also gave me a couple tips about what to look out for. They said their main concern for people, if their power still is working, and if they are trying to get home right now, is looking out for any down power lines. And we have a couple tips on that front. They say if you do see a down power line, to make sure that you stay as far away from it as possible, and do assume that it's live, and to call LG&E right away if you do see one.
All right. Yeah. Wise information. Meredith, thanks. We'll check back in with you. These storms probably still about, we've got some rain moving towards you now within the next half hour to 45 minutes. The biggest push of wind for you is probably still 45 minutes to an hour, 15
it's going to take some time because it's right now not even in Jasper yet, so about 2 counties west.
Yeah. So, guys, as we track this in, again, no tornado warnings along the line. What an improvement that has been over the last hour, right?
Yeah, that's a good thing. And I did want to mention one of the reasons for that, guys. And one thing I was looking at earlier today when I was at home was the dew point. Dew point's measure of moisture in the air. You need moisture, you need wind shear, you need instability. There's a lot of ingredients. You need lift. And the dew point is that measure of moisture. So the more moisture you have, the more fuel these storms will have. Problem is, we don't have a whole lot of moisture right now. Our dew point in Louisville is 49. The magic number is going to be about 55 to 60 degrees on the dew point. What is dew point? That's when the air condenses out. If you lower the temperature to the dew point, you literally get do. It's that simple, right? So where you see this green right here, this ribbon, pretty much from Alcorn County, Mississippi, up toward, say, Murray, Kentucky here, that's where you've got that green 60-degree dew point area here. That's where we could have, some intensification along the line. That's pretty much exactly where the southern tail end, Charlie, of that front line of storms is that we've been talking to you, that's just west of Bowling Green. It's right now near Hopkinsville. So it's able to capitalize on that green higher amount of moisture, that 60-degree dew point, if you will. But that only comes up to a point. That's really not going up into Owensboro or Evansville. So the fact that that's choked off is interesting, guys, and maybe kind of a harbinger for what's to come tonight as to why we're starting to lose the warnings along the line north of Kentucky at this hour through Indiana and Illinois. So we'll see how that develops.
You pushed up the dew points, and I picked up the temperature. When the dew point equals the temperature, we're relative humidity of 100%. So right now, 72 degrees. I mean, what a warm day.
Yeah.
And we look at tomorrow, and we're barely going to crack 30. So sharp changes on the way. Evansville's already down to 61. The dew points that Ryan mentioned, here's a closer view. That 49 in Louisville is about the lowest. Lexington, Covington, 1 degree lower. So you can see it is a much higher dew point out across southwest Indiana, western Kentucky. Winds are strong everywhere. We've got 39 as the highest wind gust in Covington, 36 Louisville, Jeff 37. So some gusty winds. And then the high wind warning peeled back for us, but continues to our north. Wind advisory until 8 a.m. The tornado watch technically until 3. And then, of course, that gets us to the latest radar view that we're watching. No warnings locally. So the big board at this point is empty. We've got 30 seconds until we can give another update on NBC and Wave right during the NBA game. So we'll do that. So as we adjust, we're 20 seconds away from that. How long is this? Another 90-second break? A little bit longer, 2:15. So we'll take that break. Let me take off. We're 10 seconds away. I'll start with the watches. Hi, everybody. Wave News Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harned, Carson Meredith, Ryan Hoke, Brian Good. We're all part of the coverage tonight as we track these storms into the area. The tornado watch is in place until 3 o'clock across the area. You can see the severe thunderstorm warnings lined up back out to the west of us. At this point, they're all severe thunderstorm warnings. They're mainly along one of two lines. The initial line is the farthest one away. That has the most action along it across southwest Indiana. Other storms are now moving across parts of Indiana as well. Those are non-severe from Bedford down toward Paoli, Jasper. We'll watch as that main line approaches within the next half hour to 45 minutes. We could see additional warnings issued for southern Indiana. And then obviously across parts of Kentucky, we're tracking these storms as well. Wind is the main issue, and we've already had plenty of that today. Carson?
Yeah, we sure have. The peak wind gust earlier today, Kevin, outside of thunderstorms was 59 miles per hour. And that was right here in Louisville at Muhammad Ali International Airport. We had upwards of 5,500 people without power here in Jefferson County today, according to LG&E. Those numbers have since gone down. What you see behind me is radar of the second line of storms that is severe, crossing over Vincennes and Evansville, Indiana. These warnings are for mainly 60-mile-per-hour winds, but there is that tag of a tornado possible. So we'll continue to monitor not only the straight line wind concern with these storms tonight, but also that risk for minor spin-up tornadoes, Ryan, within this line of storms.
Right. And for those folks who are worried about the winds outside their window right now, these are what we call gradient winds in front of the storms. Right now, these are not at severe levels, 36 miles per hour here in Louisville. Bardstown just updated to 23. So these winds will become more of a concern when the storms move in later tonight, getting a little closer to that 11 o'clock hour thereafter, Kevin.
Yeah, it really is a wind maker. This isn't something where everybody is going to see damage. Earlier today, when we were tracking these storms, there was a number of tornado warnings lined up along that initial line, which is why we're all in place and all here tracking it. But at this point, there could be some random damage. Frankly, we've already seen that today. So we'll probably be tracking these through the area over the course of the next 3 hours or so. We'll be back with more updates as needed. You're watching the Wave Storm Tracking Team right here during a commercial break in the NBA. So again, the stream continues as we continue nonstop. You guys are tracking this just with us. If we were here without cameras on, this is what we'd be doing, sampling and polling and seeing what is going on in the atmosphere so we can sort of predict what storms are the strongest. We spent a lot of time looking at the actual reflectivity from the radar, but we have a lot of modes on the radar that give us indications of what's happening. Wind, we use the velocity for that, and we have two versions of that, storm relative velocity and base velocity. We also have correlation coefficient. If we get into a situation where we have rotation and we think there's debris, we can see that. So the radar is super helpful when it comes to tracking severe weather. So what do you say we look at some of these storms along that line, Carson, to point out some of the rotation that we have? And we'll use Max 2, but I'll zoom in as well and just track it with Max 1.
Yeah, Kevin, I focused on that cell in Western Kentucky near Hopkinsville. Because it has that supercell characteristic. It's not a supercell just yet. I'm not ready to say that, but it does have that little appendage, that little hook on the southern flank of that storm to where it may try to start rotating. So when you look at the velocities, you're looking for those bright reds and bright greens tightly packed together. And yes, there's a little red and green together right there, but it's nothing too terribly strong at this point. So the main issue with that severe thunderstorm near Hopkinsville, or at least passing out of Hopkinsville, is just mainly straight line winds or gusty winds around 60 miles per hour. So that's the one storm we're watching further south. We'll go back to the north and focus on this portion of the second line of storms that's moving out of Vincennes, Indiana. Now, when you see this backward C shape, hopefully you can see where I'm drawing that. That's where you could have a higher concern for those damaging wind gusts, 60, 65, maybe even 70 miles per hour. We have not seen that number so far tonight. Let's hope that trend continues. But we're going to be watching that particular portion of the line because it's going to be getting close to some of our northern counties within the hour. So there's a storm track, and you can see places like Vigo, Indiana, seeing those storms or the gusty storms once we get past 10:05 this evening, and maybe knocking on the door of western Lawrence County, Indiana, as we get closer to, let's say, 10:30 and 10:45. As far as any rotation, not seeing much of anything like that at all. So again, as we have discussed throughout this entire event, the main concern is straight line damaging wind gusts, Ryan, with that small chance at least for maybe a spin up tornado here or there.
Yeah, and the reason we have the spin up tornado chance at all, guys, is because there's so much wind energy in the atmosphere as these storms move through that they can tap into. It doesn't take a very strong storm to spin up a tornado in this instance here. But it doesn't mean that we don't need energy at all. Having zero energy in the atmosphere, zero instability and low moisture, that would result in no severe weather, right? So that is a possibility we're working with here. That southernmost storm west of Bowling Green that Carson was just tracking there, that's the one to watch. These old storms, we're going to call them old storms now, the second line west of Jasper, I mean, it's really getting taken advantage of by the front line of rain and thunder that we're seeing near Paoli, Jasper, Bedford. It's helping to kind of constrict and choke off the amount of course, energy that those will have, the second line of storms, to capitalize on to put down severe weather. With that in mind, though, this initial line of rain could still have some very gusty winds. It only takes a rain shower, as we were explaining earlier today, channel down a 50, 60 mile per hour wind gust out of this. I think you would need a bona fide thunderstorm to get 70 in this setup, guys, but that's something we'll keep an eye on as these reports as they come in.
Speaking of reports, that severe storm in Vincennes, 54 mile per hour gust just came in a moment ago.
Just shy of severe.
Just shy of severe, which is 58. But it gives you the idea that chance is still there, at least for at least a few 60 mile per hour wind gusts or higher, Kev.
Yeah, and just for planning purposes for the news team, so if folks are watching at our 11 o'clock newscast, it will be a normal newscast. At this point, there are no tornado warnings. We don't intend to be on wall-to-wall through the newscast. We know we have the day's news to get to, but obviously weather is going to play an important role in that because we're going to have this weather moving through around that 11 o'clock to midnight time frame. Both of these lines still expected to merge at some point. That back line will catch up eventually with that forward line. And we just really have to see how that interacts. And Carson was talking about that earlier, but sometimes that interaction, I mean, it's like bumper cars as they sort of collide together. Sometimes that's enough to create a little bit of rotation. So you can imagine if you're on the car, somebody clips you, all of a sudden you're spinning out. Well, the same thing happens in the atmosphere. We can wind up seeing collisions take place that create some rotation, and we could have those isolated tornadoes that develop along the line as it merges together. So obviously that'll be a concern as that happens within the next hour to hour and a half across the area.
Indeed, that's why.
Let's see, coming into another break, 30 seconds, it's a 90-second break. All right, we'll take this one too. There's not a whole lot of new information, and folks watching the stream, you've already seen that. We do see more severe weather going on with that Boeing segment just north of Indianapolis. That's northern Indiana. But for us, still important to give everybody an update at home because they may be more worried than they should be, frankly. So we obviously want Hi, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harned with you. Our whole team is assembled today. We've been tracking these storms over the last several hours. As they've been moving closer, they have somewhat weakened. The tornado threat has eased just a bit, but a number of severe thunderstorm warnings remain along that boundary. And clearly, we're going to have the opportunity to see some stronger storms, even as these two lines merge together. And that should happen within the next hour to hour and a half, close to the I-65 corridor. That's where we'd be concerned, where we could have some small areas of rotation that could put down some strong wind gusts. Already today, we've seen 59-mile-per-hour gusts in Louisville. That was enough to knock out power to over 5,000 people for a time, or 5,000 customers. Things have eased a bit since then, Carson, and that's some good news, but we shouldn't let our guard down just yet.
Not yet. So far, so good. But you mentioned we'll have to keep an eye on these two lines of storms, how they merge together. Will they weaken each other, or will we have some areas rotation develop? That's what we'll have to watch over the next hour. Highest wind gusts within these storms so far, Ryan, in Indiana, Kentucky, 54 miles per hour in Vincennes, Indiana.
And we'll keep an eye on those damage reports, both from the National Weather Service and you folks at home via MPing, M-P-I-N-G. That's an app you can submit your wind damage reports on. You can see a few of those. Just from the winds we had today before the storms, Kevin, that 59-mile-per-hour gust in Louisville did a number on us.
Yeah, and we're still seeing some strong winds. That's going to be the case this evening. We're here to keep you updated. We're live streaming on all of our social channels, Fire Stick, Roku, as well as Amazon TV. All right, so again, another quick break during the commercials, and then we're back at it here on the stream. So I'm just going to zoom back out while I reset the computer here. I'm going to pull up our SkyTrack cameras, and you're going to notice from the downtown camera, oh boy, did I see one of our cameras took quite a hit today?
The camera that you have popped up right now, the downtown camera, it was so windy that when I was doing a live stream earlier, it tilted down on its own. I had to work hard to get it back to showing the skyline there in downtown.
And that messes up all of our presets when that happens, so it ticks us off. Not good.
You see who's in charge of presets, right?
That's why they're all messed up.
I can see lightning, too, from some of those cameras in the distance there. In fact, can I get a four box on?
Yeah, I can take care of it.
Sure. Sorry, I don't have control of that over here. I would. While Ryan's doing that, I'll come back to it in a second. But obviously, we have the wind advisory. That's going to be windy right through the morning hours tomorrow. So the wind advisory is until 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Let me update that high wind warning. We'll get rid of that because it was just allowed to expire.
Yes, and we saw that it had peeled off. The advisory was the only thing left. And then, of course, the tornado watch. That's in place until 3 a.m. All in all, we're in better shape than we were an hour or two ago. There are no warnings in the viewing area at this point, but we really didn't anticipate any here quite yet. We thought maybe 10 o'clock would be that time where things would be moving in, which you can see, but that initial line may be taking some of the punch from what's behind it, and consequently, we'd be called getting a gap in the actual area where that's happened. And that, thankfully, is across our viewing area.
Well, Kevin, we've got a little breaking news here. We've unfortunately had a little bit of storm damage that's live on our SkyTrack cameras here. I put up the 4 boxes you've indicated here. Our New Albany SkyTrack camera, bottom right there, Old Glory has taken a hit, and that's right on the waterfront. This is not the first time this has happened, unfortunately. So I bet the folks out there in the city of New Albany are going to have their hands full trying to get that repaired and replaced tomorrow.
Well, I'm curious if the bottom hook didn't come off or if it's actually torn.
I don't know that. I know something has happened. It's hard to say.
Well, we're like trying to diagnose it from a camera.
Don't want to prejudge that, but something has gone on there.
We clearly lost the internet signal.
It's been in and out all day.
It's these point-to-point cameras that are having a little iffy issue. Hey, there we go. It's because those little satellite dishes are actually shaking in the wind, and it disrupts the connection between the actual camera sites and our station here in downtown Louisville. So sometimes in the wind, it's kind of tough to get those live images, but we're getting at least a few frames through every few seconds here.
All right, we've got our crews around. We have storm chasers that are out. In fact, Corey Trent, who is a storm chaser from over in Meade County, he is always willing and usually out and about. He was chasing that Kankakee tornado not long ago, and he is also out this evening. He's been traveling west along the Western Kentucky Parkway. We're going to see if we can pull up his live feed to show you what it's like. Obviously, as you work out toward the Western Kentucky Parkway past the Grayson County area, there you see the live view. Wet roads, lightning, wipers going. And we should mention, unless you're a trained chaser, you should not try this, especially at night, especially in the terrain that we have across our area. It is very dangerous.
Trees, hills, you know the drill. It's tough even during the daytime here to see those. My mic is on.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what's going on there. Of course, the trees and the hills, darkness, it's really tough to see at night, guys. So.
New warnings just now coming out. You probably see it flashing here. This will be the next warning. So it comes right up to the Du Bois County area. And there's the latest one. So we will be seeing the ability for severe weather and those strong winds moving in. So we're probably less than 30 minutes away from that warning being issued for Du Bois County.
Yeah, 40-mile-per-hour gusts, by the way, at JVY, Jeffersonville, Clark County Regional.
With this new severe thunderstorm warning, Kevin, couple things. One, they are now saying 70-mile-per-hour winds possible, and there is a tornado possible tag with this new warning just outside of Wave Country.
Okay. Once again, no warnings for Wave Country, but they're knocking on our door right now. We knew this would be the case. Here we are at 10:09. We have the tornado watch across all of our area until 3 a.m. Well, does that mean it's going to keep you up until 3? No. These are going to move through super fast. Obviously, if winds are that strong, these are moving. I mean, they're cooking. They're moving at what, like 55 to 60 miles? Well, probably 45 to 60 miles an hour. So,
well, I'm looking at the text of this new warning, northeast at 70
oh, okay.
miles per hour.
We're going to be able to go to bed early.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
I mean, if the roof doesn't blow off, right?
Let's not do that, right? Yikes.
Yikes, 70 mile an hour. Here's the thing. If a storm is moving that fast, that means the wind potential has to be that fast.
Right.
Okay. So doesn't mean it is, doesn't mean it's going to reach the ground in your particular location. But that's the idea. You got forward motion and weather is all about the equations of motion. And boom, here's our latest warning. We do have one now out. So this is the severe thunderstorm warning for Du Bois County. Again, wind speed possible 60 miles an hour. This is for Ferdinand. This is for Huntingburg and Jasper. Hail's not a real big issue. This warning will go until 10:45 tonight. So that is the latest warning on that. Just a quick check of velocities on that. You can see the strongest winds still back to the west near Winslow, Oakland City, but it is that wall of wind. I mean, this isn't going to be for just one person. This is going to be moving in fast, which is now why the Weather Service is saying, hey, we're going to give you that lead time. Carson, you mentioned that a while ago.
Yeah, they're hoping to give upwards of 45 minutes of lead time with these severe thunderstorm warnings tonight. This warning, I believe, goes until 10:45. So, hey, that's still a 35-minute lead time with the severe thunderstorm warning. That's really, really optimal, Ryan, when you're talking about any kind of severe weather setup, but especially a nighttime severe weather setup like this.
And something important to note is this particular warning here for Du Bois County. It has the 60-mile-per-hour, just kind of generic baseline severe thunderstorm warning tag on there. They have not appended the 70 miles per hour onto it. They haven't put on the tornado possible. So they could add that on later as the storm's near, but it's interesting to see that because their confidence is not at all very high that this particular line of storms would exhibit those higher characteristics moving into Du Bois County. That's 24,611 people, by the way, under that warning out there, including Huntingburg, Jasper, and Ferdinand.
And the reason why they went with this warning is we're getting report Evansville gusted to 65 miles an hour just a few minutes ago. So that's why we have these new warnings in effect now, Kev.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, as these storms pass by, you're going to see that watch fade away. And once the watch is over, really once the second line of storms passes by, you're good to go. So for folks like, man, it's past my bedtime, when can I go to bed? Yeah, as soon as that second line passes, the watch will fade off pretty fast. The Weather Service will be proactive in getting that watch canceled for the areas that line passes. So that's good news. Should be out of here, I'd say. Louisville probably out of here by what? 1 midnight to 1?
1 a.m. here in the city, 2 a.m. for our eastern counties at this point.
So again, the first warning of the day for our viewing area in terms of severe weather. Obviously, we had the high wind warning earlier, but in terms of severe or tornado, this is it. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, Du Bois County in Indiana. This will be until 10:45 this evening. So
I should mention there's a pretty dense network of weather stations in Du Bois County run by our good friend Gary Fritz out there. He's on the, of course, National Weather Service communication platform this evening along with us. So as soon as something happens in Du Bois County, as soon as we get our first wind reports, we're going to know those pretty much in real time here. So it's really good that our westernmost county has one of the best, probably, reporting networks and emergency management teams out there in southern Indiana. So we'll get that report passed along to you here on our live stream as soon as we get it. We've got eyes on our screens here. So the reports on the ground are important. Radar can only do so much. What actually makes it down to ground level? Well, that's where we need humans, not AI, to figure out what's going on, guys.
Yeah, and I've zoomed back to the west for that warning near Davies County, Indiana, as well as Henderson, Vanderburgh, and Warwick. And you can see the tornado possible, the considerable threat, the 70 mile per hour. And then as we go over to the new warning that's out, for the Du Bois County area, you see it is just more of the sort of run-of-the-mill 60 mile per hour radar indicated severe thunderstorm warning that Ryan was mentioning. Two different Weather Service offices analyzing that data, by the way. So
and they're
that's
trying to coordinate.
part of it.
Yeah, they're trying to coordinate on that, it looks like.
So I'm sorry, Brian, from the control room, 15 seconds until our next hit. So we'll do this one because we have the latest warning. This one is a 2:15. So here we go in 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Hi, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harnett. Ryan Hoke is with us. Carson Meredith. Brian Good is also working tonight. Well, we've got you covered with severe weather. The first warning of the night for our viewing area is out, and that is Du Bois County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning up to 60 mile per hour winds. In fact, we had 65 mile per hour winds just reported out of the Evansville area. So this warning continues across the region. This will be the first of a few, not just in southern Indiana, but eventually down into Kentucky as well. You can see that line of storms approaching. Some areas will be faced with damaging wind, as we have been throughout the day. Our winds have been howling all day long, Carson.
59 mile per hour was the peak gust earlier this afternoon here in Louisville. And within this line of storms, there's still that risk for 60, maybe 70 mile per hour wind gusts. We're also keeping an eye on any areas of rotation that try to develop within this line of storms. There's one area I'm watching in particular. It's just outside of our coverage area, but near the Hart community, Hart, Indiana, right along I-64. As you're getting closer to Evansville, there is some very small rotation trying to develop. And the main threat continues to be those straight line winds, upwards of 60 to 70 miles an hour, Ryan, but we still can't rule out that risk for at least one or two spin up tornadoes tonight.
Right. We'll watch that like a hawk. That's really tough to monitor in this setup. But thankfully, we do have eyes and ears on the ground. We will be watching for wind reports this evening, passing those along to you. And of course, we've got those sensors with the wind gusts too. The latest one, Jeffersonville, the Clark County Regional Airport there, 40 mile per hour wind gust within the last few minutes there. So that adds on to the 59 mile per hour wind gusts we had in Louisville today, guys. And of course, these wind gusts are all before the storms even approach. So kind of a double whammy here, the wind gusts ahead of the storms and the wind gusts inside the storms that are moving in our direction, Kevin.
Oh, you can see the measuring station at the airport in Evansville, the 64 mile per hour wind. This is just one report out of many that we will have as the evening continues. We're tracking these storms. We're on during the commercial breaks during the NBA game to give you an update. As this line of storms moves closer to Louisville, probably arrival somewhere around 11 to midnight. Not everybody's going to see severe weather, but some will. We continue our live stream, but for those watching the NBA on Wave, we'll get you back to programming. We're back with you guys on the stream. I want to pull up, again, the SkyTrack cameras that we have across the area, because some of those have been showing not only the wind, but that lightning. And with that, the cameras have been bouncing around just a bit. As we look to the western horizon, you can see some of the lightning show up on occasion there. The flags have taken a beating over in Indiana. They do a nice job of keeping those up over there. So a big thank you to the city of New Albany for letting us, first of all, have the camera there, and then taking such good care of all of the flags that we always show in the shot. They are very helpful during active weather, especially when we have active wind going on. As far as the setup tonight, our temperatures are still holding in the 70s here. That is not the case. Look at the massive drop we've already had in Evansville, guys. 56.
Wow. Yeah. So no more severe weather most likely out there. They're done. Once you get down into the 50s, game over.
Yeah, it's a one and done setup tonight. Usually we have multiple rounds of severe storms. Not tonight. Once this line of severe storms rolls through wave country, we can all rest easy. We can get a good night's sleep and head into Monday with snow showers, gentlemen.
Yeah, vacation time for me, baby.
Right. You're escaping just in time.
I'm out of here fast. All right, you can see the wind advisory until 8 a.m. on Monday. That is what we have. The tornado watch until 3 o'clock. Again, the big board showing nothing as far as any type of warnings. But the radar is, well, I'll take that back. Now it has Du Bois until 10:45. What am I talking about? We just had that one issued about 15 minutes ago. That is the only warning we have in the viewing areas. We track this line through here. The worst of that storm still outside of Du Bois County. So before that arrives and we get into full radar mode, let's jump out to Brian Good. He's been just sort of checking out. He's been painting all day. I asked him on Friday. I always ask everybody, what are you doing this weekend? And Brian was like, I've got to paint the house. So did you get anything done, Brian?
As much as I possibly could. It was like one of those things where I'm like checking the latest model run and then going to paint and then back and forth.
I'm guessing
my dog has been stressed out all day with all the anxiety.
I'm guessing you're painting white because I see it in your hair.
Oh, is it? No, thanks. Yeah, I left a little bit in there. It's there daily.
I'm just jealous you have hair.
We're in southern. That's right. So I didn't go there. We're in southern Jefferson County, right here along Preston Highway near Cooper Chapel, the Gene Snyder. One of the things you can always look at when you have a really windy day are the traffic lights, and that's one of the intersections we've been watching. Of course, the big one there at Preston and Cooper Chapel. Right now, not too bad, but at times those red lights can kind of flip into the side, and you get to the intersection and don't even know what color they are at that point. So it's been an odd day today. I will say the wind has been a little more of a surge at times, especially as we've gotten more of a thicker cloud bank that's been flying over the city, likely with some of the rain getting pulled off the tops of those thunderstorms, likely leading to that. One thing I will note, I was looking at some of the damage reports. I've been seeing very little, and Carson and Ryan, I don't know if you've seen anything different as well, but the front line, not a whole lot, that second line, it's many reports really of the tree limbs been knocked off or shingles been taken off the roof, especially around that Evansville area. So we've seen this a lot this year. I think it's about 3 times we've faced this where we've had the strongest of the winds after a period of rain. And this is one of those similar setups. It's pretty common to see that in the winter months especially. But this is one of those setups where you may have rain for a minute, maybe 20, 30 minutes, and then you get the surge of wind. So a little bit misleading how that will play out. So something amazing, especially for Indiana, may be the case tonight.
All right. Well, Brian, thank you. And you're right. We'll just have to see how this works out. And obviously, there's nothing better than having a pair of eyes on it. So Brian's out watching it. Meredith Lee is out on it. Jose Zazaya standing by to go out if we have anything. And you're like, well, my goodness, this is a lot of people in tracking these storms. What's going on? Well, there are several reasons for that. So for people watching our stream, let me explain the thought process behind it. First of all, when we really started tracking these storms a few hours ago, there was a line of tornado warnings. Now, obviously, we knew it was going to be a line of storms. There still has the potential, almost all of these warnings along this line have the potential to produce spin-up tornadoes. They would be small, but they would still be there. We're about ready to have another break and this will be a longer one, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. We're about 30 seconds away. But the idea on the coverage and why we have all of us here is because it had great potential. It was late at night, which makes them more dangerous. And we thought we'd want to keep the stream going a little longer than normal. And because of that, we're on for quite some time while there are no warnings within the viewing area until recently where we have Du Bois County. So here we go in 3 seconds. Hi, everybody. Wave News Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harned, Carson Merritt, if I can get it out of my mouth, and Ryan Hoke here. If you've been watching our live stream, you know Brian Good just gave us a live report from the southern part of Jefferson County as well. These winds are starting to pick up. The severe weather threat is still there. It's just now knocking on our door. We are tracking severe thunderstorm warnings opposed to what we just had earlier, which was a line of tornado warnings in many instances. This is still a wall of wind. The only severe thunderstorm warning that we have for our viewing area happens to be for Du Bois County. And you're going to notice as I sort of line up the radar to that, this is over toward Jasper, and that storm is approaching. And that includes Ferdinand, Huntingburg, Jasper. This also now has 60-mile-per-hour winds with the tornado possible tag added to it, which we expected that. If we look at the velocity on this, you can see that is some powerful wind moving into northwestern parts of Du Bois County. How powerful? Carson, we've already seen these wind speeds 65 miles an hour in Evansville. I say we could certainly see that in Du Bois County.
It looks as though, Kevin, this line of severe storms is starting to get its act together. We have those two separate lines of storms starting to congeal. Sometimes that allows the storms to weaken. That is not the case tonight. This entire line of storms now has severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. 60, 65 mile per hour wind gusts. We just saw it in Evansville, like Kevin mentioned a few minutes ago. And we'll have to watch not only that risk for damaging straight line winds, but any small little spin up tornadoes that may try to develop. And it looks as though, Ryan, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Grayson County, Kentucky.
Yeah, that's also, of course, a concern for us at Grayson County. Of course, severe thunderstorm warning there. We're going to watch the wind reports. We saw, of course, Evansville and, of course, the current wind gusts too, Kevin, if you want to get that warning.
Yeah, let's just tackle this one. This is for Butler, Grayson, and Ohio. Same deal. It's a 60-mile-per-hour wind potential with the tornado possible. This now for Grayson County until 10:15 Central Time. So that will go until 11:15 local time here in Louisville. We're tracking the storms. We'll continue with the nonstop coverage on our stream with interruptions during the commercial breaks on Wave during the NBA. Stay tuned for updates. All right, folks, back on the stream with us. Hope you all are doing well this evening, by the way. I know some folks are nervous. Some folks are just curious. Other folks are like, hey, I'm just looking for when I can go to bed. This is a strong wind maker, obviously moving out of Rochester, moving up toward Morgantown. Still a little bit of ways away from western Grayson County. But again, that push of wind, 65, 70 miles an hour. I don't think I'd rule that out with any of these. I mean, in addition to the potential for rotation, really the straight line wind potential exists along this entire line.
Well, this is the same supercell, or that supercell-ish, if you will.
That has the greatest rotation.
It has. In fact, I'm going to pull up the storm relative velocity. That rotation, it's the strongest we've seen so far tonight. Bright reds, bright greens, possible rotation about to cross into Ohio County and Butler County, Kentucky. Those are just outside of our coverage area, but the warning does include Grayson County. And as we've discussed throughout the night, the National Weather Service is doing everything they can to give you folks at home as much lead time on these warnings as possible. So yes, this storm is still a little ways away from entering western Grayson County, but that rotation has really strengthened here over the last several minutes. So at minimum, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, but Ryan, it doesn't have a good look to it right now.
I've just queried the rotation on this to see how fast this thing is spinning. And right now, by radar estimate, it's spinning at 63 miles per hour. Think of a merry-go-round. Well, now think of a 63 mile per hour merry-go-round. That's not great, right? I'd get sick on that. So, of course, we're going to be watching to see if that intensifies. I say if in another couple scans, it still looks like this, we may be seeing a red polygon out of it, the way that looks there. So, guys, this is going to be sort of a minute-by-minute sort of affair for folks in Grayson County. But as Kevin said, we're not in Grayson County yet with this. This is just sort of a heads up. Hey, this is going to take some time, but it could, of course, pose a threat, especially to the western part of Grayson County, Kevin.
Yeah, we have 2 warnings that are out in the viewing area. Du Bois County until 10:45, so about another 15 minutes left on that. And then the Grayson County, and that will go until 11:30. So you're getting a pretty long lead time on these warnings tonight. And I expect that as this line moves through, that is what we're going to see. If you've been watching the stream for any length of time, you know we're looking at a number of things, both on the screen with you and then off the screen, as we have a lot of stuff going on. Over in Du Bois County, there are about 20 spotters that are activated, and you know, they're keeping an eye on all of their Mesonet stations, the reports coming in from those spotters. At this point, no major damage, which is good news, but it's important to point out as I zoom into Du Bois County with that warning that the strongest winds are over a pretty unpopulated area. It's just about to move into Jasper. And Carson, I know you're looking at both storms, but the one to the south, you're keeping a very close eye on because of that rotation.
The Weather Service, Kevin, doing some radar analysis here. Right now, they think that rotation signature is side lobe contamination. We won't get into the nitty gritty of what that means, but in other words, there's some sort of radar interference. Let's just put it that way with this storm right now, but it has that look. And as we go through the next 15 to 20 minutes, what we'll have to watch is this storm is moving into a pretty untapped environment that still has a little bit of instability, not a ton. We've talked about that all night long. There's not much storm fuel tonight, not a ton of instability, but there might be just enough for this storm to maybe really start rotating here as it moves through Ohio County, Kentucky, Butler County, Kentucky, and eventually into, at least for now, western Grayson County. And by the way, Kevin, further to the south of that storm, down near Hopkinsville, we've got a very strong bow echo signature of intense wind right on the Kentucky-Tennessee border. Nothing tornadic or anything like that, but a pretty strong push of wind moving right over Fort Campbell, or about to as we speak.
Yeah, and again, all of these storms moving at a very fast pace. So these will be blasting in within the next hour, hour and a half across the entire area. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go to Meredith Lee, and then we'll come out to Jose Zazaya. We have a number of damage reports from earlier with just the wind. But let's get in the storm tracker. I want to show you what the radar looks like. In fact, the storm tracker has been deployed earlier today. Now it resides across parts of southern Indiana. That's going to be over in the Corridon area. So let's go to Meredith Lee just to get a check. I can tell by the radar it's raining. What's happening?
Yeah, hi, Kevin. We've definitely started seeing the first couple raindrops, and the winds have gotten quite a bit gustier outside. I'm looking to see a good view if we can send it up to the roof. Not seeing too much movement with the tree branches, but as soon as we get up to this corner here, you'll be able to get a better view of the flag. Again, these raindrops, they've been kind of increasing in intensity and not quite steady yet. Let's see if we can find where that flag is here on the corner to get a good view of the winds, but you can kind of hear them outside of the storm tracker as well, that these winds are just picking up. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Flag is definitely having some more motion, but it's picking up, and it's kind of becoming still for a little while.
Yeah.
So
the worst is yet to come.
Again, is kind of the front end. Oh, for sure, Kevin. For sure, the worst is yet to come.
Yeah, we'll see what it looks
couple
like.
Raindrops.
That's
what
good.
we're seeing.
We appreciate the reports from Corridon, beautiful southern Indiana. Meredith, thank you. Let's go to Jose Zazaya.
Thank you.
Jose, a wind today, 59-mile-an-hour, trees down, power out in places.
It is quite the site to process all of this, Kevin. What I wanted to discuss was really quick a harbinger of some things that might be on our way. I know you've been breaking this down with Carson and Ryan. What I want to show you is just some video that's just been uploaded thanks to our partners out in St. Louis. This is part of the coverage that they do, and this is a very small town in Illinois, but again, this is all part of the system that is bringing these kinds of conditions and the damage, especially the wind potential, to a lot of really important buildings. So if we could pull that up. since I think I would have attached it. There we go. So this is in New Athens, Illinois, and what we're looking at is a damaged warehouse that was connected to a hardware store, pretty much shredded. You can see everything that's been brought down. Looks like some folks there lost their power, so damage to homes and buildings. They're a very small community, but they do have a emergency management agency. They've been dealing with a lot right now, actually, Kevin, because for folks who don't know where this is, it's in St. Clair County, Illinois, and just on Wednesday, this is the same community. They had to deal with a tornado and wind damage already reported across southeast portions of their county. So whatever they're dealing with right now, potentially these are things coming our way, closer to wave country. Just wanted to let the folks at home know that even if you're in a small community or in a big community, this is the extent of these kind of ingredients that all this could cause. So I'll let you guys get back to checking in on what's happening in our neck of the woods.
All right, Jose, thank you. 31 mile per hour winds. That's what we have. Louisville, look at Evansville, 41 mile per hour winds off of their strongest wind gusts just about 20, 30 minutes ago. As that line plowed through there, temperatures plummeted and their winds went up to 65 miles an hour. So I suspect that we'll start to see some of those winds increase across the western part of our viewing area as we roll through the next few minutes.
One new thing to mention with the BOECO, that line of storms in southern Kentucky, we've got a storm spotter report. When was this? About 10 minutes ago, so it's a little old, but 70 mile per hour winds. This is our first 7-0 report of the night from a train spotter in Pembroke, Kentucky, which is down in Christian County, if you're familiar with that part of the state. So just wanted to pass that along. We'll watch that for our far southern Kentucky counties later on. I'm keeping an eye on another little cell that's trying to spin. It's not a big deal at the moment, but we got to watch it. It's kind of sneaky. This is moving into Breckenridge County. It's a very, 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 very small storm, but it's trying to spin just a little bit. So we'll watch that ahead of that main line, Ryan, here into Breckenridge County over the next few minutes.
Yeah, and the good news with that particular storm cell is it is north of that one to the south with the warning near Morgantown. I was looking at where some of the rotation was in that storm, and it is not exactly co-located with where the notch is. So hats off to National Weather Service in Louisville for finding that very well may be what's called side lobe contamination. That's why there's not a tornado warning there. I do want to take a 30,000-foot view of this whole thing here and kind of zoom out, because I know so many folks on our live stream here may not be exactly local to us, but you might be local-ish. You might be like Evansville, Nashville, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Lexington here. You'll see this line of storms is lit up with severe thunderstorm warnings pretty much all up and down. The nearest actual tornado warning is down in down in Alabama now, just west of Huntsville there near the Muscle Shoals area. So down near the Shoals, they got tornado problems. But for us here locally in Kentucky and southern Indiana, while we're watching any little whirligig rotation that may try to develop in this big old line of storms moving through, it's the straight line wind potential that we're concerned about. Carson just talked about 70 mile per hour winds in Christian County, Kentucky. That's near the Tennessee border. The more south you are, the more sort of instability and moisture you'll have in the atmosphere for these storms to sort of work with. You may have greater wind damage potential down that way, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're out of the woods here, because it just takes a rain shower in this kind of environment to bring down these very strong winds from aloft. So even if we don't see a severe thunderstorm warning in a particular location, you could very well pick up a 55, maybe even 60 mile per hour wind gust briefly there.
New warning for Lawrence County, Indiana. The northern portion of wave country, new severe thunderstorm warning up near Bedford,
north.
Indiana. Yes.
We'll give you the latest on that. That is for Greene, Lawrence, Martin, and Monroe. Again, 60 mile per hour. You're going to see most of these very similar in nature of what they say. This is the tornado possible, because anywhere along that line, you get those swirly gigs, as Ryan called them. I like that. I like that terminology.
Little squigglies. New warning. New warning also now.
This is for orange.
Yes.
And stretches over into Washington. So you're starting to see these lead times really jump out. You're going to have plenty of time to know. This way, if you have weather radios going on, apps that alert you, they should be going off well in advance of any of these storms, so that you know that if you're in Du Bois, Orange, Washington, that you have plenty of time to see that this wind is rolling in. French Lick, Orleans, Paoli, and this warning, that goes until 11:15 tonight. Again, the line of storms is still to your west. It's not even in the county yet. Severe weather ongoing across parts of Du Bois County. We have a very robust network of spotters there, but have still reported no damage at this point. But again, it's been over a fairly rural area, just now moving through the Jasper area and along US 231. So I suspect we could start to see some of that damage come in from our storm spotters and emergency management out of Du Bois County.
Yeah, 46-mile-per-hour gusts there from our friend Gary out there in Du Bois County. That's right in Jasper. So we're going to literally know minute by minute these wind gusts as they come through Du Bois County, Jasper, US 231 corridor there. And as, of course, it moves toward the Bedford and then Paoli areas. Next up, guys.
Very strong wind. We're 30 seconds away from another update on NBC and Wave during the NBA. I'll focus on the Indiana storms, Carson,
Okay.
if you'll take that southern
Sure.
storm, and then Ryan, whatever info that you have. We're 15 seconds away. Hi, everybody. Wave News Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harned, Carson Meredith, Ryan Hoke, Brian Good. We're all tracking the storms tonight. Tawan will be with you earlier in the morning. You can see a number of severe thunderstorm warnings now for both Indiana and Kentucky. Those are lined up just to our west and will be moving in. We are tracking this line of storms as it approaches with strong wind. Winds upwards of, I'd say, 60 to 70 miles an hour possible. Tornadoes, they're still possible as well as we move these winds through. It won't be necessarily for everybody, but there could be multiple places that are faced with some strong winds. Carson, you're watching a storm farther to the south showing more potential of rotation.
Yeah, indeed, Kevin. This is basically a supercell that's moving through parts of Ohio, Butler County, Kentucky, and it's also on track to move into western Grayson County over the next 15 to 30 minutes. You'll note that rotation. It's there. It's persistent. So we're going to be watching that closely, Ryan, as it crosses Interstate 165, eventually to Grayson County over the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, watching that storm as well as the wind gusts that we've had today. 46-mile-per-hour gust in Du Bois County and Jasper. With these storms moving through, we'll let you know in real time, Kev.
All right, Tornado Watch until 3. We're streaming constantly on all of our streams. More updates during the NBA right here on Wave. Well, that takes care of the folks watching TV. And we just want to make sure we give them updates. Some of them don't know what's going on. So, the basketball fans are like, yeah, what's happening? Well, you don't know until it's too late. So just jump on during a commercial break, give them the update. Severe weather is ongoing now across the viewing area. We're now going to just start getting in the mode of where I'm going to take these warnings off so they'll keep popping on the screen for me. And what we'll do is just sort of break down this line. So I'm going to zoom in, and then, guys, we'll just have a conversation along the line. If you see something that I'm not seeing, and that's the beautiful thing about weather, is it really in some ways, and especially in the modeling part of it, about how you're making a forecast, everybody sees things different. And, it's important to be able to get a bunch of eyes on the same imagery so we can make sure we're giving the best outcome. And in forecasting, that comes with looking at the models, and nowcasting, clearly it's the radar. So this new warning coming out is going to be for parts of Crawford County. I just turned the warnings off, so let me turn them back on.
This is Crawford, Du Bois, Orange, Perry, Washington, Breckenridge, Hancock, Meade until 11:15 tonight.
Yeah, you see it on your screen there. Again, radar indicated, no tour possible on this one. This includes places like Ferdinand, Tell City, and Troy. Same thing we've been mentioning. The Weather Service giving about a 45-minute lead time on all of these. So if you're 45 minutes away from the edge of that storm, you're going to be popped under a warning. And that's probably going to be the case. So that would mean here in Louisville, we'll see our warning come out, I'd say, probably within the next half hour or so as it starts to make its way closer to us.
Sometime between 11 and 11:15, we'll likely see a warning come out for the metro at this stage.
Let's dive in. I'll put in where we are first. So I want to get everybody's bearings on the radar. This is the severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence County. So that includes Bedford. You can see it's just now moving across the county line right near Spice Valley. Love that name. And let's put on
another warning coming out here.
Severe.
This is severe. Yep. With a tour possible.
Let me interrupt. Let's skip this cut in since we just did one. We'll let them have that break, and then we'll come back to the next one.
This is just Grayson, by the way,
well,
till 10:30.
I'm sorry. Since the new warnings are out, let's do it. Sorry. Do we have time? Yep. Okay. Sorry. 30 seconds, I think, ish. Oh, they haven't gone to break. Okay, well, let us know. Thank you. So we still have time. I'm going to go back into the storm then as it moves across Bedford, and we'll get a little bit of a heads up. It's live. Basketball's live, so it makes it a little harder. It's not prescribed time, so we're having to just float with the basketball. Let's go to the velocity.
That is the new warning for Southern Grayson. That is a larger polygon or a larger warning that covers a big chunk of southern Kentucky, including Bowling Green, for that southern portion of this line of severe storms. You see it flashing right there, Kev, just south of Litchfield.
Yeah, we have the tornado warning that's now coming into Kentucky, too. We've been tracking that, but that's a fairly new warning near St. Bethlehem.
Yeah, tornado warning for Clarksville, Tennessee, or just north of Clarksville, Tennessee. I tell you, this is right over Fort Campbell. So if you know anybody that's on stationed at Fort Campbell, might want to give them a call, make sure they know that there is a tornado warning for the base at the moment. That rotation, Ryan, looks like it's getting close to the Fort Campbell radar.
Yeah, this is a problem not only for them, but of course for folks downstream too, hence why that big severe thunderstorm warning was issued. We show you the greens and the reds there of the velocity often. What I'm showing you is a rotation product that hopefully makes it a little easier for you to see where these storms are rotating. And the one storm that we're tracking here in general is the one south and west of Grayson County near Morgantown. You can really see where those warmer colors are east of Rochester. That's indicating where the radar believes there's rotation. Doesn't necessarily mean it's making a tornado or anything like that, but it just makes it a little easier for you guys to understand the spots within these storms that we're tracking. As we zoom it on down toward areas near Fort Campbell here, you'll notice where we've got a lot more rotation, a little bit more of a muddy signature there, but nonetheless, enough of a rotation signature on these storms on the Kentucky-Tennessee border. That's where we're at here, north of Clarksville, Tennessee, for them to issue the tornado warnings there. Again, no tornado warnings within our counties right now. However, we are watching for that potential, especially in our southern Kentucky communities, guys, that seem to be most exposed to this kind of thing.
And I'm not sure it really matters. You know, in instances like this, when you look at the warning stacked up all the way from the Great Lakes down to the south, there are very few gaps in there now. Earlier, we had that gap. But the fact is, the wind is going to be a problem, too. And this has always been a wind maker. Secondary would have been the tornado potential. So as we look at Max 1, you're going to notice that line of storms where we have tornado warnings all the way from northern Indiana to southern Kentucky.
Another warning coming out here.
And this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, it's filling in that gap that you see. I'll just zoom into it. We'll put the radar back on it and give you the info. This is for Butler, Grayson, and Ohio counties. Horse Branch, Morgantown, Welch's Creek, Tor possible on this as that moves closer to our area of Grayson County. So that storm is the one we've been watching that had the potential for the strongest rotation.
And we should say the new warning is the one flashing just outside of that actually encompasses. So we've got two severe thunderstorm warnings pancaked on each other right now near the Western Kentucky Parkway and I-165. So that's tough when those are all overlapping like that to be able to see what's going on. But you get the gist there. They are all kind of stacked up because any one of these storm segments here could put down the potential for the wind segments that we're concerned about there. If we can zoom just a little bit north, you might be able to query it.
Yeah, it's tough.
So tough when these are right on top of each other.
They've stacked them up. I can query it on its own.
Yeah,
so let me just do that.
I just have to do that. The question mark button. There it is. That's the new warning right there. 23,000 people involved there.
New report out of Du Bois County. This is our first damage report in our area, I suppose, in Huntingburg, along Ridgewood Drive, telephone poles and tree down and on fire.
Telephone poles, that's wild.
Yeah, telephone pole and tree down on fire in Huntingburg.
Okay.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's a testament to the strong winds. I mean, you start blowing telephone poles down.
Right. That's why we're live streaming tonight. You know, it doesn't take much of a storm to channel down winds to do something like that. That's impressive right there.
All right, we're just tracking this with you for folks that are watching. This is Wave Television out of Louisville. We're on our live stream. Oftentimes when we're on the YouTube and everywhere else, people chime into our stream. We appreciate everybody being here. Once the back edge of that line passes you, so it's almost past Jasper, you'll be in the clear. Evansville in the clear. Some folks want to know when they can go to bed tonight. I promised you a little radar tour, so we're going to go back to that just to point out some of the areas that are really going to see some of the strongest winds. While I do it and look at the reflectivity. Let's bring our boxes back up so we can see us. I always like a Met on the screen so folks know that we're actually working the radar and being able to look at the data, and we're all looking at different things. Carson's going to be looking at the velocities inside of these storms. So, and I'll switch back and forth. But as we roll down this line, we'll point out the pockets of heavy wind. So Bedford, get ready. The wind is about to blast in your area. Mitchell, you would be next in line as well. We'll just take this down.
We're still watching this supercell. I know you got it booked on Southern Indiana, Kevin.
Yeah, I keep trying to get down the line. Nobody will let me get down the line. Go ahead.
I was just going to say this miniature supercell, if you will, is still holding its own as it's moving into Grayson County. The main line of severe storms hasn't caught up to it yet. And by the way, fellas, the Fort Campbell radar has gone down.
Oh, no.
So just keep that in mind as we watch those storms further south. That's kind of making it harder for me to find rotation within this supercell. It's still there. It's nothing alarming at this point, but we are watching that for those of you in Caneyville, along Highway 62 and along the Western Kentucky Parkway there, west of Litchfield in Grayson County, Kev.
Okay, appreciate that, Carson. Thank you, and keep your eyes on that because obviously, if that rotation tightens up any, that becomes problematic in its own right. Ryan and I'll work down this line. So we mentioned Bedford, we mentioned Mitchell. Orleans is also in the path of that, and as we work our way, French Lick should be seeing some very strong winds toward the Patoka Lake area, Birdseye. Now we're down closer to the Ohio River, not far from English, Indiana. And Ryan, all of these locations are under severe thunderstorm warnings.
They are. So we'll work it down towards Sulphur, Leavenworth there. We're now south of I-64. And notice that the wind signature is not as impressive as we work into Perry County, at this point. But look to the west, Santa Claus, Indiana. That's where we find another spot of concern right there that's going to be pushing into Perry County here shortly. Tell City, you folks are under the gun as well. You'll notice Cloverport now. We're on the Kentucky side of the river there in there we go to Breckinridge County, and that's going to be to your west near Owensboro, where you see that bright green. That's what's moving in your direction there. That could be some 60, maybe 70 mile per hour winds near Browns Valley, Kentucky. And then that finally takes us back down to Carson Supercells, what we're going to call it there, just south and west of Grayson.
All right, we're 10 seconds away from the update on waves, so we'll do that, and then we'll come back out of that with Carson. He'll give us an update here in about 5 seconds. Hi, everybody. Wave Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harned. Ryan Hoke is here. Brian Good's been out reporting with us. We also have Carson Meredith. We're tracking this line of storms moving across the entire region. They are producing very strong winds. Along that entire line, you can see a number of severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from the northern part of our viewing area all the way to the southern on the western side. These will be the strongest winds that move in our direction. So, yes, the opportunity for severe weather and the potential for isolated tornadoes will be there. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings are in place. Tornadoes possible with these. We've already seen winds today, 59 miles an hour without the thunderstorms. Carson, 65 mile per hour winds with damage reported from Evansville over toward parts of Du Bois County.
Yeah, we just got our first reported damage in our area tonight. This was in Huntingburg. Telephone pole down and a tree down on fire in Huntingburg. So this gives you an idea of the kind of storm, the intensity of these storms, Ryan. And we're also watching this supercell that's starting to make its way into Grayson County, still rotating a bit.
Yeah, of course, we'll watch all of those storms for you and watch the power outages now. Crawford County, Indiana, also seeing some brand new power outages there. We'll continue to track the storms on our Wave Weather Now live stream. Now back to the NBA on NBC.
And our live stream coverage continues right here on our stream. Folks at home, they're like, man, they're bouncing all over the place.
That's the world we live in now.
Right?
It used to be the old school TV, and now there's all kinds of ways you can watch us.
Keeps us busy, that's for
Yes,
sure. It's
it
not just
does.
doing the 6 o'clock news anymore. I'll say that.
Right, that's nonstop.
Yeah.
But this is what we're doing behind the scenes every day anyway. We're always analyzing data. It happens to be when it's actually on the radar. It's just radar analysis. So we're just looking at what's happening and seeing where those pockets of heavy wind are, where we could have some of that rotation, where it is reaching the ground. The low-level jet continues to intensify across the area. So that's where we are. I'll ask the control room to tell me, as we're 10 minutes till the top of the newscast, first of all, how we're going to handle the news, and second of all, what abilities that we have to go to. I see Alina coming out here getting ready for the top of the newscast. So just let me know if Brian's out, Storm Tracker. I don't know if we still have Corey Trent up. So All right, let's take a look at Corey Trent. He is the storm chaser, friend of the Wave storm tracking team. He should be in the heart of these severe thunderstorm warnings. I'll see if we won't be able to get his voice on the air, but I can communicate with him here. Let me just see where he is, if he has the ability to give us an update. And I'll just ask that. You can see his live stream there with that heavy rain. And probably on the Western Kentucky Parkway, I'm guessing.
That's what it looks like.
Still going toward the storm. So heavy rain, though, reducing the visibility.
Yeah, that can be really tough to drive through, especially at night. Those individual lightning flashes. Oh, no, waiting for Vigneo's signal there.
Well, that's a rural part of the state.
Yeah, cell service can be tough. Hey, I want to give a quick reminder that we are streaming live on Wave Weather now. It's our 24/7 weather live stream. For those of you watching, you may be seeing at the bottom of the screen these alerts with a cute little dog named Wavy there. These Wavy alerts. We had a crash on I-65 near Crittenden Drive that just popped up with a traffic camera. All those warnings are popping up at the bottom of the screen. So it's our way of communicating with you all of the raw information that we see here, passing it straight to you on our Wave Weather Now live stream with Wavy, the weather bot. That's something we debuted this past summer. Been really helpful for both us here at the station, frankly, and of course for you guys at home, keeping informed during these severe weather events.
I hear new warnings coming out.
Jackson and Lawrence until 11:30. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning.
And we'll go to that so we can just show it here. Again, bowing out a bit at the top of your screen. I'll put that on. You can see that area showing the severe thunderstorm warning for Brown, Jackson, Lawrence, and Monroe counties. Tornado possible tagged on that as well, up to 60-mile-per-hour winds on that. The video you were watching from Corey was just east of Central City, by the way, just to get a bearing of where that is.
All right, very good. We just had a wind report, by the way. This is Ferdinand, 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts from our friend Gary Fritz up there.
And you see Ferdinand in the scope. I'll zoom into that so you can see Ferdinand, southern parts of Du Bois County. Strongest part of that line now over towards Siberia and Doolittle Mills, moving toward Birdseye. And that would be where we would have that strongest push of wind. You can see those brighter orangish colors. That's where we would see the strongest wind. So passing Ferdinand at 45, Addyville, I think is how you say it. That would also be an area of 45 to 60-mile-per-hour winds on that as it continues to move. So farther north, you can see it's a wide wall of wind moving through. We change radars. That's why it's changing colors as I move up. But still some very strong winds both along that line and preceding it. So a good chunk of the area is seeing some strong winds along that leading edge, and hence the wall of warnings that we have back out to the west.
Yeah, and we're still watching this supercell about to move into western Grayson County. Quite honestly, let me go to the regular radar, and you can see that supercell. It's still out ahead of the main line of storms, but it's beginning to look very, very muddy. We're starting to see that merger occur with that cell of the big line of storms. So now the question is going to be, what exactly happens here? Does the storm start to weaken? We have not seen that so far tonight, so we'll have to really continue to monitor this area for any possible rotation as these cells start to merge, Ryan.
Okay, speaking of wall of warnings, we've got another way to show these here called the big board. It is all filled up here. The newest warnings are at the top. Something I want to call your attention to are these time left stamps here. 38 minutes, 23 minutes. These are very long warnings, long lead times with these storms.
Here's a tornado warning for Grayson, Hardin, and Hart.
Let's go to that. So we thought we may be into this, and here is the tornado warning that you see. This includes Butler, Edmondson, Grayson, and Hardin County. We'll be on with nonstop coverage through 11:45 as this tornado warning continues. This is the same storm we were tracking with the greatest potential for rotation, and now it continues to move through. So for folks that may be watching us now, we will interrupt the NBA program and be on with nonstop weather coverage as the tornado warning is underway. So let me know when we're on. We'll welcome folks in. Ladies and gentlemen, folks watching on the Wave, we interrupt the NBA to bring you tornado warning coverage. We thought this may happen, and here we are tonight with a new tornado warning that's been issued for parts of the viewing area. This is Grayson and Hardin counties in our area until 10:45 Central Time. That's their local time. Or here in Louisville, that's 11:45. So we're going to be on the air with you for just a while as we continue to track these storms. We still have some time. The National Weather Service is giving plenty of lead time on these storms to make sure that everybody can find their way to safe spaces as these storms approach. And that's true for both the severe thunderstorm warnings and and the tornado warnings that are being issued tonight. So this one happens to be for Grayson and Hardin counties, Cecilia, Litchfield, Welch's Creek, all for that storm just out to the west of Louisville. That's one of many storms that we are tracking, guys.
Yeah, we've been watching this cell, Kevin, for the last 45 minutes to an hour. This one cell has had supercell characteristics just ahead of the main line of storms. And I got to be honest with you, it's really hard to nail down exactly which rotation we're looking at. If we could take Max 2 full very quickly, I want to draw your attention to those two areas of rotation that we're watching with this, one of which is crossing into western Grayson County right now, west of Caneyville. That rotation has been consistent for quite some time. It looks like it might be strengthening just a bit. There could also be some broad rotation just north of Morgantown, Kentucky, right there along Interstate 165. And these storms are moving very, very quickly. That's why this tornado warning stretches all the way into western Hardin County. These storms are moving northeast at, get this, Kevin, 75 miles per hour. So these storms are really making tracks as we go through the next 45 minutes with this particular tornado warning. No reports of tornadoes on the ground yet.
You know, we had reports earlier out of the Du Bois County area, power lines, power poles actually coming down.
Yeah, so they had a power pole come down. It's on fire, believe it or not. 45, 46 mile per hour wind gust in the Du Bois County area from Jasper to Ferdinand. And very well, we could see some additional wind gusts well over 60 miles per hour, especially moving into like the English area right now and into northern parts of Perry County. That's what I'm showing you over here is that push of wind. This is outside the tornado warning, but we could still have some damaging winds even outside that red polygon on the bottom of your screen there. So we don't want to forget about the folks in southern Indiana. We don't want to forget about the folks in extreme north central Kentucky, closer to the Ohio River here, where this push of wind will be moving through here in pretty short order. But the main focus, of course, would be the tornado warning because of those areas of rotation that we've been tracking within the warning and the storm there, Kev.
Yeah, you know, we knew today would be a wind maker, and that's the real big deal about today is that we have very strong winds moving in. And regardless if you're in the tornado warning or one of the many severe thunderstorm warnings, and let me show you, because it is a wall of severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are the yellow polygons that you see. So everybody to our westernmost counties are under a severe thunderstorm warning. And the winds, even there, have the potential to be very strong. Does that mean everybody gets the 70 mile per hour winds? No. Is it possible that a few places will? Certainly. Could we even see minor tornadoes along that line? Yes. So a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings come with the tag tornado possible. And then, of course, the ones that show the greatest rotation get flagged as the tornado warning, which is what we're seeing just to our south. So the radar goes back on. I'm going to zoom back into that area to our south, guys. And let me just zoom in. This, again, is the tornado warning for Butler, Edmondson, Grayson, and Hardin County. And looking at the rotation on that, again, tough to pick out, as Carson mentioned. We can toggle between the several velocities that we have, but in general, not far from Welch's Creek down maybe even toward Morgantown.
Yeah, that's why the warning is out, Kevin. There's a second circulation just north of Morgantown, and that's what drew their attention to go ahead and issue that tornado warning. But it's a bit messy, like we talked about, because you've got the supercell ahead of the line of storms and the line itself starting to merge just a little bit. So it's a bit of a messy view to try to make out where exactly these pockets of rotation are.
And moving just at a super quick clip.
75 miles per hour.
And that's part of the reason why it's tough to pick out the rotation, too. We're having to subtract out the storm motion from the winds that we're looking at when we show you those wind velocity views there. So there's not a whole lot of time to react here for you folks in western Grayson County. If you're in a mobile home, it is time to evacuate said mobile home and go to a sturdy structure like a business, a friend's house down the street with a basement.
New tornado warning on the lower part of that,
that's
as you
western
can see.
Hart that's going to be involved with that.
Also, the very, very southern edge of Grayson. Basically, if you're in Grayson County, all of the county, you're now under a tornado warning in addition to Hart and Hardin.
I'm going to leave the radar up, but I want to bring in Brian Good. I know he's working as well and keeping an eye on it, so he's not up, but he's sending some information in. They're trying to confirm a 90 mile per hour wind potential out of Todd County on that storm. That's the same part that we're watching. So that could be part of it, too. You start to get 90 mile per hour winds, again, along that entire sort of Boeing segment. That is a wicked looking signature in general, just moving in that general vicinity, regardless of rotation. That could still produce super strong winds as it moves toward Davis, Crossroads, Greencastle, Brownville, eventually into western parts of Hart County, southern parts of Grayson County. So that area obviously has our attention. There are many areas that have our attention on the map tonight. We have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. The Weather Service also keeping an eye on what's going on in Orange County. And I'll just zoom the radar out so you can see, in addition to the tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings approaching. I know a lot of people are asking, when for me? When will this be in my area? So I'm going to zoom in to our counties to the north. Let me turn the warnings off just a second so they don't overwhelm the screen, and we'll go through it. So if you're in Bedford, severe threats over. Mitchell, severe threats over. Jackson County, be on standby. Severe thunderstorm warnings likely coming out for Jackson County. To the south, Orange County, Indiana. We take a look at the reflectivity. Now we're looking at the velocity. You can see what the Weather Service is looking at on that as well. And we have a little bit of an inflow notch there. That would be a concern for some very strong winds. That's an area. And let's zoom into that area just a little bit closer, because as we zoom into that, you're going to see Youngs Creek, Ethel, and Southeast, just past Patoka Lake. Guys?
One thing to note, we may be getting to a point, fellas, where we're starting to see tornado warnings. Even if there's not a ton of rotation, these storms are so intense with the straight line wind potential, upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour, that the
New
Weather
warning,
Service,
and this is for that we're talking about,
wants to issue these tornado warnings so folks can get to their safe place. This tornado warning, Kevin, for that storm in Indiana you were just showing a moment ago.
No, show it again just so folks can see it. And we can keep having the conversation, because this is just going to keep getting more and more active, guys. So this is the Clark, Orange, Washington County storm. Again, possibility for some super strong winds with this. This affects New Pekin, Salem, and Stampers Creek. This may not be what you think of, as Carson pointed out. I mean, you look at the lightning count in this, it's just 4. So this isn't some major tornado that's on the ground. It really is just intense wind in particular locations. And when we look at the velocity on this, we were in the process of sort of calling out some of those locations. So let's just dive in a little more. It's that notch near Ethel as it moves across and toward Pine Valley. It will eventually cross US 150 just south of Paoli.
And let's be clear, sorry, Ryan, this tornado warning for Clark County right now does not include Clarksville. It does not include Jeffersonville. It's really for those of you out towards Borden in western Clark County, Ryan.
And that's super important to note, because, we call it these counties, but it can only be, just a few acres of a county, literally, that's under that warning.
Caneyville Fire Chief is reporting a tornado on the ground in Caneyville near the Western Kentucky Parkway.
So
with that southern storm. Tornado now down, according to the Caneyville Fire Chief.
And that is Grayson County.
Correct.
So tornado on the ground near the Western Kentucky Parkway. So you can see the velocity showing what we would now.
Yeah, there's a little bit of debris showing.
Yeah, there's
up,
a
Kevin.
debris signature.
And let me just pop that on.
Please, yeah. This is right along Highway 62. This is maybe a mile north of the Western Kentucky Parkway, but where you see that blue that Kevin is trying to highlight there near Caneyville, that is the radar picking up stuff that is not rain, that is not any kind of hail, but it's mainly just rain. It's picking up something that's not rain. And that's where we're likely seeing what appears to be a tornado on the ground.
You can certainly see the inflow.
Yes. This is the same supercell that we've been tracking for almost an hour now. You see that blue area just right over Caneyville. That is debris being picked up by radar from what is apparently a confirmed tornado down in western Grayson County.
We're going to send the storm tracker that way to see if there's any kind of damage. It is a tornado that's on the ground. We'd like the newsroom to also make calls to see if we can get someone just on the phone. So Grayson County, Blake is heading up their emergency management. So if anybody is available to help us understand what's happening in Grayson County. What we can tell you is what we're looking at on radar. What we can also tell you is what the emergency management's reporting, and that is a tornado on the ground. Clearly, our focus goes to this. The debris detector is showing that debris, which is certainly relevant to the radar. It would be near the Caneyville area. That blue zone is sort of one that looks out of place, and that's exactly what that means. So as we take off, and I'll just sort of wipe off this box, you're going to still see the potential in that area for the tornado. So zooming in a little bit further to give folks a heads up on where we're talking about. We'd be talking about right along Highway 79, not far from Post, not far from Pine Knob, and then lifting off to the north and east. This will go toward Millwood. Should stay just south of Short Creek at this point, but very close. So that is the zone that we're watching.
There's another pocket of rotation, Kevin, that's developing along the Breckenridge, Grayson County line near Axtell.
Yep, and that's right at Rough River Lake.
Yes, Rough River Lake, some broad rotation. It needs to be watched as well. These storms have really started to rotate rather quickly here over the last 15 minutes. So we're going to be watching southern Breckenridge County for maybe another possible tornado trying to get its act together. You see Kevin circling that area we're watching now.
So we have that all in our scope and in our eyes. We'll watch that. The one of main concern is the one that clearly gets the attention, and that is where we have the tornado on the ground. Anytime we see actual reports, especially late at night, we urge you to get to your tornado safe place. If you are in the Caneyville, it's now just passing you. So this would be across Grayson County along the Western Kentucky Parkway or just north of the Western Kentucky Parkway. You should be in your tornado safe place. That's the lowest level. It's away from windows. It's in an interior place. If you're in mobile homes, those are not safe places. You don't have a lot of time to get to your location in Grayson County because these storms are moving fast. So if you're asleep, if you know people that are in Grayson County north of the Western Kentucky Parkway, make sure you give them a call, let them know what's happening at this point. Again, that is where we have the strongest rotation showing up on radar.
At the moment, that tornado has lifted. But the rotation is still there. So whatever tornado was on the ground, we're getting a report that it has now lifted. But this is a kind of setup tonight where these tornadoes are not going to be on the ground for a long period of time. These are not these big wedge tornadoes tonight, Ryan. They're going to be these small little spin-ups that might just hopscotch the ground from time to time.
Yeah, so we need to kind of treat all of these tornado warned storms as if they could put a tornado down at any point here. We've got the big board. It shows all 3 tornado warnings. I know when we show you the map, sometimes it's tough to digest. There's so much going on here. What you need to know is that parts of Clark, Orange, Washington, Grayson, Hart, Hardin counties all are under tornado warnings right now. Not the entire counties, but parts of those counties. The Wave Weather app can show you and help guide you to whether you're in that warning or not. It's also really important to know where you're at within these counties here. If you are under a tornado warning, and frankly, if you're even just under a severe thunderstorm warning tonight, make sure you're inside. If you're inside that tornado warning, make sure right now you're in a basement or a storm shelter. Underground is the best, but the first level of your home, away from doors and windows, like a center hallway closet, a center bathroom, if you've got like a powder room in the middle of your house there, or maybe you're, just got a closet in the hallway there. Get in there, cover your head, wear shoes, make sure your kids are protected. Blankets and what have you are a great way to also cover yourself, to protect yourself just in case. Again, this is if you were in a tornado warning. If you are in a mobile home, now is the time to evacuate. You've got to get out of that thing. Even straight line winds can be a problem for mobile homes. We've seen that time and again just this very past week where we've had damage because of that. So please take your tornado precautions right now. If you're under a tornado warning, if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, be inside, be away from doors and windows. And if you're in that mobile home and you're under one of these warnings, now is the time to take action. Get somewhere safe. Friend's house in a basement, neighborhood business, maybe a gas station down the street to say, hey, can we just stay in here for a little bit? This is maybe more of a sturdy structure than I have at home. Great thing to do, guys. Your family's protection is, of course, our number one priority here, so we want to make sure everybody's safe.
We have a number of folks out watching the weather with us. Corey Trent's one of the storm chasers from across the region and knows the area where this tornado warning is very well. He's not too far from Amy Hill, and he's on the Western Kentucky Parkway. We've been showing what it looks like near there. He's going to run by and see if there's any damage in that zone. Nonetheless, from the emergency manager, that's what we had at the time, and we'll just see if there was any damage. Certainly, it looked like by radar we could have seen some being lofted into the atmosphere, which is what the correlation coefficient showed us, or our debris detector. You're looking at the velocity on the storm to the south, still seeing some of that rotation now approaching the Litchfield area. So folks in Litchfield, you should be in your tornado safe place, lowest level away from windows as this storm now moves past Millwood, right up from Caneyville to Litchfield. That's the zone.
The further south tornado warning. So we're looking at the tornado warning over Grayson County. The tornado warning that Kevin is taking you down to now. This is technically outside of our coverage area, but for those of you in Butler, Edmonson, Warren County, if you have any family there, we got a report a few minutes ago from the Butler County Mesonet station of 68 mile per hour winds. The tornado warning is in place because there is some rotation that's trying to develop in the northern parts of Warren County, southern Butler County, if you're familiar with that part of the state. And that's the reason why we have the tornado warning for Hart County. So we've got two distinct areas of rotation we're watching. One near Caneyville that has had a confirmed history of producing a tornado. And then further south, there's some rotation still with that southern flank of the storm north of Bowling Green. That will be moving into Hart County over the next 15 to 20 minutes. And as we have told you, that has had confirmed wind gusts, Kevin, upwards of 68 miles per hour as that particular portion of the storm moved through Butler County.
Yeah, and from our newsroom for Grayson County, no reports of damage, but it's still very early in the game. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time for the damage to come in.
And we just got an update from the National Weather Service on the Orange County tornado warning. They're still watching that. The original sort of kink in the line there is starting to straighten out some, but they're still seeing that nub on reflectivity. You can see it right where that arrow is, and you can see that velocity there.
It's perked back up just a little bit in the last scan, it looks like.
This is literally scan by scan. You know, in a minute's time, things can change here. So we have to keep our eyes on all of these storms. That's why we're kind of triaging the situation with multiple storms, multiple meteorologists here, guys.
I want to bring in Brian just while we keep the radar up to have the conversation with us. Well, he's down again. We'll go back to him.
Orange County just popped up with 252 customers without power just in the last minute or two.
And a new severe thunderstorm warning now in place nearby that tornado warning, Kevin.
Big wind maker on this, and I'm going to just take off the reflectivity so it's not as cluttered. You can see the large polygon sort of flashing, and I'll go to that. That is that area where we have, and I think it's easier to see if I just put the watch boxes up, but that's a large area that goes from southern Jackson County all the way down to northern Harrison County. Several warnings embedded within that warning, but that's for that wall of wind moving in. So this is a huge wind maker for a number of folks, especially in those little bowed out areas where we have kinks in the line. That's where we have the strongest push of wind. It's very concentrated. The low level jet continues to ramp up. We see it every night at this time. It's just a matter that it typically doesn't come to the ground. And what is happening on that is the fact is we bring that wind down thanks to these thunderstorms that are overhead. It seems to rush out and it can down trees, power lines, telephone poles. We're seeing a lot of damage in local places. This is not a derecho. This is not something where it's just massive wind along the entire line, but embedded within that line are pockets of very heavy wind, some rotating enough to be tornado warnings, others being straight line winds, still causing the same type of damage, if you will. So let's bring in Brian Good, who's also working with us this evening. And Brian, I know you were talking about the low-level jet. I want to keep the radar up while we're talking to Brian.
Yeah, exactly. That wind belt, we've been tracking. It actually is the strongest now that it's been, of course, the entire day. They've had strong winds to the west, but this is the max wind. This is our big concern is how the two would overlap when you get the moisture moving in right when this jet right over our heads at the moment is racing. And we're seeing that surge translating up the line from around Clarksville, Tennessee, Bowling Green, Kentucky, into Litchfield, tracking up the line. So this may build into a bit more of a wind threat as we head into parts there of Hardin County, at least the northern part of Hardin County, and maybe even Boyd County. I'm located, by the way, in southern Jefferson, right along the Snyder Freeway here into along Preston Highway. Boyd County line, not too far away from me down here to the south. We're monitoring the trends carefully here. Rain has picked up, but this is just the rain in advance of the main storms. But Kevin, if that trajectory holds on that little surge of wind, that jet that we're seeing, we will likely get a very likely extension county-wide, or I should say area-wide, from one end of our viewing area to the other. We should have widespread warnings as the slam moves to the east. So that's at least the trend that looks like right now.
All right, you're right. And we have the latest warning right up against the Jefferson County area. That includes Breckenridge, Harrison, Meade, Perry. That would include Corydon, Flaherty, and Patesville. Again, radar indicated tornado possible, 60 mile per hour winds with that. We've already had 60 mile an hour winds today, 59 earlier. That knocked out power to about 5,000 customers here in Louisville. Get the flashlights ready. Some folks are going to see their power knocked out. That's certainly going going to be the case. Ryan's going to give us an update on power outages coming up in just a minute. But as we track along this line, you can see the number of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that we have. I'll remove the warnings for just a second as we analyze what's going on up and down this line of storms across parts of the viewing area. And really, we're bisecting the entire viewing area. Now, west of I-65 is where we have the strongest, soon to cross over I-65 within the next 45 minutes. And then we'll spend the next hour after that taking it across, say, from midnight to 1 a.m. to our east. But for now, those warnings continue to stack up across parts of Indiana and Kentucky. Obviously, we have the tornado warnings. We have several of those. The one of most concern was where we had the emergency management reporting a tornado on the ground near Caneyville. And you can see that that storm continues with the tornado warning for parts of Grayson and Hardin counties. That would be Cecilia, Litchfield, Welch's Creek. That is the tornado warning that goes until 11:45 our time here in Louisville, 10:45 local time. Carson?
Yeah, we'll focus on the tornado warning in southern Indiana. Let's clear a couple of folks. Orange County, you are now out of the tornado warning. You can come out of your safe place. The tornado warning continues for Washington County and at least a teeny tiny little sliver of Clark County. We're talking those of you near Borden. That's it in Clark County. This is really a Washington County situation here. And the rotation is still persistent. It hasn't really intensified. It hasn't weakened either. So it's crossing the orange Washington County line, moving into Washington County now. There's, you see the updated radar scan. Those of you near Livonia, Becks Mill, Salem, you are in the path of this possible tornado. Haven't had any confirmed reports just yet. And these storms that we have talked about all night are moving very quickly. This particular tornado warning moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So again, we're keeping a close eye on this storm in southern Indiana and Washington County, Indiana. That rotation, at least on this scan, Ryan, has weakened a touch, but we'll still have to keep an eye on it here over the next 30 minutes.
Scan by scan, minute by minute, that's where we're tracking these storms because of the potential for a tornado to drop at any time from any one of these here. We're tracking the power outage potential here. We've got Lawrence County, Indiana. 1,500 folks are without power there at the moment. That's about 4.5%. And then, of course, we get you into Orange County. That's one of the newest ones. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out there. 252 folks without power in the Orange County area. Where is that new severe thunderstorm warning? We'll query it, and you'll see, of course, that's the big old box there that's flashing. That's E-Town, Hodgenville, Munfordville. Considerable damage threat, guys. I think that may be the first time I've seen considerable tag on this here. Tornado possible, 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is dancing right down the Western Kentucky Parkway. E-Town, Hodgenville, areas south of Shepherdsville, Lebanon Junction, Munfordville. If you're in areas a little closer to LaRue County there, just west of Hodgenville, you're under the gun as well. So we'll continue to monitor all these warnings.
The storms are moving at about 55 to 65 miles an hour. They are moving very fast, so they will breeze in and breeze out. I want to go to Corey Trent's live image while we watch this on the radar. He is in the heart of that storm near the Litchfield area along the Western Kentucky Parkway. You're going to be able to see how heavy the rain is falling and the lightning with that storm. Again, not a ton of traffic in that area, obviously. He's just behind the main line of storms, but the heavy rain continues. So he's super close to the most powerful part of that storm, where there has been tremendous wind and the potential for some damage near the Caneyville area as that storm touched down, with emergency management reporting some tornado on the ground. And we're curious to see if there's damage. We'll come back to the radar view as we are in an area where we have sort of rough cell service. So we'll be checking in and out of Corey's feed as well. 2 tornado warnings in Kentucky. One continues southern Indiana. I'm going to give you the update on that. All of those are encompassed with a much wider and larger severe thunderstorm warning, and you can see that. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning farther to the north includes parts of Washington County, Indiana. I'll show you why that tornado warning continues, and there is still reason to believe that that storm is rotating, both noted on radar, not far from the Rosebud, Oregon Spring area. And that's going to continue moving off to the northeast. That will be moving up toward the Becks Mill area and Pierce. Again, that storm is moving east at 55 miles per hour. So that's the storm that we continue to track moving off to the north and east. Let's go farther to the south. Again, anywhere along that, I should point out while we're here, let me just point out, while that area shows the sign of greatest rotation, anywhere along this line, especially where it may be bowing out, say Whiskey Run, that's northern and northeastern parts of Crawford County, that is an area where we see some very strong wind as well.
Let's go to the storm near Rough River Lake, right on the Grayson-Breckinridge County line. We've been watching this for several radar scans as well. We've got a very strong rotation signature developing. Let me go to the regular radar, and you'll kind of see this hook. Basically a bunch of rain wrapping around the rotation or wrapping around the storm. That's where we're seeing that rotation intensify just a little bit. Now, this is right on the edge of the current tornado warning. But those of you that live near Rough River, go ahead and just stay in your safe place for a little while longer, because this rotation has ramped up just a little bit here over the last couple of radar scans. This will be moving out of northern Grayson and southeastern Breckinridge County into Hardin County over the next few minutes. So Eastview, Franklin Crossroads, those areas west of E-Town continue to be on guard for a possible tornado here over the next 20 to 25 minutes, Kevin. Haven't had, for what it's worth, any damage reports come in yet from that touchdown earlier in Caneyville.
Yeah, good news there, and we're almost to that. I see Corey's feed, so no damage off of the Western Kentucky Parkway yet, but we'll get close. These are some storm reports that we've had earlier. You're going to notice some of those trees down out toward the Evansville area, up toward Bedford, Indiana. We also had some strong winds that were reported earlier. Those were 53 miles per hour. Looking over toward the Evansville area, 64 miles per hour. That's where we also saw in that general area moving into Du Bois County, where we had power poles that were snapped and on fire earlier. So we certainly have had some damage. The radar shows that line of storms continuing. Let me take off the warnings again, noting that we have severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings for a good chunk of our viewing area west of I-65. 3 tornado warnings, 1 in Indiana, the 2 that we're watching farther to the south, now across parts of Butler, Edmondson, moving into our area that would be Grayson County. That's knocking on the county of Hart, moving toward the Munfordville area. So we're watching those closely. I'm going to go down the line. Let's start in southern Indiana. Some folks are in the clear at this point. Places like Bedford and Paoli, good to go to bed. Still rain, probably still some lightning. Just out to our east from there, we'd see that line of storms now approaching the Seymour area, technically not under any warning. Farther to the south in Washington County, Indiana, that's Salem. You're going to notice that we have the warning out for Salem as a tornado warning, but that's encompassed by a larger severe thunderstorm warning that goes from the county line over into Scott County.
New
and back
tornado
down.
warning for Breckinridge, Bullitt, Grayson, Hardin for that rotation we were talking about near Rough River just a moment ago.
And this is a fairly large tornado warning, covers a decent number of counties. Edmondson, Hart, Hardin, that's the one just south of it. So let me cue that one up. That comes right into Bullitt County. And there you see it. So that's Breckinridge, Bullitt, Hardin, and Meade. That includes Flaherty, Vine Grove, Radcliffe. Again, a lot of lead time on this. That's until midnight. So just over a half an hour through that warning. So they're moving at a very fast pace. Let me get you the details on the sort of movement of this storm. It's moving off to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. That storm, again, radar indicated, but has had a history of producing damage. We know that. It is the same storm where the Grayson County emergency manager reported that the tornado was on the ground. So this is getting so close to the metro area, western Bullitt County, higher populations coming in. Obviously, that's something that deserves attention. And let's just zoom in a little closer, because I want to show you what the velocity shows on this. And as we look to where that center of that storm is, you can see it's near center view, and I'll put on the relative velocity, and you can see exactly why the Weather Service continued that warning and sort of extended that farther to the north and east. It really is in this area here. it will move toward Pierce Mill. And as we track that up, it's going to go just south of Four Corners. Rhineyville would be right in the target of that storm as it continues to move. So our folks in far western parts of Hardin County should be in your tornado safe place.
I'm checking correlation coefficient. That's the fancy radar term for debris tracker. I don't see anything yet with that particular rotation. Let's talk about who's in and who's out of this tornado warning. If you're in E-Town, you've got 2 tornado warnings nearby. Go ahead and go to your safe place if you live in E-Town. This is still, for now, mainly a western Hardin County issue. So Radcliffe, Kevin mentioned Rhineyville, Vine Grove, Four Corners, Franklin Crossroads. You are now under this tornado warning that goes until midnight tonight. And again, these tornado warnings are rather large tonight because these storms are moving so quickly. This tornado warning in particular is for a storm that's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, Ryan.
Yeah, one quick update here. We have posted on, of course, the Wave Weather Facebook page, a call for your photos and videos. If you can safely, after the storm has passed, get out and see if there's any damage on your property. Take some pictures and comment. That would be great. We've got Travis here from near Litchfield in Grayson County there, and he showed us some lightning a little earlier. We also just had some pea-size hail in Leavenworth, Indiana. And, of course, we're continuing to monitor so many different feeds of information here for damage and, of course, the radar as well. So our whole team's assembled. Everybody's working on a different part of this to bring you a holistic, angle of coverage here, guys, so that we can make sure that everybody is being served. This is a long line of storms. It's moving very quickly. A lot of folks are going to be impacted. If you were in Louisville, the storms are still to our west, but they're going to be moving in before the hour is out, most likely, guys.
All right, let's see if we can go to Brian Good. I know he's got some action nearby where he is. We've got the radar up clearly here. We're watching the rotation to our south. Brian, sirens were sounding?
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm in Southern Jefferson right here along Preston Highway near Menards, the Wawa area. Bullitt County line just down the road here. I don't know if you can hear the distance, but the sirens are going off. They're into Bullitt County. Of course, it's mainly the southern part. That right now we're tracking that cell that's moving in, but obviously the entire county goes off at once. The light rain's here into Southern Jefferson, but as that surge moves up, that's still the problem area we're watching. Another area too, Kevin, I noticed in the radar trend is across Meade County, straight line wind concern there, really pushing in to Meade. That's going to be a bigger concern too for the Louisville metro as that continues to accelerate, especially between PRP all the way to downtown Louisville, looks like.
All right.
We'll be mobile, by the way, here in a few minutes because we got to be in our safe spot too as the storms arrive.
All right, Brian, thank you. Appreciate that. You could hear those sirens to the south coming into southern parts of Bullitt County and just giving folks a large heads up saying, hey, these storms are approaching. They're moving super fast, so the warning's coming out very early. You pay attention to the warning. Get to your tornado safe place. I suspect we will see some damage at some point across the area. We went from nearly no tornado warnings to now we have several lined up along that entire line moving in. I'll declutter the radar view for us just a bit. You can see the tornado watch is in place until 3 a.m., but we have warnings out now across southern Indiana, Washington County, tornado warning. Tornado warnings in Kentucky across a good chunk of northern Hardin and southwestern Hardin County and almost all of the Grayson County areas.
Roof off a barn in Grayson County. This is going to be Beaver Dam Road, by the way.
So that's an area that we're obviously not far from Caneyville, where we have had some damage reported. Again, we had the report from the emergency manager that we had a tornado that was on the ground. We saw debris from the radar, and we continue to track that. So I'm doing a general look at what's happening with the radar and the tornado warnings. Carson has a much more refined zoom-in view of the velocities that are going on in those storms to the south. And boy, when they tighten up, Carson, that's where we're starting to continue to see more and more reports come out. Sometimes it takes a few minutes for them to get to us, but there's no doubt we're seeing wind damage across the viewing area tonight.
Right as you say that, Kevin, Grayson County, Kentucky Mesonet Station, 62-mile-an-hour winds. That's straight line winds, but that is severe winds. I tell you what, let's go really quickly to the tornado warning in southern Indiana for Washington County. That rotation has pretty much faded away at this point. The Weather Service going to watch it one more time just to make sure they can drop that warning safely, but we're not seeing a ton of rotation now in Washington County. All the focus is across Kentucky. We've got one tornado potentially moving into western Hardin County right now. And there are 2 other tornado warnings further to the south, stretching through Litchfield, down towards Edmondson County near Beaver Dam, Brownsville, into Warren County, north of Bowling Green. This does not include downtown Bowling Green. This does not include the WKU campus. This is north of there in northern Warren County. And we're continuing to get reports of damage, 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts, Kevin, and reports of maybe additional tornado touchdowns in Grayson County earlier.
Yeah, we should really make sure folks know where we're looking at here, and this is western Hardin County. If you're in Vertrees, if you're in Howe Valley, you've got to be in your tornado-safe place. This is where we have the potential for some very strong winds. That's moving through and toward Four Corners. That's going to approach maybe just north of Rineyville, but super close. So that general area where you see that brighter blue, that is the punch of wind that we're watching. So it really is this general vicinity that's right along and north of 920.
Kevin, we may have a debris signature showing
that
up
area?
with that storm.
Yeah.
Yes. If we could take Max 2 full briefly, I'll show you where this debris is being spotted in western Hardin County. This is just north of Highway 86 between Dyer and Vertrees. If you're in Four Corners, you need to be in your safe place now. If you're in Rineyville, if you're up towards, Longview, Radcliffe, we apparently do have a tornado on the ground, or at least there's debris being lofted from what could be a tornado there in western Hardin County, right north of Highway 86, Kevin.
I'm going to keep tracking that. Carson, if you'll put a street by street on that, we will get back to you in a second so we can, get really the locations as we can. I know on that, when Carson was pointing out, this is velocity. So I want everybody to understand what we're looking at. This is where we see the rotation. That's what I was talking about. It was just north of Howe Valley, just north of 920. So keep that area in mind. I'm going to take that off. And now I'm going to bring on our what we call debris detector, the correlation coefficient. What we're looking at is abnormalities that would not fit in. What is that? Well, it's this area right here. And that's the area that you can see. So that's where we find something that's been lofted into the atmosphere that comes back to the radar and says, hey, wait a minute, this is not the same density or size as the raindrops that are falling around it. So it must be something else. And oftentimes that something else is debris. And so that's what Carson was pointing out when he said we may have debris on the radar.
Let's highlight a few of those roads. We're doing street level tracking with this possible tornado. If we could take me full, I'll show you those roads in a closer view. If you're near Turkey Roost Lane, Long Hollow Road, St. John Road, Salt River Road, this is Highway 920. There's Four Corners. This is Salt River Road. Again, this is just north of Highway 86 and just west of Highway 920. So Turkey Roost Lane, St. John Road, Long Hollow Road, Salt River Road. Again, if you live in Four Corners, if you live along 920, also if you live along Highway 220 near Four Corners in western Hardin County, it appears we have had at least briefly a tornado touchdown based on that debris signature that Kevin was just showing you. And this rotation is still rather strong, and it's racing quickly to the north and east around 50 to 55 miles per hour. So again, Four Corners, Rineyville, Radcliffe. It's going to be close. E-Town, I still want you to be in your safe place, but at least for now, this may clip the northern portions of E-Town. It's going to be a close call over the next 15 to 20 minutes, Kevin.
Yeah, no question. Obviously, we're seeing it on the radar, both in terms of velocity, the correlation coefficient, or the debris tracker. The reflectivity, not as impressive. It's tough to pick out, but you can still see the swirl there. But it's sort of in a mess along that line, and that's what makes these tough. So we're dealing with two tough things. One, first of all, it's late at night, so a lot of folks are asleep. If you have people in western Hardin County, wake them up. They've got to know that there's a potential for tornado moving in. That would be near Four Corners, moving toward Rineyville, Radcliffe. Just get them up. Make sure they know that this storm is coming in their direction and it has potential to be on the ground. I think that's notable by what we're looking at on the radar. We haven't confirmed it yet, but you have to realize it's 11:30 at night. There's not a lot of people out in that part of Hardin County being like, yeah, there it is. No, it might be hitting farmland. It could be hitting something that people don't know. And some people may not know until the sun comes up tomorrow. Bottom line is we're seeing it on the radar, so it's worth a call just in case. Ryan, let me just check in with you. What do you have?
Yeah, at this point, I just wanted to kind of break down where we're at with all of these warnings. I know we are throwing a lot of information at you here. To make it a little bit simpler, we've got a list of all the warnings that we're covering right now, our big board, if you will. The latest these go right now is until midnight. That's about 27 minutes from now, but you'll see we're dealing with at least 4 different tornado warnings here, from Clark to Orange, Washington, Grayson, Hart, Hardin, of course, Breckenridge, Bullock, Hardin, Meade, and Nelson, all involved with that there. You'll notice some severe thunderstorm warnings in there as well. Look, we've got strong winds regardless of what kind of warning you're under. The problem is within these tornado warnings, you've got the potential to see a small area of concern where a tornado could get on the ground. We've had 2 instances tonight where we've seen tornado debris on radar, most likely. Can't completely confirm it, but kind of a smoking gun type of scenario there. We'll continue to monitor the radar for those minute-by-minute updates, guys. Sometimes we'll see the debris, but not so much the rotation in some of these storms. That makes it really challenging, but it's good that we have both products to be able to analyze here with this.
Very quickly, I want to go to Grayson County, eastern Grayson County. There is another hook, another notch that's trying to develop. Kevin, you got it zoomed in right there. This is near the Fragrant community. Is that Millerstown? Yes. So there's some rotation trying to develop there in eastern Grayson County. This would move into northern Hart County near Bonneville, possibly if it holds together up towards Upton and Sonora. They're along I-65 in southern Hardin County. So we're watching that area, which is under a tornado warning as well, Kev.
Yeah, so again, along that line, we see these kinks, these wiggles, squiggles, call them what you want. Bottom line is it's enough as it's interacting with the low-level jet stream that's really cranking up to pull that down to the surface, and we're seeing this rotate clearly. When I just get all 3 of the tornado warnings in place, let me go to the latest severe thunderstorm warning, and then we'll come back.
Jackson
this is
and
going
Jennings.
to be moving through our northern part of the viewing area, so Jackson and Jennings County. So now we're stretched from all the way from our northern communities to the south. Back to the tornado warnings we go, and then we'll come back to the radar view. But you're going to notice when I put the velocity on, we can clearly see the ones with greatest rotation. So let me just mark them for you. All 3 of the tornado warnings have some rotation. We see it just past Bonneville. We see it moving just toward Millerstown. And obviously we have the one that's across parts of Hardin County, and that's the strongest one. So I'll take those off. Those are the areas of most concern. Is there wind in all of the severe thunderstorm warnings? Absolutely. Can that down trees? You bet. We've seen it. We've seen it today without the thunderstorms. I mean, we have 59-mile-an-hour winds with no storms today. So looking at what we have on the radar, we now are showing some rotation, and that bears witness to what we've seen on the correlation coefficient. So it's just a matter of now sampling time and again of where we may have debris. The good news is, and these will lift, and that doesn't mean they can't touch back down. So what we've noted is it spins up. We see the rotation by velocity. We may even get a quick touchdown where dust or possibly debris is lofted into the sky. That comes back. We see it, but then it's gone. And that's what we're looking at here. The correlation coefficient, or the debris detector, no longer really showing where we may have had the debris showing up before.
A lot of folks probably asking here in Louisville, what about us?
Yes.
What about the metro? We are keeping a close eye on a severe thunderstorm warning that is just west of the city. That includes parts of Floyd County, Clark, Washington, Harrison, and Meade counties. Nothing screams tornadic activity. Nothing screams rotation just yet. But heads up, Louisville Metro, that line of severe storms you see between Palmyra, Indiana, and Brandenburg is moving due east at about 50 miles per hour. So that'll be knocking on the door of West Louisville, I'd say, as we get closer to midnight, maybe just after midnight. That could be very much a wall of 50 to maybe 60 mile per hour winds here in the metro within the next 20 to 30 minutes, Kevin.
Yeah, I'd grab the flashlight. If you have candles and need those, fine. There are going to be some power outages. We'll check with Ryan here in a minute. I know he's keeping an eye on some of the outages and damages that we're seeing. There have been a number of areas along this line that have seen areas of wind damage. So intense, they've broken power poles. So that's been a pretty wild scene when you have winds, just regular winds, straight line winds, strong enough to break a power pole. catch it on fire and take it down, that becomes impressive. Clearly, we're watching the tornado warnings, but I've said all along for a storm system like today, we can't just be focused on the tornado warnings because the straight line wind damage in this scenario sometimes can be just as bad or worse. So at this point, we haven't received any reports of damage that would have indicated anything more than the traditional 60-mile-per-hour winds in a severe thunderstorm warning. Sometimes we can get as high as 70 or 80 miles an hour. We haven't seen that we know of in our viewing area since we saw those power lines or power poles taken down in Du Bois County. So along this line, yes, there are a number of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. Let me go through the timing of those with you. So I'm going to turn that back on for us, and we'll go to our northernmost county. That's going to take you up toward the Seymour area under a severe thunderstorm warning along with parts of Jennings County. So this is Jennings County, radar indicated tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That warning until 12:15. We go down the line. We see Washington County, Indiana. So this is a very large severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Crawford, Floyd, and just parts of these counties. So parts of Crawford, Floyd, Scott, Washington. Radar indicated tornado possible, 60 mile per hour. Very strong wave of wind coming in. We can pick out pockets of heavy wind in some of these. So perhaps we'll come through those and show you where we have some of the stronger winds blowing. Scottsburg, you're edging in on some of that stronger wind coming your way. Expect new warnings to come out as this crosses over I-65. So if you're east of I-65, no warnings just yet, but that will change. Back to the radar we go, where I promised to go through the warnings. So we'll scroll down. And you're going to notice this warning for parts of Breckenridge, Crawford, Harrison, and Meade counties. That's until midnight. Again, tornado possible. We push farther south. You get the tornado warning for parts of Bullitt, Hardin, Meade, and Nelson. Again, this is until midnight. This includes Flaherty, Radcliffe, still in the line. Let's zoom in. You can see that bowing nature of that storm. That's indicative of some very strong winds going across northern parts of Hardin County.
Speaking of, Kevin, just got a report, Hardin County Mesonet, 69-mile-an-hour wind gusts confirmed at the Mesonet station in near E-Town in Hardin County.
Yeah, this is crazy winds right here. I mean, this is going to do damage. You got to be in your tornado safe place. Flaherty moving toward Diaz Acres, toward the Radcliffe area. If we were to continue tracking this, guys, that would bring it into parts of western Bullitt County, perhaps even into Jefferson County.
Pitts Point, Lebanon Junction, you are under the tornado warning. Shepherdsville, Mount Washington, Hillview, be on standby. If that wind signature holds, which now is confirmed, produced nearly 70-mile-per-hour winds, I would not be surprised. We would not be surprised at all if that tornado warning does get extended here in just a few minutes, Ryan.
In from our newsroom here, Hardin County Dispatch says they haven't gotten calls of damage in the Vertrees area just yet, but believes they will eventually. They are swamped right now. We do have a report of some small branches down in Vine Grove, Kentucky. 3.2% of Grayson County now without power via wavy alerts here. Just got that information into us there. And there it is, just popped into our graphic system too. 578 folks without power. Those are customers without power right now. And I also wanted to give a heads up to folks up in Lawrence County, Indiana. You folks have a pretty major power outage. 3,000 people, 3,000 customers, 9% of Lawrence County, Indiana now without power. And a final one I'll take you to because it's new is Perry County. And right now, 27 customers there without power. So we're continuing to look for damage reports. If you have photos of damage and can do so safely, post them to the text, the big old red text box I just posted on the Wave Weather Facebook page, asking for your damage photos so that we can get those on the air for you there, Kev.
Yeah, do that only when it's safe. The Wave Storm Tracker is out. I want to show you what that looks like from that vehicle coming down across parts of Meade County. Meredith Lee's on board there. I'll just ask for a quick report, Meredith. I see the lightning, the wind. It's obviously increased. I'm not sure if Meredith can hear us.
Seeing very heavy. Hi, can you hear me? Okay, great. We are definitely seeing some heavy precipitation here. We had to stop briefly on the side of the road because we were unable to actually see what was in front of us. Again, this very heavy rain, strong winds, we're able to feel it from inside the vehicle. And of course, this lightning as we're heading south, it's pretty much constant at this point. Let me see if I can adjust the angle here so we can get a better view of the sky. But yeah, it is not looking good down here, Kevin.
Well, we'll keep up in touch with you, Meredith. I know we could have some damage along this this path. So you're safely behind that storm down in Hardin County. We have a new tornado warning that's been issued for Hardin, Hart, LaRue, and Nelson. And we want to make sure that those folks are in their tornado safe place. It is a 12:30 expiration time on that. It's a continuation of that storm we have been watching. But again, that will take that through the Elizabethtown area, Hodgenville, Bardstown, all in that tornado warning. Of course, we still have the one to the north of that as well. That's along that line that we've been tracking. I'll put the velocities back on so you can see it. Again, it's a wall of wind. This is, it's not just one particular isolated tornado that we're tracking. You can see that a little clearer in the one to the north, the one that's going on across parts of southern Meade and northern Hardin County. But the one that's being extended to the south, that's just a wall of very strong wind with embedded areas of rotation.
So I just pinged.
Now, this is coming out. They're issuing a destructive tour possible for Jefferson County because of that storm coming up through the Radcliffe area. So this is going to be impressive.
I just sampled that wind core near Radcliffe, just above our heads in Radcliffe, 93 mile per hour winds. That's why this destructive severe thunderstorm warning is coming out for the metro.
Yeah, you're
Your
getting all the
phones are going to start going off. We recommend in Jefferson County, we want you now to treat this as a tornado warning for destructive straight line winds of 80 miles per hour. This warning goes until 12:15 tonight, Kev.
So again, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, the tornado possible, but the wind threat continues to increase. This just goes to show you don't have to have the rotation to have massive winds moving in. Again, here we are at a quarter till midnight. Alarms are going off. People are probably wondering what's happening. We knew this was going to happen. It's why we're all in place. We're walking you through this. All you have to do is your part. And right now, if you're in southwest Jefferson County in particular, you need to be in your tornado safe place. The warning is out. You still have some time. Get away from windows, the lowest level. Why is the warning out? Let me walk through that because we are tracking this storm that we have been tracking for some time. This is where we have the rotation. You can clearly see it on radar. We're going to lose a little bit of its integrity as it goes across the radar. But at this point, we have potential for 70, 80 mile an hour winds, not everywhere, but within this one particular area that we're tracking. And that's going to move very close to the Radcliffe region. That's going to continue lifting toward West Point. Shepherdsville could go as close as Okolona if it holds together moving into Jefferson County. That's possible. All right. Some of this is being kicked out. It's moving very fast. This storm in particular that's moving across and toward Jefferson County, by the way, this is moving off to the northeast at 65 miles an hour. So it is booking it. It's hauling. And this is a destructive storm for Fort Knox and Metro Louisville. This has the potential to produce very strong destructive winds, not just damaging winds. Not everywhere, but in places. So at this point, we'll, again, follow this storm back toward Jefferson County. The storm tracker should be making its way behind this storm in case there is damage to report. But I suspect we're going to see that potential really ramp up over the course of the next 15 to 20 minutes. That warning is in place until 12:15. New warnings coming out, again, surrounding the area. This is farther to the south. This takes us closer to the Tennessee border, but comes up into parts of Hart County. So we'll watch that one, but we're obviously more concerned with what's happening here in the metro where we have great population. Now, we have the 2 tornado warnings as well. This begs what we've talked about all day. Are those tornado warnings more impressive than the severe thunderstorm coming into Louisville? No, they're not. In fact, they should all be weighed equally. And sometimes we run the risk of, in a tornado warning, we know what to do. Our mind's like, oh, I've got to get in the basement, tornado safe place. Severe thunderstorm warning, you're like, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. That's no big deal. Not the case always. All of these are on the same threshold of severity. We have the potential for very strong, damaging, or even destructive winds with either the tornado warning or the severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County. So please, do your part. lowest level, away from windows. We're watching this as it moves closer to us. Let me put the radar back up. And guys, if you have something, jump in.
Real quick, Kevin, further to the south, we are still watching those tornado warnings for Hardin, LaRue, Nelson, and parts of Marion and Washington counties in Kentucky. There is still some broad rotation right over Sonora, near that Sonora exit, near the new battery plants along I-65. Rotation broad. I don't see anything that screams a tornado immediately touching down, but you still need to be in your safe place, like Kevin was just talking about. This is not one of those nights where you can kind of relax if there's just a severe thunderstorm warning. Not at all. These are destructive, potentially, winds moving into the Louisville metro. 80-mile-per-hour winds, it doesn't matter if they're in a straight line or if they're twisting with a tornado. They will still cause damage if you see those kind of wind gusts. But nonetheless, we are still watching for any rotations that try to intensify in parts of Hardin County, LaRue County, Hart County, Nelson, Marion, Washington, and Bullitt counties. All of those counties, or parts of them, still under tornado warnings right now, Kev.
And that's for 80-mile-per-hour wind potential. Right. That's a big deal. So where do you go, Ryan?
Yeah, you go into your tornado safe place. And where is that? A basement or storm shelter is the most optimal place. Underground is fantastic. Look, I know some folks live in apartment buildings, condos, maybe you have a crawl space. You don't have that luxury. Where you need to go is the bottom center of your apartment, condo. If you know somebody downstairs on the first floor, get in there. Maybe there's a clubhouse or something that's open. Get in there too. That would be the bottom level of a building, center of the building if you can. That's like an interior hallway or bathroom away from doors and windows. And this is even if you're not in a tornado warning. Again, this is Louisville. We're talking about 80-mile-per-hour destructive winds possible. I've just sent a custom push notification to the entire city and some of the surrounding counties saying, hey, it's time to treat this like we got a tornado warning for Louisville. Because as we said, it doesn't matter if they're twisting winds. 80 miles per hour is 80 miles per hour. That's an EF0 tornado in intensity. So we got to treat it like that's what's going to happen. There may very well be some roof damage, siding damage. Garbage cans could be in your neighbor's yard. This is not a safe thing to have going on with you outside in it. So you want to be indoors, away from doors and windows, center of your building. That's a condo, that's apartment building, your house. If you're in a mobile home, evacuate, get to a safer location, Kevin.
New severe thunderstorm warning coming out for parts of southern Indiana. And let me square that one up. You can see the tornado possible destructive winds. That tag is for the Louisville storm. Let's bring it up just one storm. And you're going to notice parts of southern Indiana, Clark, Floyd, Harrison, Jefferson, tornado possible. Wind speed 60 miles per hour. So not as strong. It doesn't have that couplet that we've been watching. The difference is great in those. I mean, one can cause some damage. The other one can cause destructive damage. So sort of the wording on that takes care of itself. We'll put the velocities back up. That storm that's the strongest to our south is pretty much approaching the radar at this point. So right across the Muldraugh area, that's going to continue lifting off to the north and east. It's moving at 65 miles an hour. So that would put it in Valley Station momentarily. You don't have a lot of time if you're in southwest Jefferson County. We'll be waiting to see if we have any reports coming from southwest Jefferson County as this storm moves in. It's right now moving out of Meade County, northern tip of Hardin County. It will clip parts of Bullitt County and then into southwest Jefferson County, possibly 80-mile-per-hour winds moving into southwest Jefferson County.
I've got it zoomed in on Max 2 street level where the worst of these damaging winds are in northern Hardin County at this point. So this is going to be right along Highway 31W, Dixie Highway. This is very close to Fort Knox, Bullion Boulevard. Let's say up towards, I tell you what, this is really right over Fort Knox itself at the moment. This is where we're going to have that core of potentially 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. That's why the destructive severe thunderstorm warning is in place. This pocket of wind right here, that bright blue, that's what's tracking north and east, and that's the reason why we have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Louisville. So again, if you live in western Bullitt County, west of Shepherdsville, along Highway 44, near West Point, Valley Station, Okolona, Fairdale, PRP, get to your tornado safe place now. Treat this as if it is a tornado warning for the southern Louisville metro, Cap.
Sometimes this late at night, it's hard to get real-time reports. A lot of folks are not out. They're in bed. We're asking you just wake people up. If you've got people in any of these warnings, we're not on for the fun of it. This just is serious business. You've got to make sure that they can get the warnings. I've zoomed my radar down to the south where we have the tornado warnings for parts of Hart County, a good chunk of LaRue County, southern half of Hardin County over into Nelson County, includes western Marion County. Again, not a well-defined couplet that we would look for a tornado warning, but again, a wall where we could have, and we're hearing the thunder downtown shaking the building. So we do have thunderstorms approaching. And you saw they're still a ways away. It's an indication of how powerful they're going to be as they move in. But you can see along this line, there would be the potential for some individual squiggles. So they've issued the tornado warning for that area. But that is a good push of wind through there. So places like Hodgenville and Magnolia, you're seeing some very strong wind in your area as well as this approaches Buffalo, Leafdale, Mount Sherman, eventually over toward Gleanings and Roanoke. That's going to push in with a wall of wind for you. So that's to our south. Let's lift it back up. The one moving out of this is now moving into western parts of Bullitt County. That is weakened, but it is still putting down the potential. Again, very similar situation where it's almost like a wall, or you see that where there are wiggles along it, and that's where we have the potential for the possibility of a tornado. Farther to the north, this is the storm that, again, shows perhaps in some ways the greatest concern. It certainly has the largest wind potential.
And it's right on top of the radar there at Fort Knox. So
and that's it.
It may not look that impressive right now, but that's because the strongest core of wind is literally on top of the radar at Fort Knox as we speak.
Hey, I want to flag something real quick here. 3,100 customers, Grayson County. That's 17% of Grayson County now without power just into us here, Kev.
Wow. So that's, again, all of these storms have that potential to knock out power. I suspect, and it's why we've been saying throughout the evening, grab the flashlight. You might need it. Once this pulls away from the radar, we'll start to see how strong that couplet is and whether we can downgrade this warning or whether it needs to stay the same, which comes with that and you see the warning updating there. So let's just get a quick check of that. And it'll pop on the screen for us.
They've downgraded to 70 miles per hour.
Considerable.
Correct. So it's still dangerous, but maybe we see 70 mile an hour winds instead of 80 as these storms move into the South Metro.
All right. So, again, that storm over the radar coming into southwest Jefferson County, possible 70 mile per hour winds, slight downgrade from the last warning, which encompassed that, which was 80. That would have been the strongest one we had of the day. Of course, the tornado warnings continue just to our south. We only have the lone one and, the two tornado warnings until 12:30. So another half hour, 35 minutes on that. And again, we can still see that as this thunderstorm moves toward Bullitt, Nelson, all the way down through Hardin and up to Jefferson, that's the core of the wind that we're dealing with. I'm going to take the warnings off so it doesn't clutter the screen. When we have so many warnings coming out, sometimes it's tough to see them visually on your screen as well. Let me, in fact, for a moment, just take off the reflectivity that you're looking at, so you can see the warnings. Obviously, the watch has been in place until 3 a.m., but you can see areas to our west already out of that watch. When I zoom this out, we're not the only one dealing with severe weather. It goes from the Great Lakes all the way to the Gulf. So this is a massive cold front. It's going to take our temperature down 30-some degrees by tomorrow. As we zoom into the area, a number of folks along the I-65 corridor are under some type of warning, severe thunderstorm or tornado. I'll put the radar back on. Back to the velocity we go. That gives us a better indication of where we have the strongest push of wind and the strongest rotation going on. So I'll take the warnings down for just a second.
Just got a report of a tree across the road on Highway 86 in Hardin County. I believe that's where we had that debris signature about 20 minutes ago. So tree down across Highway 86 in Hardin County, Kev.
All right. So damage is not uncommon. Situations like this, I think it's going to be sporadic. Not everybody sees the damage. However, as it continues to pass by, the big question will become, what about to our south? Do these tornado warnings get extended, or do they get replaced with severe thunderstorm warnings? I'm going to guess on that one, possibly severe thunderstorm may take over, and that would extend into parts of Spencer County. Grayson County coming in with more updates on damage, I see, and I know we have 9 trees down. Those were the calls that were coming in. We also have had 3 calls about lines down, and 2 that have lines on fire. 4,300 customers without power from the Warren RECC. They're still surveying the damage.
Rotation trying to pick up near Hodgenville in LaRue County with that far southern tornado warning.
It's so muddy. It's tough to see on that.
It's very muddy. So,
but you can see the notch.
Right. And again, even if there's not a tornado spinning up, this is still a wall of 60-mile-per-hour winds potentially rolling through eastern Hardin County, LaRue County, Nelson County. Time to get in your safe place. Bardstown, New Haven, western Marion County, western Washington County too. So we'll watch that little notch there, Kevin, that down there in Hodgenville.
Yeah, and roof storm damage off in Big Clifty. I don't know if you mentioned that one.
I have not. That's new.
That was one that we have coming in from some of the fire personnel down there.
Roof off a house off Pierce Mill Road in Hardin County. That's just coming in from a ham radio operator.
And I'm seeing damage as moving out of Caneyville toward Litchfield, which was just, that would have been the storm a while back.
37-mile-per-hour gust in Fairdale, by the way, as these storms close in on the metro.
57-mile-per-hour gust just went through E-Town about 3 minutes ago. So these storms, as we've talked about, are a true wall of wind with maybe some spin-up tornadoes from time to time.
That's the deal, and it's tough to pinpoint where that may or may not be on some of these. Clearly, we can kind of get an estimate of where we think the strongest wind is in them, but it's sort of everywhere has that potential. It's just a matter if it reaches you at the ground or if it stays just above you. These winds with a low-level jet are howling, so once they go above 90 miles an hour, it doesn't take but a light rain to bring them down. Obviously, we have more than a light rain, so in some spots, we're really bringing down these powerful winds to hit the surface, and that's when they do the damage, and we've seen that. You can see the tornado warnings that we have on the screen. I'm going to take the box off just so we don't clutter the screen. But again, tracking all of these along with the severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County, we now have some of the stronger winds moving into southwest Jefferson County from this storm. Brian Good would be in a really powerful wind spot. He's taking shelter, I'm sure, but that would be an area of strong wind. I don't know if his shot is up or not. Probably not without him.
Let's see. New warning coming down.
That's Bullitt, Jefferson, Nelson, Shelby, Spencer till 12:30. Tornado possible. 60-mile-per-hour winds.
So that's the one we were talking about where we assumed it would likely be the severe thunderstorm instead of the tornado. It sort of had become, a little more planed out. But again, this is still labeled as tornado possible. 60-mile-per-hour winds, as Ryan mentioned. And that's going to continue moving toward Spencer County into southern Shelby County, as we mentioned.
While we have a moment, I want to list a few communities that are all clear because we're now at midnight. A lot of folks want to go to bed. Seymour, Bedford, Paoli, Jasper, Corden, Brandenburg, Hardinsburg, Litchfield. Your severe weather threat is over. You may still be hearing some thunder, rain still coming down, but your severe weather threat in those towns is over. Well, this is going to be an issue now for along and east of I-65 for about another 2 hours.
You can see some of the wind coming across New Albany where those flags are whipping, a lot of lightning downtown. We're looking at our SkyTrack cameras. Some of those we will aim towards southern parts of Jefferson County. The SkyTrack camera probably from the Kentucky Kingdom would be the best. So we'll try to adjust those. Back to the radar we go with warnings here in the metro. We continue to track severe weather. Obviously, with what was happening today, we knew it could be rough. We knew that there was the potential for tornado warnings. We have the one lone tornado warning still on the map for Hardin, Hart, LaRue, and Nelson. That's until 12:30. Let me zoom into that, and then we'll come back to the metro. This storm is passing past E-Town. It's past Hodgenville. It has produced damage. We know that. Big Clifty was a place where we had some of that damage moving past the Hodgenville area. You can see some of the inflow into that storm. It's going to approach my hometown of New Haven. So if you're in New Haven, you should be in your tornado safe place. That's an area of concern right from Boston all the way down to Buffalo. Buffalo. This is going to move through New Haven, Glennings, and Bardstown eventually, Balltown. You're all going to be in the path of this storm as it moves off to the north and east. This storm, again, showing the greatest potential of rotation approaching and just south of Roanoke toward the New Haven area. And that is where we see, again, some of that rotation showing up. So if you're in Howardstown, Glennings, New Haven, this would be the area of greatest concern for rotation. Tornado safe place it is. That's where you should be at this point as that storm continues to move to the north and east. How fast is this storm moving? We can take a look. That one is going to be moving 65 miles an hour to the north and east. Back to the metro we go.
The wind signature does not look quite as intense, but it's still a wall of wind. It just may not be 80 miles an hour anymore. Moving into the city.
And that's some good news. We should start to see some of those initial reports from the airport as it ticks up. We have gauges that are out, 35 mile an hour on the last gust that we have. But again, you're right. It's looking better in terms of velocity and reflectivity for that wind. Pockets of wind coming through New Albany that we saw, likely 45 to 55. And some of those thunderstorms continue to generate wind. But what we would be looking for would be some of those brighter colors from PRP toward Okolona at this point. The good news is the strongest winds we have would be just south of that. So we'll watch this area here to see if that's likely the pocket of highest wind that we have.
So it's just now crossing into southwestern Jefferson County along Dixie Highway, south of the Snyder near Medora. This is close to the Jefferson Memorial Forest, Stone Street Road, National Turnpike, New Cut Road, Fairdale. This is where we're going to see the strongest punch of wind for the time being. And over the next 10, 15 minutes, that punch of wind will go further into the metro, closer to the airport, closer to perhaps the zoo, Iroquois Park, Churchill Downs. That's the general track of that highest pocket of wind at this point.
Yeah, and the Jefferson Forest located right there. So this, again, should approach the Gene Snyder as it works its way up toward Prairie Village. Heaviest wind staying just south of Valley Station and PRP at this point. Still pockets of heavy wind through the whole thing, but that is the area that the warning was really based on, would have been that area where we had those super strong winds. They have weakened, and that is some good news. Now, are they below severe limits? No, they're not. So the damage may not be as great as it could have been, but still has potential as it moves across southwest Jefferson County.
All of Hardin County is now clear from tornado warnings. They just updated that tornado warning to remove Hardin County. So if you're in Radcliffe, E-Town, Sonora, Upton, you are now clear of any severe weather for the night. And that's the good thing with this storm system, Kevin. It's one and done.
Boy, it's moving fast.
Hey, power flashes from just the wind, most likely from the downtown HazCam that we've talked about in the past from high atop downtown Louisville. Our SkyTrack cameras are pointed strategically. The two top ones are pointed south. So if there's anything like that, we'll be able to see them on that 4-box grid that we've got up right now. In fact, you can see it right there. You can see how the cameras are shaking. They're going to kind of cut in and out as the wind disrupts the signal between the cameras and us. We can hear the wind picking up here and the rain picking up here at the station. I do want to call your attention real quick to power outages because they have really ticked up in a meaningful way. 28% of Grayson County is without power right now. Of tracked customers, of 18,000 customers, about 5,000 customers are now without power in Grayson County. This is now crossing into significant power outage range for them. Hart County now on the map with 143 customers out. Hello to Hardin County. You folks now have about 1,700 without power. That's about 5% of Hardin County. Can't forget our neighbors in southern Indiana on the sunny side of the river there. Lawrence County is now 9% out. That's 3,100 customers. Not much of a movement from earlier. Orange County, that is 2.4%. That's about 350 customers without power. And finally, hello, Meade County. You guys have been hit there. 355 customers without power.
Metro Safe is now reporting a wind gust downtown of 71 miles per hour.
Wow.
Just within the last minute.
At 4th and Ollie.
Right. Which I believe is that
if that's the HazCam, that's 400 feet in the air.
Yes.
So
that could
grain
be
of salt on that.
That could be more like, 50 perhaps towards the ground, but just gives you an idea. There's still a ton of wind energy that can come right to the ground.
Indeed, yeah. So that's probably up aloft a few hundred feet above our head. Great location for a camera, but just so you know, that's not at ground level. That's really important. By the way, Nelson County just coming in there, 590 customers without power that way. So, boy, this is making quite the commotion here in the Louisville metro area. If you have the Wave weather app, we have sent a custom push notification to Louisville warning of these 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that this particular severe thunderstorm warning isn't to be treated like a quote-unquote routine or normal severe thunderstorm warning. This one does have a little bit of extra with it that we have to be careful with.
Let me go through a few pockets of heavy wind that we're tracking here, and you can see one moving across southern parts of Clark County. That's going to be passing the Seminville area right along the Lee Hamilton. That's toward Watson. That will move toward River Ridge. We have moving down into the metro area, Louisville, including the downtown area, all of Germantown stretching back toward Iroquois.
Okay, new tornado warning for parts of Jefferson County.
So this is going to be because of that wind, and we'll see if this incorporates, and this is going to be off toward what we were looking at toward Mount Washington.
Correct.
So this is southeast Jefferson County, and I was about to get to that blip on the radar because that velocity has really come up. You can see what the couplet on that looks like, but a very strong wind signature with that as well. So in addition to what you would see with the potential rotation not far from Mount Washington, we also see on the storm relative velocity, let me just put up the velocity here. You can see that pocket of heavy wind. So that is some incredible wind that has the potential to continue its movement off to the north and east. That tornado is warned and moving off to the north and east at a very fast pace of 65 miles an hour. So again, they're all just booking it tonight. But Mount Washington in your tornado safe place, southeast Jefferson County, you should be in your tornado safe place. That includes Fern Creek and areas south. Also includes areas Taylorsville north and west. So that is the tornado warning for what includes parts of southern and southeastern Jefferson County. We still have pockets of heavy wind. I'm going to go through that right along the county border, along the Jefferson Memorial Forest. That would be strong winds moving there, Bullitt to Jefferson County. We had that pocket of heavy wind where they had the tornado warning now out for parts of northeast Bullitt County, southeast Jefferson County, western parts of Spencer County, and western parts of Shelby County.
And we should note, Kevin, sirens are going off all across Jefferson County right now. This is only extreme southeast Jefferson County in this warning, what we're showing you on the map and what you'll be able to see on the Wave weather app. Just keep that in mind.
Fern Creek, Glen Mary, Seatonville, Fisherville. That's the area of Jefferson County that's under the tornado warning. Everybody else, just a severe thunderstorm warning.
Still bad, but not the tornado warning bad.
And we saw along the Hardin, Breckenridge, Grayson County area where we had the roof blown off the house.
Yes, and that was where we had rotation, I think, initially with that storm that went through Fort Knox and into...
That was just coming out of Grayson County, that particular segment of the storm. That was a little bit ago, but glad to hear that those folks are okay in that home where the roof blown off.
A number of tornado warnings. Again, I don't want you to let your guard down if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, because this really is just a wall of wind coming through where a few places are rotating. Otherwise, you're going to get some very heavy wind. Damage not for everyone, but several places are going to see power knocked out because of what's passing by tonight. In Jefferson County alone, the bulk of the county, and I know it's hard to see on some of our maps, and we're looking at a lot of stuff, so let me just put on the polygons instead of the and what you're seeing in the background is the tornado watch, but you can see the outline in red. That is where we have the tornado warning for southeast Jefferson County. I can put that information up for folks that may just be tuning in. This is for parts of Bullitt, Franklin, Henry, and Shelby, so it's stretched out a long way, so you get a decent amount of lead time, and that will go until 12:30. This includes Mount Washington and Shelbyville, so you should be in your tornado safe place watching this move through with some very strong winds. At the least, I mean, this is radar indicated, so we don't know that there's a tornado on the ground, but here's what I can show you. When we look at the velocity on this, you can clearly see where we have that couplet showing up passing by the Mount Washington area. And if we were to just track that to 65 miles an hour to the north and east, it puts it, pretty much in the center of that polygon, taking it right up toward Simpsonville and Shelbyville. So that's an area obviously of concern. When we look at the, again, tornado warnings, there's great potential for not only wind, but some rotation. When we look at the severe thunderstorm warnings, and a new one just coming out, this one's going to include parts of Jefferson County as well. Siren or weather radios in particular going off. You're going to notice that for parts of Jefferson County, that severe thunderstorm warning will continue. And that's for Clark, Jefferson in Indiana, and Oldham. That includes Fern Creek, Jeffersontown, and St. Matthews. Downgraded again, so we were at 80, 70, now 60 mile per hour winds on that as we take that off to the north and east. Again, that storm moving at a very rapid rate as well. Most of these this one's moving northeast at 75 miles an hour.
Goodness. There is another notch, I suppose, that I'm watching, Kevin, in Nelson County. This is just west of Bardstown by maybe 3 or 5 miles, where you kind of see just that little tiny bit of a notch. I have it up on Max 2 as well. This is right along the Bluegrass Parkway, where we still have a tornado warning in place for Nelson County until 12:30. There you see that little pocket of wind between Bellwood and downtown Bardstown may have a brief spin up trying to develop there in Nelson County.
It's coming right into the population.
Exactly. Our Bardstown SkyTrack camera may have a good look at this looking west. Well, right as I say that, look how fast that circulation is moving. It's unbelievable. It's already cleared downtown Bardstown.
Because it takes a while to get the scan in on the radar.
Right.
By the time we see it, it's up and gone.
But it's still something we're watching. It's still there, not quite as pronounced as it was crossing over Bardstown, but still that tornado warning does continue for Nelson County until 12:30.
Yeah, and a bottle of, or I'm looking at Botland, a push of heavy wind coming into Botland as well. Back to the metro area and this tornado warning that we have moving past Mount Washington, same story. It's it's on a course of 75 miles an hour, so it's going to move in fast. You've got to just be in your tornado safe place, let it go through. Hopefully you walk away with no damage, like most people will, but there could be some that unfortunately see trees come down, power lines down, whatever. Should remind you from our friends at LG&E and Duke Energy, do not approach down power lines. That is certainly going to be a problem for some folks tonight. Do not do it. Sometimes they fall, they're still hot. You need to make sure you just call LG&E if you see downed power lines.
Still keeping an eye on that rotation in Nelson County. It's weak, but again, we don't want to let our guards down to just the plain damaging wind threat as a whole. It doesn't matter if it's 70 mile an hour straight line winds or 70 mile per hour twisting winds with a tornado. It's still going to cause problems over the next, I think, about 90 minutes. I'm hopeful by about 1:30 or 2 o'clock, as expected, we can get all these storms out of wave country and we can all go to bed.
Well, we continue to see many areas now moving to our west already in the clear. Much of Jefferson County starting to find themselves in the clear, but that's not the case for everybody. So let's keep tracking this across parts of Jefferson County. The tornado warning is for a very small part of the county, and that's going to be for the southeastern parts of Jefferson County. However, you can see some very strong winds moving through Prospect, Linden, approaching J-Town and Middletown, Okolona, heavy rain. Once this area passes by, oops, didn't mean to move that. Let me grab the pen. Once this area passes by, the threat of severe weather behind it is over. All right, so it's out ahead of that, moving up into parts of Oldham County we're watching. And then as we look farther to the south, areas along that storm that's now pretty much out of Bullitt County, we've got a broken line of the radar, but it's going to be making that connection. So moving out of Bullitt County, pretty much in the clear. This will take it into Spencer County. There you see it. And eventually towards Simpsonville. Our camera in Simpsonville will be a good shot to see some of that wind.
73 miles per hour from a spotter in Mount Washington per NWS.
Wow.
That was where we had that initial couplet develop just near Mount Washington a few minutes ago with this tornado warning.
Yeah, and that's the same pocket of heavy wind. I'll put the velocity back on. It's weakened somewhat, but you can still see it on the radar moving right there. So that's it. New severe thunderstorm. And this one's coming out that's going to, and it's a much larger one, so expected to replace the tornado warning that was in place for the Nelson County area. This will be a severe thunderstorm warning for Anderson, Franklin, Mercer, Woodford, and that's going to be still labeled as considerable. So it's a 70-mile-per-hour potential and tornado possible with that. So a widespread area moving through, again, moving at a very fast clip. This storm is moving at 65 miles an hour to the north and east.
Speaking of fast clips, these power outages are coming in fast and furious now. I want to get you to Hardin County. This is E-Town. Right now we have 3,400 customers without power. That's about 10% of tracked customers in Hardin County. Grayson County continues to be impressive, now up to 28% even. That's over 5,000 customers without power. I do want to mention Louisville. It's going to take some time for these numbers to update on this map here. Right now, 787 customers. I have a feeling that is going to rise here in short order as we continue to see these nasty winds move through Bullitt County. Can't forget about you, too, because of that 73-mile-per-hour wind gust report in Mount Washington. You guys will probably light up in some colors here pretty shortly. This data takes about 10, 15 minutes to get in there, Kevin.
All right, I'll just ask the control room where we are with the storm tracker. If they've seen any damage, where Brian, if he's back out, just let us know when we have places to go. We are looking at the radar view here, so we continue to track the heavy wind. Regardless if you're under the tornado warning or severe, both carry the same sort of importance tonight, and that is a wall of wind that's passing by. Some areas certainly will see some damage with the winds that we've gotten, which just came from Mount Washington, 73 miles per hour. I think that's the highest I've seen today.
It is measured.
It is. Oh, yeah. So we had 65-mile-per-hour winds in Du Bois County. That was enough to do some damage where we had some power lines that were broken. But 73-mile-per-hour winds, that'll do some damage.
Runner-up was 69 earlier, and that was near E-Town from the Kentucky Metro.
And we just had 63-mile-an-hour gust in Bardstown with those storms that rolled through. Brian, you mentioned it takes a few minutes for our power outage map to update. Our newsroom now reporting over 5,000 customers without power from LG&E.
Okay, so we'll have that here shortly.
Keep on climbing. Yep.
And, we were there earlier today with just the gradient winds that we had. Now with these thunderstorm enhanced winds, thanks to the low-level jet ramping up, the cold front moving in, you're also going to notice a very sharp drop in temperature. We shouldn't ignore the fact that we're really going to slide back into wintertime for a day or two here. As this front moves in, temperatures tank. We're going back into the teens by early Tuesday morning. So that just gives an idea of how strong this front is that's moving in. We're tracking the wind, again, easing, and this is the good news on the radar. So what we're tracking out of Mount Washington, where we had that 73-mile-per-hour wind, you'll notice we still have a little bowing feature on that moving across northern parts of Spencer County. And as this goes up toward the Simpsonville area, approaching Shelbyville, if it continues to weaken, those winds would not be as strong. So we may have seen their peak. The airport gusting to 44. There's a new update. And boy, the updates come in about as fast as we can talk. So you can see those storms approaching Simpsonville now. Our camera, Simpsonville, should be showing some of those very strong winds.
We're getting that up there now if we can do that. But I did want to mention, by the way, it's 45 degrees in Jasper right now, 60 in Louisville. This is a quick 15, 20-degree drop we're getting ready to experience here in very short order in Louisville. So get ready for it. It's going to be a shock to the system. And it looks like the Simpsonville camera is going to be up here shortly on the main camera here. If we can get that. There it is. Okay. It should be popping up here.
All right. We'll just take a quick look as that moves in, because those storms, I mean, really, and
there it is.
Let's see if we can take it. Can you put that in 3?
Let's see if we can do that there. All right, should be popping up in 3 here in just a second. There it is.
Yeah, so it's not impressive.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah, so we have, the rain. It is live. You can see the cars moving. All right, we'll come back to that if needed. Back to the radar we go. With the radar, obviously, we can see the velocity of this. And the 73-mile-an-hour winds, probably not an anomaly. I mean, we're seeing strong winds. These things sort of push up and down. They find their areas to feed off of. But severe thunderstorm warnings, new tornado warnings. Again, we've been tracking those. This tornado warning coming out. And you can see that for Franklin, Henry, Jefferson, Shelby. That's the one we've been watching. It's sort of just getting modified with that until 12:30. So that still includes the Shelbyville area. But the good news is that's the one we keep looking at back and forth between the velocities that shows some weakening. So windy, yes. Damaging winds, possible. Tornado, probably not as likely.
I think the further east these storms go, east of I-65, what little instability, what little cape we had is starting to wane. So as these storms keep pushing eastward tonight, they're still going to be windy. Do not get us wrong. It's just that we're hopeful the tornado threat will dwindle bit by bit as these storms continue to race to the east. But we still have those tornado warnings in effect for Shelby and Spencer County primarily. And then that further south tornado warning continues for parts of Nelson, Washington, and Marion counties as well.
And again, that's sort of that wall of wind. When we look at the velocity on that, you can see the pockets of heavy wind moving into Washington County near Maud and Booker. That's going to go north of Springfield. I mean, when I zoom this out, you'll see Springfield's to the south. So this is going to be northern Washington County, northeast Nelson County. So Bloomfield would be in on this. So some strong winds right along the Bluegrass Parkway. In fact, the winds will cross the Bluegrass Parkway in northeast Nelson County on that.
Right over Bloomfield at the moment, right over Taylorsville and Spencer County.
And then let's work our way up and let's talk about the Spencer County.
Spencer County, let's see here. Not seeing much of a rotation signature at this point.
Yeah, it's that pocket of heavy wind over the Taylorsville area.
Yeah, Taylorsville points north, the northern half of Spencer County, and of course, basically all of Shelby County still need to be in your tornado safe space with this warning in effect for another 8 minutes.
That's going to take it toward Little Mount, and then we get back up into the tornado warning, which again has sort of taking care of itself, still just windy. That's crossing over into Shelby near Finchville. So some good news for the folks in Shelbyville at this point. Your sirens are going off, but the signature on the radar a little bit better than it was, 30 minutes ago when we had those 73 mile an hour winds over Mount Washington. Now in Jefferson County, the strongest wind looks to be over the J-Town area, moving toward Hopewell. Zooming in, that's going to be near Fern Creek. That takes you over Chenoweth Run Road, moving toward Charlie Vettner Park, over toward Oathedy. That moves as you work your way towards South Pope Lick Road and Old Taylorsville Road. So Fisherville may be in for some of those stronger winds in Jefferson County. So as we zoom in and just give you some of that street level mapping. Folks in southern Indiana may be wondering, hey, what about us? There's not a lot happening there. We do have some strong winds. Jefferson County, Indiana. This would take you past Wakefield, moving towards Swanville. Madison would be next in line for some of these stronger winds. But again, some of those even below severe limits. So the greatest concentration of strong storms situated just off to the south and east of Louisville at this point.
The tornado warning for Nelson, Washington, and Marion will be allowed to expire at 12:30. They're going to keep the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag, but the tornado warning, the red box, will be going away here in just a moment further south, Ryan.
And I do have a photo to share with you. This is from Grayson County from April Spalding. They're probably from one of those security cameras that you can mount on the side of your house. Impressive lightning there. If you've got any storm damage photos and you can safely take and send these, post them to the red box of text that's at the top of the Wave Weather Facebook page. We can put them right here on the air and, of course, show them to you folks here at home. I have one more thing to share with you here. We just got this in from the National Weather Service. Basically, if you are not in the red here, you are no longer in a tornado watch. Everyone west of Louisville has been canceled out of the tornado watch. The severe weather threat has ended basically west of I-65 at this point, guys.
That's good news. Bardstown gusting to 63 miles an hour. So we had strong wind gusts there. So let's go through some of those top gusts. 73 has been the strongest. That was Mount Washington. 63 mile per hour winds. That was down in Bardstown.
Yes, 69 miles per hour near E-Town. That was, and then we had Du Bois at 45, 46 miles per hour there. Any others I'm forgetting?
There may have been one around 50 in Du Bois County earlier.
Okay.
It all runs together.
Yes, there's a lot of information.
There has been a lot of wind, as we expected, with these storms tonight. And, based on some of those debris signatures we had earlier, we could have very well had, if I can remember right, at least one, maybe two possible tornadoes earlier tonight.
I think we had at least 2 times that we said we had debris on radar there. Now, understand that a tornado in this type of situation is going to be very small in size. Doesn't mean it's not impactful, by the way, but it just means that we may not get a whole lot of information or photos of the damage from such a very small area, especially if it's like one barn here, maybe a roof off over here. That's going to take some time. That's why we haven't been able to show you a whole lot of damage photos tonight. It's just very isolated where those exact things are occurring. We got tons of pictures of trees down from earlier today, and we had those 60+ mile per hour winds here in Louisville. I mean, everybody and their brother saw that.
Still a good push of wind coming into Shelbyville, and that's rolling in now. That wind of 73 miles an hour went through Mount Washington. Brian Good's not far from there. Let's just kind of bring in him. I want to keep the radar up, but we'll bring his audio up and just chat with him for a second. Brian, how'd you fare?
Yeah, Kevin, we're on Bardstown Road. If you can hear me, hopefully you can. We had just left around the Okolona area. Lots of typical stuff like tree limbs, debris across the roadway, trash cans. It's going to be a mess, and no doubt, when everyone heads out tomorrow morning compared to a lot of the side roads at the moment. We're heading toward Mount Wash, though, to see whether or not we see any reports of wind. Of course, the gust of 73 was estimated. We're going to see if there's any damage in that area, so we're pretty close to Floyd's Fork. Right now, we're about to head down to the big hill and head up to Mount Washington here. We can hear the sirens going off again with that new tornado warning that came out. Of course, they go off for all of Jefferson County. But at the moment, Kevin, just a lot of small debris, but it is pretty messy. So if you have to venture out for second, third shift type of setup tonight, you may be one of the first people to travel down some of these roads that have not had emergency personnel go down them. So please take it slow. We have seen LMPD go by, and they've been flashing their lights at traffic going down the road here to kind of give them a heads up that obviously damaging weather's in the area.
Oh, appreciate that report. When you get there, if you find anything, let us know. Bring you back in. We have had damage reports out of Floyd County. We know we have trees down blocking the road, for instance, off of Keisler Road in Greenville. So that is one area. Clark County also reporting some damage. And you can see most of the warnings that we have are now being transferred to severe thunderstorm warnings with those TOR tags, which just means tornado possible within that warning, which essentially is what we've seen throughout the event here, but we have had a couple of instances where, boy, we really noticed that velocity cranked up, and that's why the tornado warnings were issued. But for now, you can see the current warnings. I overlay the velocities, and most of those have flattened out enough to just show strong wind, meaning straight line winds, as opposed to what we would know as that couplet that we often talk about. So we do have severe thunderstorm warnings that are still impressive, and I'll roll through those with you. This is the one farther to the north and east. This is, and it always goes to the tornado, so let me lift it enough. This is for Henry, Jefferson, and this barely clips. This is Jefferson County, Indiana. So this is Henry, Jefferson, Indiana, Oldham, and Trimble, and that again includes Buckner, LaGrange, and Madison. 60 mile per hour winds possible with that. The tornado warning that we talked about that goes until 12:30 has 2 more minutes. That's going to expire, and you see the severe thunderstorm warning that takes over for that. Let me see if I can query that. There it is. And that's going to be for Franklin, Henry, Scott, and Shelby. Tornado possible, 60 mile per hour winds. And that's going to be the general theme. Tornado possible, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in that southern area that's moving out of our viewing area. The reason for that, you'll notice why, that always looking on the radar for sort of those backward seas. I'm going to square it up, zoom it in just a bit. And now let me put the pin on. It's really that area that shows great potential for strong wind. So if we were to have the 70 mile per hour winds, it would be moving through. We said this earlier, right along the Bluegrass Parkway, close to Bloomfield, northeast Nelson County, northern parts of Washington County. So that's the area of strongest wind on that storm. And again, that tornado warning has less than a minute left on it. I suspect you're going to see that fall off the screen, but the considerable tag stays on the severe thunderstorm warning because of that bowing nature of that. So that would take it just outside of our viewing area, but going to push it over toward Ashbrook. And there we go, toward the Lawrenceburg area. So as expected.
Highway 86 in western Hardin County seems to be a hot spot for damage. New report just came in, multiple power poles down on Highway 86 near the Vertrees Church Lane area.
All right. And the Storm Tracker hopefully is hearing this and going there.
That was, I believe, where we had one of those debris signatures earlier tonight in western Hardin counties. So we'll wait to see what kind of event, be it damaging
the Storm Tracker
tornado.
is ready for a shot, by the way. They did see a little bit of damage just before we send them somewhere.
Okay. Do they have damage?
It says saw a basketball hoop knocked over trash cans, branches in the street.
Yeah,
We're ready
that's
for a
not
shot.
damage. Let's see if we can get them to the place where we have the power lines down. We're welcome to take their shot, but at this point, when we have 70-plus mile-per-hour winds, we're going to see a lot of trash cans, a lot of twigs blowing around. But the power lines down, the trees that are down, that's the area that really begs concern. And that was an area that really had the rotation and the correlation coefficient or the debris showing up on the radar. At this point, when we look at the radar, there's one place that stands out, and that's this area here. And we pointed that out a few minutes ago. Jefferson County, Indiana, moving through the Madison area, also showing a little bit of a bowing segment. So those are two areas, and we've got a little squiggle moving through parts of Shelby County. So along that line, we have three identifiable places that we would want to do further investigation on the radar. Let's do it. When we look at this, again, you can sort of see that backwards S in this case. That's a very common signature that we see. Powerful winds. How strong are the winds? Anybody?
60 to 70. Sorry, I was looking at
That's all
something
right.
else here.
Now it's just quiz time.
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
it's pop quiz time. It sounds like
50 to 60 mile per hour winds reported out of Jefferson County, Indiana. So we have seen that. And now that continues to move toward Trimble County and Bedford. So that's the same zone that we're watching all the way down into Oldham County, passing by LaGrange. So that's sort of where the radar is centered up at this point. So that's one area on the radar that we were saying, hey, we need to watch that. Anywhere from Jefferson County, say south of Madison, moving through Trimble and Oldham. And then we get down into Shelby County. We see another strong signature showing up there. This is going to be one just east of Shelbyville. Again, 60 mile per hour winds possible with that storm as it moves toward Clay Village and up toward Christiansburg. Farther south we go, we get into that even larger site, semi-flipped over.
I was just about to say that. On 265 on the other side of the Lewis and Clark Bridge, left lane blocked.
All right, so again, I don't know if we have traffic cams over there. I know Ryan's probably working on pulling those up. So you see him working on the computers, trying to get us 265. That's the Lee Hamilton.
Yes.
Over on Clark County side. And they're just now en route to that. So that's going to be at the I-265. That's westbound.
Forgive me, Kevin, if you mentioned this. New severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll County until 1:15. And also new severe thunderstorm warnings for Green, Taylor, and Adair until 12:15 Central Time, 1:15 a.m. Local time here in the metro.
That gives us a good idea when it's going to be out of here.
Exactly.
Because that's our farthest counties. And so
Right.
I'd say by, less than an hour left in this, and then we're sort of in recovery mode for whatever power outages may have been reported. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings, powerful winds. We do have damage that's been reported. Trees, power lines are down. We have that blocking roads, roofs off of homes, barns down, much of that in parts of Hardin County near Vertrees. And we were tracking that storm lifted as it makes its way up into northern Bullitt County, severe back to tornadic around Mount Washington, where we had 73 mile an hour winds. And the part of that storm is now continuing across Shelby County. It has weakened, but clearly we still have strong winds anywhere from Trimble County, soon to move into Carroll County, Oldham County moving into Henry County, Shelby County, soon to move into Franklin County, and then areas to our south, northeast Nelson's out of it, but parts of Spencer, parts of moving down into Washington County. And then as this arcs over, we see still parts of Marion, but we pick it up even more in southern Greene, southern Taylor, and Adair counties. So that'll be another push of wind moving across the southern part of the viewing area. Let me just give you a wider view, noting the watches and warnings that we have. Things are easing a bit. You'll notice that no longer do we have that sort of solid line of warnings from the Great Lakes all the way down to the Gulf Coast. It is a little more broken, but not a lot, especially in our area where we continue to see the wind. But the trend is there to continue seeing these gradually weaken. So we've reached our peak winds. We've brought some of them down to the surface, and now we're starting to see things improve slowly.
There's some rotation. It's not major at this point. The main issue is still just the wall of wind. But right where Shelby, Spencer, and Anderson counties all come together, there might be a little I guess it would be a bookend vortex based on the radar view that might be trying to spin something up. We'll just have to babysit it here the next little bit.
Yeah, those, this is the thing with the way it is along these lines, tough to pick out. That's the general area you're talking about.
Right.
Again, a strong push of wind just north of Shelbyville. You get those oranges. That's, 50, 60 plus mile per hour winds. But again, we like to see where we may see some of those curves or hooks into the storm, and that's where we could have some possible rotation beginning. So that would be an area of concern. And that's what Carson was pointing out. Farther to the south, again, we're looking at severe thunderstorm warnings. Some folks may be wondering, why are we still on the air? No tornado warnings. Listen, we're going to just keep it with weather coverage until we get these storms out of here late at night. We've already had damage. We're working to show you what some of the winds that we've had today have done. And we'll do that as we work our way closer to that damage, especially down into parts of Hardin County.
Briefly, Kevin, the tornado watch for the Louisville Metro is gone. So if you live in Louisville, you can go to sleep.
Yeah, things are really calming down from I-65 west. That includes Jefferson, Bullitt, LaRue, Scott County, and Indiana. Ryan?
Okay, found the semi tipped over there on 265. This is going to be westbound. This is in the left lane. This is near Cooper's Lane. This is a traffic camera that updates every 5 minutes or so from the Indiana Department of Transportation. You can see all the lights that are there. I'm not sure if emergency personnel are there just yet. It says they're en route here. If you're looking for a map of this, what we're going to do is show you the traffic map of the area. There it is. And you'll see it's up here just east of I-65. I might be able to advance it. There it goes. And you'll see that yellow right there, Cooper's Lane right there. This is just east of Cementville where the semi is over. Potentially due to winds. We don't know that exactly, but, if it smells
most
like
likely
a duck, that, it probably is a duck, right? So again, that's east of 65 on 265. We have not heard about the extent of injuries or impacts from this just yet. Very preliminary information. We'll keep checking on it, guys.
All right. Thanks. Good work getting that on. And a big thanks to all the team that's working here, both in front of the cameras and behind, because we're really, you got storms moving at 75 miles an hour. There's a lot of stuff coming in. We're looking at the watches and the warnings that we have. I'm going to put the radar up. You can see that the bulk of the storms are just about to exit our viewing area. The exception will be off to our south, where we still have these ones moving across southern Greene, southern Taylor, and Adair counties. That one also 60 mile per hour winds possible. So let's just zoom in, give you some of the locations of some of this stronger wind. We're still, and we'll zoom back up into Jefferson County, Indiana here.
Add
past Madison.
Add another 60 plus gust. Oldham County, the mesonet about 15 minutes ago, 61
and
miles
do we
per
know
hour.
where, was that LaGrange?
That was the mesonet, which is near Westport.
Okay.
Up there in Oldham County.
Yes. Okay, so you see Madison, the heaviest wind past you, moving through Canaan, moving over toward Long Run. This will take us south of the river now. This is going to put you in parts of Carroll County, Carrollton. The wind's knocking on your door as we speak. This will take it past Eminence and moving across parts of Henry County. Looking at Oldham, again, you can see as we zoom in, the heaviest wind is past Oldham County. I'm just kind of zooming in to see anything behind that. Nothing. Pendleton, heavy rain moving out. Zooming back out for you. Let's go south. We're now into parts of Shelby County. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Franklin, Henry, Scott, and Shelby's of Kentucky. Tornado is still possible there, but the strongest wind is just about out of Shelby County. That's going to rake across northern parts of Franklin County. So Flag Fork, Harvey Land, and Peaks Mill will be in the path of this. Franklin County, Frankfort in Frankfort County, the state capital, going to see some wind, but the heaviest should go just north of you, or the strongest. We work our way down. You have something?
I was just going to say, I'm looking at our comments on our social media streams. A lot of folks asking, are there still tornado warnings at my place? There are 0 tornado warnings of any kind in our area at this point. All tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Now it's just a wall of 60-mile-an-hour winds, potentially, in our far eastern counties. And if you live west of I-65, if you live in Louisville, your severe weather threat is done. About another 45 minutes to 1 hour before we get this last round of severe storms out of here, Ryan.
A couple little things here. The Lee Hamilton 265 westbound, right there at Cooper Chapel, west, or I should say east of I-65 there, is now shut down westbound due to that overturned semi. We also have a number of reports of damage from the MPing app that you can download for your phone from the National Weather Service. You can also submit those reports through RadarScope. The latest one is shingles off of a home in Elk Creek. That's along Taylorsville Road, just north of Taylorsville in Spencer County here. So we're starting to get kind of a trickling of those mild to moderate damage reports moving in here in the aftermath of these storms. You know, it's at night, hard to see. Folks kind of just starting to peek out and survey the damage on their property. So the damage reports will start to trickle in here over the overnight period, guys, both from MPing, National Weather Service, and our partners in emergency management and 911 dispatch across our region. Kevin.
All right. Thank you very much. Sending some messages to our newsroom here. We've got thousands of people without power. Many counties that we serve have at least some power outages. We're tracking the heaviest of the wind moving out of the viewing area slowly. Well, moving out of the area fast, really. But we still have our far eastern counties passing by. We're up to 11,000 outages from LG&E here in the metro and across LG&E's service area. We're still tracking strong wind passing out of Shelby County now into the Franklin County area. So that will be the next area of concern. These storms are slowly weakening, so that is some good news as these storms make their way off to the east, roughly at about 65-70 miles an hour. They are moving fast. So this was a fast hitting storm, but one that certainly was powerful and packed a punch. The other severe thunderstorm warning that we have to the south is just about out of Washington County. And we continue to see areas farther to the south. This would be our southernmost county down in Adair County with that potential to see those storms moving out of Glasgow, Edmonton. Those will be moving over toward Columbia. So that's the southern area. All right. So let's see if we have areas to the north. And Carson, I'll let you just take us on this tour.
Yeah, we'll go north to south here. We'll start things off in Jefferson County, Indiana. So the worst of the weather is moving out of Madison. It's crossing Highway 421. It'll be moving out of Jefferson County, Indiana in probably the next 5 minutes or so. We still have the severe thunderstorm warnings for Carroll County. The storms are moving out of Trimble County. But Carroll, Henry County still seeing very heavy rain, lightning, of course, that risk for 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. That stretches further south into Shelby County, east of Shelbyville, out near Waddy, Kentucky, Franklin County. You're about ready to see the worst of the wind, the worst of the rain, and still not seeing anything that is concerning when it comes to spin-up tornadoes. Again, the later we go into the night, the lower that tornado risk becomes. And Kevin, if you could shift that radar further south, I'll go and show that southern severe thunderstorm warning, southern Greene, southern Taylor. Basically, if you live south of Highway 68 in southern Kentucky, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Allen, Barron, Metcalfe counties, even further south. If you know any family or friends down near Glasgow, Scottsville, Tompkinsville, they have that warning, as does Greene, Taylor, and Adair until 12:15 Central Time, 1:15 Eastern Time. Here in Louisville. Ryan, you got something?
Yeah, there's a fire, and it's a power pole reportedly on fire, and that's going to be at Preston Highway, right at the Gene Snyder there, just north of that. We're efforting to get more information about that, but just one of many reports of power poles and likely power poles being on fire tonight. For some reason, that's a thing tonight.
Yeah, a lot of wind.
Yeah.
Just creating the
It's just kind of amazing how many reports that have been so similar that we've gotten out of that.
Well, and we even had that earlier today with the gradient winds.
Indeed,
Jose was showing us on the live stream earlier, a power pole was just flaming right at the top of the power pole. Just remarkable stuff that we've seen today.
One of the side effects of having a very widespread wind event like this, we get to learn about how electricity works around here, that's for sure.
And some of the damage won't be realized until the sun comes up tomorrow.
Right.
I mean,
That's
some of this just happens and people don't even notice. We have pockets of heavy wind passing by Carrollton. That's going to move out of the area. We also see that Eminence along 421 has a very large pocket of wind. That's going to be moving out of southern parts of Henry County, and then it'll be out of our viewing area, but could clip northern Franklin County. So again, this area here would be one that we watch for that heavy wind moving out. And once that gets in, you see the latest warning being issued downstream for that pocket of wind I just mentioned. So that's the reason behind that.
That's Owen County, Kentucky, which is just outside of our area. But yes, still right along Highway 421 near Eminence. We've got that pocket of stronger wind.
And again, you can see the Willisburg area. That's down to the south, the strongest wind past that. We go to our southernmost areas. And again, still we're getting a little bit far away from the radar at that point, but you can still see that push of wind there would be coming toward the Edmonton area. That one will also be clipping parts of Adair County.
Adair County, yeah.
So that will give a little bit of wind. I haven't had any reports of damage coming out of this area at this point. So that's some good news, because things in general are on the downward trend of seeing the damage. When we look at our storm reports, this is where we're at. So let me go through just a few of these with you, because we have certainly had some of these today. And I'll start wide, and then we'll go into the metro area. But first of all, we do have some trees that have been reported down in Floyd County. That was the one blocking Keisler Road. All right. We see back toward Jasper, that's where we had the 51 mile per hour winds. And that was from the Jonesburg ASOS station. Let's go again, take a look. Litchfield, wind speeds there. Let me just query that. And that's coming up at 62 miles an hour. And that was from the Mesonet station in Litchfield. Another report of wind damage, multiple trees down in Litchfield. At this time, which was roughly about an hour plus ago, they had 1,400 customers without power. So again, that was down into the Litchfield and Grayson County area. When we look farther to the north, Oldham County coming in with a 61 mile per hour wind, very strong. We see that we had winds in Elizabethtown, 57 miles per hour. Let's go into the metro and see some of those damage reports that we had. We'll zoom in. Metro Louisville's had some strong winds too. These are, again, reports that have come in by spotters that have been online. So let's jump in closer to 58 mile an hour winds from Bowmanfield and the airport, Louisville, 58 miles an hour wind.
Those were from the gradient wind earlier.
That was from earlier today.
Yes.
Look at the time now, 1:30 this afternoon. So those were probably some of our stronger winds. We may have had some of our stronger winds at least in those particular locations, outside of the thunderstorm.
Well, and we were mentioning as the storms were moving through the metro, just above our heads in downtown, there were some wind gusts from a HAZCAM in downtown, a couple hundred feet in the air of 71 miles an hour. So quite frankly, we got lucky here in the metro, at least for now, that we did not see any sort of widespread wind damage, although, Ryan, we do have a lot of power outages, and there's a lot of photos that are starting to come in.
Yeah, check this out. Take this full screen here. This is a metal playground in E-Town getting ready to get lifted off the ground, and it's going to go flying. There it goes, kaboom. And this is from Brian Jones on Facebook. Thank you to Brian for sending in this video from his Nest camera. You can see all the debris flying around there. We'll watch it one more time, and then we'll go to a photo here from Madison, Indiana. But once again, you see that big metal playground structure again for kids. It starts to lift off a little bit. You can see the flashes of lightning. You can see all the little tiny debris flying around here. And 3, 2, 1, boom, there it goes. Whew. That is not fun to watch and not fun to put back together again tomorrow, most likely. We also have a report of damage here from Brittany Jackson in the Madison, Indiana area here. And that is a porch of hers on her front of her house that has been lifted. And you can see some of the railing has been lifted off and kind of displaced there. So certainly some damage there. Very, very carefully, they're going to have to survey that tomorrow morning, the homeowners here, to make sure that that is still structurally sound, to make sure it doesn't fall on them. So please be careful, Brittany, and your family up there in Madison, Indiana. So if you have photos or videos like the ones we have sent or showed here tonight, you can go to the Wave Weather Facebook page. There's a red box at the top of the page that says share your storm damage photos with us. Comment with your photo or video. We'll get it on the air here. You're our eyes and ears on the ground here. We don't know what's going on until you tell us, because we can't be everywhere all at once there, guys.
You know, we've said all the years that you can have the most powerful radar. You can spend millions of dollars on your radar, but there's one thing better, And that's ground truth, a set of eyes, because that's why it's so helpful. Speaking of that, over in southern Indiana, we wound up hearing that the semi is overturned on 265 at Cooper's Lane. There's also some debris on Cooper's Lane. So I'm not sure if it's over on top of it from the semi or if there may have been something that happened more where it blew the truck over and then ripped up something else on the ground. So I don't know.
Southern Jefferson County, call it Matilda Court. The top of a power pole is sparking.
That's the one near Preston and Snyder.
So there's a more specific address. Our crews are on the way to that scene. Hopefully we can get you a live picture of it before we sign off tonight. But Matilda Court is where that sparking power pole is. And hopefully we can get a view of that here in just a moment.
All right. Again, things are slowly winding down in terms of active weather moving across. I'm going to give you another radar tour because we have been keeping an eye on the radar and the velocities. We still see some pockets of wind. Right now, those are moving across parts of Carroll County, and that will soon move out of Carroll County. But we continue to see that storm work its way to the north and east fairly fast. The pocket of heavy wind continues across and this is a good chunk of Henry County. That's going to move just north of Franklin. So again, easing just a bit, still under a severe thunderstorm warning there. When we look at the warnings that we have across the area, you can see from our big board here that we have about 25 minutes left on the Carroll County storm. That covers just part of it. Adair, Green, and Taylor, another 25 minutes. The others that we have will be allowed to expire within the next 10 minutes. So right at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock. We're going to expire many of the warnings that we have, and that will allow both our northeasternmost counties to be under the warning. That's Carroll, and then our southernmost counties, and that would be Adair, Green, and Taylor. So things slowly winding down here as we push this massive line of storms through the area. And really, in some cases, I mean, I know there's damage, but this storm had massive potential, and I know the people that are having to deal with the damage are like, yeah, but it hit us, but it could have been so much worse. I mean, when you're dealing with wind systems like this, and we're taking our temperature that goes from mid to upper 70s, which is where we were today for highs, and then we're slinging back down into the teens for morning lows on Tuesday. That 48-hour span, what a difference. This is a massive cold front moving through, and it could have been worse.
Got another damage report. This is down in Rineyville. Donna Jones says, my brother's metal garage was picked up and tumbled about 500 feet in Rineyville, Hardin County. It was anchored down with extra anchors because of their first one being damaged by storm. So this is metal garage number 2 for these folks down in Rineyville, and it just flew 500 feet away. Yikes, that's a big problem. Another problem, power outages. They're populating the map here. We just got the latest numbers for Jefferson County. That's 7,554. I think it's about 11,000 within LG&E's entire system, which has some jurisdiction outside of Louisville here, by the way. So that's about 2% of power out. And again, as Kevin was saying here, the damage is bad. The storms were bad. They're not as bad as they could have been. This map, we would probably have expected it to be a whole lot worse than it is right now when it comes to power outages. About 20% out in Nelson County. Again, not great. 4,300 customers without power in the Bardstown area right now. Boston, Bloomfield also included there. 11% of Hardin County. That's going to be the E-Town, Radcliffe, West Point area. About 3,700 folks without power. And then our next worst county here, if you will, by percentage at least, is going to be Grayson County. And that's about 28.8% without power, 5,200 customers there. So it's this string in central Kentucky right here, at least by percentage, that's some of the worst that we have seen power outage wise. Southern Indiana, of course, has had some problems too. I'll just query one of these, and that is Lawrence County. This has improved, about 2,000 customers without power there, Kevin.
And, you know, that map really does show that one storm that we tracked across there. And it was just that powerful, the couplet, it was the supercell, it was the one that started on that second line that developed on the southern end of that. Carson, you pointed that out very early in the coverage, and that was the one that just kept really showing the great signs of strong wind.
And of course, we'll have to wait and see what exactly that was.
Yeah, was it wind or was it a tornado?
Right. We saw what we believe was a debris signature, one near Caneyville in Grayson County, another in far western Hardin County. So there were at least 2 debris signatures. The question is, was it wind coming down in a straight line or was it twisting wind? And the National Weather Service will very likely go on at least some storm surveys starting tomorrow to figure out what happened earlier tonight.
The threat of severe weather is ending in a lot of our counties. We still have our easternmost counties under severe thunderstorm warnings and our southernmost. We are tracking those. We're obviously seeing things that are easing, or we'd be far more into it. You can see the ones that were over toward Frankfort, Shelbyville. That one's getting extended toward Lexington. So that is that push of wind that we talked about moving toward the Franklin County area, now over toward Fayette County. So that storm will continue making its movement off to the east. That warning will go until 1:45. That warning does not cover anyone in our viewing area. That would be the Lexington stations. So that's Bourbon, Fayette, Jessamine, and Scott counties.
That does clip eastern Franklin, that new warning does.
Oh, it does? Yes,
it does.
Sorry,
Just barely.
Yeah,
but,
just set off our siren thing over here.
Just barely.
Enough for it to be almost out of the county, I see, though. So
yeah,
it won't be there long.
Right.
Especially because it's movement. And we've been pointing out all night, these are moving at, 55 to 65 miles an hour. Let's go to some of our cameras that we have. I know the storm tracker has been out and about. I think they finally came across a little bit of damage. So, okay, let's go to Brian Good. Brian.
Yeah, we're at that power line that was reported that spark to it. We can't tell too much. We're trying to keep a little bit of a distance away. But this is the Matilda Court area. This is just north of the Meyer that is on Preston Highway into Okolona. I know Jose is also heading in this direction, too. He may be able to get more information when he gets here. But I don't think anyone's been hurt or anything like that. But they do have, obviously, emergency crews at the scene. We don't see any signs of a fire or spark anymore. So more than likely, it may have killed the power to that line itself. But we're here. We're checking it out.
All right. And Brian, when those winds came by, because you were not far from Mount Washington, 73 miles an hour, what was it like where you were?
Well, I don't think I really experienced over 70 where I was at, but it was kind of one of those situations. The lightning rapidly increased for about a good 90-second window, and that's when it seemed like a lot of the wind really pushed through. So it was such a heavy rain setup. It was very hard to see, really, where some of the strongest winds were coming down at that point. So we were kind of just staying in a safe spot and trying to get in behind the storm. But I haven't seen any trees down or anything like that, just small limbs. This is probably the first time we've seen emergency vehicles at any location right now, at least in the metro right now that we're looking at.
All right. Really appreciate that. You're getting your first views of Matilda Court. Again, that's where we had power lines sparking. We know we have a tractor trailer that's been blown over in southern Indiana as well. That's over on the Lee Hamilton right near Cooper's Lane. Debris has also been reported down on Cooper's Lane. So I don't know if that's from the truck or if something touched down. So hopefully we can get a crew over there to take a look at that too. Meredith Lee has been in the storm tracker tonight. She's been really all over. Started southern Indiana, worked her way down through Meade County, down toward Hardin County. So let's go out to her and figure out where she is and what she has seen tonight. Hi, Meredith.
Hi, Kevin. Right now, we are driving down 86. We are headed over towards Vertrees Church Lane. That's where we've heard reports of some downed power lines and poles. So we are on our way to check that out. We did pass one not too long ago. That was just a single line that was down. That seemed to be the extent of the damage, so we have our eyes out on that. Now, earlier when we were in Elizabethtown, we did see some minor debris in the street. We saw that basketball hoop that had been knocked into the street, as well as a couple trash cans, but we found our way over here, and so we are anticipating that we'll be over at that location in just a few minutes, Kevin.
Okay, we'll check back in with you. Thanks, Meredith. Appreciate that. Sometimes it's a wild goose hunt when you're out there in the middle of the night trying to find, especially when power is out. It can be tough. So really appreciate the crews that are out. We have warnings that are still in place. At 1 o'clock, 2 minutes from now, you're going to see several of these fade off, and then the bulk of those will be moving out. Now, the one we will still have to deal with will be the one to our south. But again, we've been watching this, and while we have a pocket of decent wind, this is higher in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Why? Because our radar beam is going higher as we shoot out in distance. So again, if we were to have it mixed down to the ground, possibly, but it's tough to say. So those folks get warned for the potential as well.
Kevin, I'm going back and looking at the debris tracker from earlier tonight.
Okay, let's take a look.
Where we had some of those potential debris signatures showing up. If we could take Max 2 full so folks at home can get a better idea of what exactly we're looking at. This is called the correlation coefficient. That's a fancy scientific phrase for debris tracker. And what you look for in a tornado situation like this is these blue colors. And you see there was one blue area that showed up north of Caneyville and Grayson County right around 11 o'clock tonight. And then as we go further into the evening, not by much, maybe 20 minutes, you have to blink and you'll miss it. Right there in western Hardin County, here was another little green-blue spot that showed up. So this is where we've had that damage where Meredith Lee and our wave storm tracker was along Highway 86 of power poles down and things of that nature. So those were the two debris signatures we had earlier tonight, one near Caneyville and Grayson County, and that one you see right there along Highway 86 in western Hardin County. So if we had tornadoes tonight, they very likely, Ryan, could have been in those two spots.
Yeah, of course, correlation coefficient is an amazing tool for us there to be able to track all of that. We also are tracking your photos. We've had a literal flood of damage photos come into our Facebook page in the last about 20 minutes or so. This is perhaps one of the most impressive ones. This is from Dalton in Litchfield. This is a bunch of metal sheeting in what looks to be the drive-through lane of a bank. So we don't know where that's from. Maybe that's an outbuilding somewhere else. Maybe that's part of the roof of this bank. We can't tell. But what we do know is that there's a lot of debris there, and folks are out there taking a look at it, surveying it. We've got another photo. This is from Chastity. This is in Lebanon Junction, neighbor's house, best friend's house, actually, mangled her shed, snapped a basketball goal, threw her trampoline into her neighbor's yard. Look at all that debris, all of those items that are probably precious to these folks now just kind of sitting out in the open. And we got to show this one more time because it's the video of the night. It is this metal playground that gets lifted into the air and kind of thrown into the backyard of this house near E-Town. Thanks to Brian Jones for sending this in about 20 minutes ago. He posted it. There it goes. It's gone. Trampolines, unsecured, unanchored playgrounds, sheds, you name it. That's going to be the new national bird of Kentucky and Indiana flying around tonight, unfortunately, with winds like this, Kev.
All right, let's bring back up Meredith Lee's shot. She's in the storm tracker. She's out in parts of Hardin County, not far from Vertrees. That takes you just west of E-Town. And Meredith, have you come across the power down?
Yeah, Kevin, not too far down the road from where we just were. I'll turn the camera on from the roof of the storm tracker just so you can get a good look of what we are seeing out here. Here's where those lines are down, and you can see that there are crews that appear to be working on it, and we are losing you on IFB right now. The service isn't too great out here, but this is the scene of what we're currently seeing, hoping that camera adjusts a little bit. And yeah, it looks like crews are already working to try and get this sorted.
Yeah, I tell you what, you see the wind like that, and whether that was a tornado or just straight line winds. Can you tell how far down that goes? Is it a very small area, or does it continue down the road, Meredith, if you can hear me?
Kevin, I can only hear bits and pieces of you, but at this point, without getting any closer, we can't tell, but we will head down that way.
Okay, well, be careful. Don't cross over the line, of course. Yeah, appreciate that. And I know it's so dark out there, too, and when there's no power, it's tough to see. But you're getting an idea of the scope of what's happened around the area with those strong winds. Carson was in the, way of pointing out the debris. And that is where we had that tight couplet. And with that, we very well could have had a tornado touchdown that snapped a couple of poles. It took down the lines, maybe even caused some of the debris to be lofted into the atmosphere, which is, we've seen some debris up against the bank over in Litchfield that Ryan just showed us. So we very well could have had a tornado touchdown in this line of wind.
Yeah, maybe two, like we showed a few minutes ago. We have the damage that Meredith Lee just showed you out on Highway 86 in Hardin County, Caneyville. We had a report as those storms were rolling through Caneyville tonight that there was a tornado on the ground. Now, again, the National Weather Service has to go out and confirm that with storm surveys. They'll likely do that tomorrow. But I'll be very curious to see exactly how things played out tonight. And Kevin, it was that one supercell on that initial line of storms that has seemingly caused most of this damage tonight as it kind of merged into the main line of storms. New tornado warning.
This is Adair.
Yes.
Adair County. Hello.
Okay. Well, let's jump back to that, and we'll stay with this. Let's jump back in.
This was the signature, Kevin, you were pointing out a few minutes ago that looks like it may have perked up just a little bit here in the last few minutes.
I think you may have to take control on the computer. Mine is
Okay. I'm having a little trouble myself, actually, on my computer.
Get it on max 3 here.
Oh, we have the tornado warning. I can tell you just a little bit about it. This is going to be for Adair.
Yes.
Again, this is
I'm having trouble too.
both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage possible. This is 9 miles southwest of Columbia, and it's moving off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So that's what we do know about the storm. I can point out some of the communities nearby, so bear with me. I know we can't change the view. I mean, you're seeing it on your screen, so you see Columbia. It's coming towards you, so you should be in your tornado safe place. Just when we thought we were going to get it out without having another tornado warning.
That's how it always goes.
Isn't that the truth? Let's just point out a few places here. When we're looking at this, it's over a very rural area at this point. It's past Edmonton, but it's solidly between Edmonton and Columbia.
It's right along the Cumberland Parkway in that part of southern Kentucky. So heads up, Columbia, you need to be in your safe place. Basically, the entire county, most of Adair County, needs to head to the tornado shelters. Tornado warning goes until 12:45 Central Time, because our friends in Adair County are on Central Time. So about 40 minutes on this warning.
All right, and while we're watching that, I know Meredith, if we can show that, just I want to give an idea of what can happen with these types of winds, and that is, and I know she can't hear us, so we don't have to talk to her. I can just voice over what we're looking at. You're looking at emergency personnel along the road.
I can hear you now.
Okay, Meredith, go ahead. Can you see the pole?
Yes, so it does look like there are about 2 poles that have been down. Here's the responding vehicle who is blocking off this road, so then everyone knows to go a little bit slower. And yeah, look at that. That's just hanging right over the side of the roadway, just about. And these lines are still attached.
And this is 86?
From talking with LG&E earlier, they said you got to assume that these are live. Yes, this is on 86.
And there's another one.
Oh yeah, there's another one. That's what we saw coming in.
All right.
See if I can flip this
Radar.
back around. Nope.
Yeah, it's so tough to see in the dark, I know. You're watching Meredith Lee. She's down on 86, not far from Vertrees, moving across parts of Hardin County. Obviously, we've had some very strong winds. Those poles were laid in one direction. Doesn't mean it was straight line winds. Could have been a tornado. We did pick up some debris. Right now, our focus on the radar is to the south. This is a tornado warning that was just issued for our southernmost counties. That's why we're still on the air. So we're not going to go anywhere just yet because we wanted these storms to get out of the viewing area. This is for Adair County, moving right across far western Adair County toward Columbia. And that storm is going to approach Columbia. It's moving fast. We still have that storm is moving very similar to what they have been throughout the day, and that's going to be at 50 miles an hour.
Let's put Weather 3 in the big box here so we can fix Kevin's graphics. Weather 3 has updated radar, so we can see something that's not 3 minutes old here, if we can do that. No, that's going to be a bit of a gymnastics thing for the control room.
We can keep it.
But there you go. Yeah, there it is full at least, so we can see that. And we'll fix Kevin's graphics here in a minute. I don't know what kind of hit we just took here.
It's happened to my computer as well.
I did it too, but I've got us back up here.
Okay.
So there's the tornado warning. We're going to leave that up. We'll fix Kevin's graphics.
And again, and Ryan, why don't you work on that, and I'll work on the computer here. Thank you. The tornado warning, again, Adair County, it's the only warning that we currently have in our viewing area. Franklin County, you were under the severe thunderstorm warning. That has ended. That's past your area. So now it is solidly 1:08 in the morning down in Adair County. It's not quite there. It's 12:08, so you've got a little bit more time. This warning will go until 12:45 Central Daylight Time. So 1:45. And now we're coming back up here on the graphics. So give us just a minute. You can see that is approaching Columbia, moving through Gradyville. And as soon as we're able to control graphics 1, I'll let you know to swap it back. We and Ryan, will you just put up the velocity on that if you have a second?
Yeah, velocity on Weather 3 coming your way here in just a moment.
Sorry, we had a computer hit, so
yeah, something crazy happened.
Hit all of ours.
Are you back up?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm working on his next.
I got you.
Don't you love technology?
Yeah.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Weather 3 is up and good, and we've also got Weather 4 in a split just in case we need that.
And I'm back up too. Thank you for that.
Yeah, so let me
pop up Max 1.
mercy.
And then I'll be able to control it. All right. Now we're good. So if we can switch back to Max 1, Brian, whenever you have a chance, thank you. And there we go with the, I'm just going to pop on the velocity. Yeah, you can see the couplet that shows up. But again, we're shooting a little higher in the atmosphere, so it's not completely able to be seen. But that is the area of concern, moving right toward Columbia. So in that general area, Columbia, most populated part of the county seat, you should be in your tornado safe place, lowest level, sirens going off in Adair County. This is a tornado warning. You've already had some strong winds, but now you have the potential for even stronger winds to move in. We've seen it a number of times today, Carson, where throughout the day, wind was a problem. I mean, that's been a problem since this morning.
Yeah, about 9 during our 9 a.m. newscast, which feels like forever ago now, we had those wind gusts really start to ramp up. 59-mile-an-hour gust at Ali International Airport earlier this afternoon. We've had all kinds of gusts in that 50 to 60, even 70-mile-an-hour range throughout the night. I should be able to get back online here. Thank you, Ryan, for
You're welcome. Yeah,
coming to the rescue.
Should be in good shape.
So we're good now, and we'll really keep watching this tornado warning in Adair County. Let me pull up the velocity here. And now you mentioned a few minutes ago, Kevin, this is a tricky radar spot. Adair County is far enough away from the Fort Knox radar and far enough away from the Nashville radar to where we're really looking pretty high up in the storm for this rotation, but it's there. So we obviously understand why the warning is out till 12:45 Central Time for our friends down near Columbia.
All right, we'll track this. Again, tough to see on the radar exactly where that couplet may be, but it is approaching Columbia. The strongest of the winds should be over Columbia. Next in line for that would be places like Purdy, Craycraft, Dunbar Hill, Cane Valley. Those are all areas of concern as we move that to the north and east at about 50 miles an hour. So the forward motion of this storm, not as fast as the others, but it is the only warning that we have in the viewing area at this point. Additional warnings off to our north and east, things slowly calming down. The radar showing rain lingering behind that, but all in all, the strongest wind that we have working its way across Adair County at this point. Damage reports continue to come in. I suspect those will be the case as the night goes on, and that is what we anticipate to be seen tomorrow morning. When some folks wake up, they're going to notice some wind damage in places. Not everywhere. We've said this throughout the entire coverage. This would not be for everyone, but there would be places along that line that are impacted, and that's what we've seen. Is Jose, are we able to take Jose? I know he was out at the fire that we had going on in Jefferson County. We had a power pole that was on fire. Okay, they're still working on that. All right, so we, again, are watching the radar to the south, and pretty much the only thing we can say about that is Columbia, you are under the strongest winds. This tornado warning obviously in place until
12:45
30 more minutes.
Yeah. Yes. And the circulation, if we've got something, we hopefully should know pretty quick because it's right on top of Columbia, which, as you mentioned, is the county seat of Adair County. A lot of folks live there.
And the tough part is, I mean, sometimes you have to warn for this because you don't know if it's to the ground. Right. So even though your radar beam is going out, and I've lost my mic now, and it's high in the sky, it's like, well, we don't know if it's reaching the ground or not. So it's like, well, we better be safe than sorry. Right. The warning comes out. Especially in an environment like this where these tornadoes have developed rather quickly tonight, or what we believe could have been tornadoes have developed quickly tonight. You see that kind of rotation on a radar scan. Yeah, definitely want to play it safe, and that's why we have this tornado warning now for Adair County. Again, the rotation is right on top of Columbia, right along the Cumberland Parkway, right along Highway 68, Highway 80 as well, and this will also be moving into Russell County, Kentucky within the next 30 minutes, just outside of wave country. But if you know anybody near Jamestown or Russell Springs, Kentucky, might want to let them know. New severe thunderstorm warning now coming out for the southern part of Adair County, south of the rotation, Kevin. Yeah, we can see that flashing on the screen. Let's just get the numbers on that. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, parts of southern Adair County. That's going to be also including parts of Clinton, Cumberland, and Russell counties. It comes with the tornado possible tag, the 70-mile-per-hour wind tag. So that's going to be moving over toward the Lake Cumberland area for folks familiar with the lake down there. Of course, just north of that's where we have that strongest wind push moving right toward Columbia. And on a wider view, you can see sort of the area of concern, perhaps, and that's where that sort of bows out there. That is why there's the tornado warning. I mean, anytime you kind of see that notch, that's an indicator that we have wind coming into the storm. Its forward motion is enough to create some strong winds on its own. And then when we look at the velocity on that, you can see it as well. So warning issued, whether that winds up being just wind or possible tornado, there could be damage with that. And that's the reason folks in Adair County, especially the Columbia area, moving toward Purdy, Craycraft, you have to be in your tornado safe place at this point, Ryan.
Yeah, we got some new damage photos in. One of them from Mount Washington, an area that had a 73-mile-per-hour wind gust earlier. This one from Judy McMahon. This photo here, mangled wrought iron table and chairs, and threw the grill on, I'm assuming, this deck here in the middle of them. So all this patio furniture, some of which was kind of heavy, all thrown around. Also wanted to give you an update on power outages real quick here, because things have actually improved quite a bit in Louisville. In fact, we went from about 7,200 before to about 6,000 customers without power. So those numbers now not going back up and starting to go down, thanks to all of our amazing power crews for getting out in the elements, getting everybody back online. About 11% still out down there in Hardin County. Guys, we'll continue watching these numbers, but I think we've seen the peak of this for this evening.
Yeah, certainly across our area, and hopefully those are the worst. I mean, when we talked about the wind speed, 73-mile-an-hour winds, Mount Washington, that's impressive. We've seen the damage reports. Thankfully, it's been somewhat sporadic, but we're still watching the storm to our south, and you can see that moving now toward the Christine area and Craycraft. That is that push of wind where we could have some rotation. It's why the tornado warning is out.
The circulation is now moving north and east of downtown Columbia, and is trailing right along Highway 206 towards Christine, towards Eunice community. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing these. Pellington, Dunbar Hill. So those northern communities in Adair County definitely need to be in your safe place now. This rotation still holding on. Kevin, I haven't seen anything on the debris signatures at this point.
Yeah, and you can see the strongest of that wind over the Garland area,
Yes.
as you pointed out, and that will approach, like you mentioned, right along Ella, moving over toward 206. So the road.
New damage report from Fort Knox. Fort Knox Dispatch has multiple trees down. Some took out power lines. Also reports of trees down on cars in Fort Knox, but no injuries. No injuries.
48 knot gust coming out, so that's roughly 55 miles an hour over Lexington.
Those winds still holding on as they push east, but that's below severe limits, which is good.
Strongest storm we have anywhere across the entire region. And in fact, if I just show you the watches and warnings that we have, it is the only tornado warning on the map across the country, and that is Adair County. So that is the storm to watch. This is the one that is still showing some signs of rotation and strong winds. In fact, we may be seeing the best signature of it we've seen in terms of rotation.
Let me double check the debris again. Nothing yet. That's when you see all that noise behind me, all that green and yellow and orange, that's not debris. What you want to look for is those concentrated spots of greens and blues on a debris tracker map.
And the tough part about trying to find the debris that far out is it has to be lofted so far into the atmosphere.
Right.
It's like, oh, that may not even be possible.
Right.
So it's not to say there's not a tornado. It's just that the radar can't see the debris if there is any.
Yeah.
But we can see the wind.
Yes.
And if that's mixing down, as we would assume it would be in some places, or at least the potential would be because of the heavy rain that we have moving through, that would be right along the Christine area of 206.
Moving northeast at 50. So the forward motion with this particular tornado warning is not quite as intense as it was earlier tonight. We had those storms earlier racing at, what was it, 70 miles per hour at one time? And
75, I think, was the top
75,
speed.
you're right. Yeah. I mean, these storms were moving along tonight, and they still are. 50 miles per hour is still a fast-moving storm, but it's slowing down just a little bit.
Yeah, and we've asked and solicited for some of your photos and the damage reports when it's safe to do so online. And Ryan, I know you're sitting over there. That's fine. You don't have to get up. But have you seen anything else coming in?
No, nothing. Well, turn off my mic. Haven't seen anything else of real concern at this point other than what I have showed you. Lots of folks just putting kind of text reports in there, things like a camper awning that was blown off, rolled off, and kind of thrown a bit. Lots of trees down, lots of lightning video from people's doorbell cameras, which is kind of interesting to watch for sure. And then, of course, we've got another photo, and I'm going to try to get this in. This might take me a minute or two, but I'll get you back to that. Another photo of that bank drive-through roofing material debris in there coming from Melissa Rock. Melissa, I'm getting your photo on the air here shortly. Give me a couple minutes and I'll have that, guys.
You know, I've punched up the traffic cam that you had from the INDOT, Indiana Department of Transportation. This is I-265 at Cooper's Lane. So we have seen where that is blocked with semis turned over there, debris down below on Cooper's Lane. So we'll work to find out more information on that. The radar, back to it we go before we go to Jose, and that is going to show that we do have still the tornado warning and the potential for the rotation moving across parts of Dare County. That would be moving anywhere from Christine, Craycraft up to Dunbar Hill. So that general area with the strongest wind, greatest rotation right over Christine. Anything else you want to add to that, Carson?
Not at this point. As has been the case, a lot of the tornado warnings tonight, the rotation is persistent. And like we talked about, it's tougher this far away from a radar to look for debris, potential debris. So the rotation is still there. And if nothing else, we still could have a burst of 50, maybe 60 mile per hour winds, even if we don't see a tornado. So we'll keep that warning in place until 12:45 Central Time, which is another 25 minutes. We should mention Columbia, that rotation has moved out of Columbia. So Columbia, you guys are in good shape now.
And I'll put up the Jefferson County rain totals. We've had anywhere between that quarter to a half an inch of rain across Jefferson County. Quick hitting because it moved through so fast. But when it did come with thunder, lightning, and the strong winds. Let's go to Jose Cazalla. He's not too far away down across southern parts of Jefferson County. And Jose, give us an update on where you are and what's happening there.
Hey, Kevin. So we're outside just off South Park Road. That's right off of Preston Highway. I was telling my photographer a good reference point was to just go past Southern High School. And we did get that call earlier reporting at least the potential of a fire. But what it seems to be was a pole right in front of us in this neighborhood street. Thankfully, it seems like the threat is over. And we did see Okolona fire here a little earlier. Not the biggest presence because there was at least, one big fire engine by the time we arrived here, which was, let's say, 5-7 minutes ago. But as we were arriving, the light you see out there in the distance, it is an LG&E contractor. And thankfully, I was able to talk to him before he, went to go do his job. He's waiting for a crew to arrive, Kevin. So good news is that folks out here on this street, they haven't lost their power, still got the lights on. I'm jealous of them just because it's probably nice and warm. The temperature's definitely dipped down when you're out here and getting wet. And secondly, sort of I'm going to call it the morbid updates of things that can happen in extreme weather. And I'll disclose this to you guys. It sounds like, unfortunately, there was a dead squirrel that was up there for some time. It was dry, but the rain made the dead squirrel a conductor. And you could still see it sparking up there at the very top. So what these LG&E contractors, what this crew leader is waiting for is for the rest of his guys to arrive so they can safely handle the matter. So on the human toll side of things, thankfully, everyone seems to be just fine. No real dangers or concerns, at least for the folks out here right now.
All right, Jose, thank you. We'll blame that one on the squirrel. We're still tracking the wind to our south. Want to get back to Adair County, the velocity. We've not let our eyes off of this while Jose was speaking. Carson was glued to this, and we are now both looking at the wind field. Still, again, even though it's high on the radar beam, still shows potential of producing not only rotation but strong winds.
And it's kind of wrapping up a little bit, Kevin, and that's what
you can see that.
Yeah, it's a little concerning. When you get those greens and reds wrapping together, twisting, that's where you may have a quick spin up trying to develop. So again, the tornado threat has passed Columbia. This is near Purdy, Christine, near the Craycraft, Gentry's Mill, Ella, those communities there in the northern half of Adair County. Please stay in your safe place, easy for me to say. And there was also a new tornado warning right along the Tennessee border. That's not an issue for us, but if you all saw that a few moments ago, that's down near Cumberland and Monroe counties.
We have Ella, Eunice, Pellyton, a number of places as this works its way over toward eventually moving out of Adair County, and that will take it over toward Liberty, which some folks are familiar with, especially if you're down in that area. So that's the tornado warning. A new tornado warning was issued a little farther to the south across the Kentucky-Tennessee border. That's down toward the Albany area. Again, you can see on that view the wind coming into the Albany area. It switches radars on me. As we zoom back up, you'll notice. That is the only warning that we have in the viewing area. That's this tornado warning that's in place for Adair County. Again, the worst is now past Columbia. Late at night, tough to get the reports. Ryan, I don't know if you have additional reports. Sorry, I just realized you were standing there.
No, I'm good. I'm just chilling out. The tornado warning's more important here.
Yeah, well,
I got old information. You guys got new stuff.
We'll keep, we'll keep watching this, but bring us up to date with what you have.
Yeah, so I do have a new photo here of what's gone on down in Litchfield. This was the roofing material. I'm not sure if it's from this bank here, because that's obviously a bank drive-through that is down into the lanes of the drive-through there. You can see the photo from Marissa Rock. Thank you, Marissa. This is new coming in. The same exact bank here from Dalton Stiers. This thing must be the evening entertainment down there in Grayson County. Everybody's got photos of it here. And you can see all the twisted, what looks to be maybe aluminum roofing material. There's definitely some 2x4s embedded in this. Some damage maybe to this building, maybe an adjacent building. Hard for us to say at this point. But it does look like, of course, that Litchfield did sustain some damage tonight. This could be an area that, of course, may have had some pretty strong straight-line winds. And, of course, for those folks who are worried about maybe you've had a tornado in your area tonight, there were two areas of concern, areas south and west of Louisville, a little closer to like western Hardin County and then into Grayson County, where we did see some little blips of tornado potential debris there tonight. So this is a situation where most folks saw straight line winds. A very select few folks may have seen a tornado or two out of this kind of situation, guys.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Again, radar update. We have Adair and Russell counties under the tornado warning. This is now past Columbia. This will go until 12:45. So we'll stay on the air with you until that can either expire or get canceled. I have no belief that it would get canceled early simply because we still show some of that rotation. It may move out of Adair County before 1:45 or 12:45 local time. That's going right toward the Dunville area. This is a bad scan. I can't change it, but I can tell you that the strongest of the winds are now passing the Ella area, that general region. That's going to take it up toward the Dunville area, moving over to Russell County.
Yeah, and I believe this possible tornado would be out of Adair County before 12:45. But of course, it'll be heading towards Russell County, maybe clipping parts of Casey County. Both of those just outside of our coverage area. Our sister station, WKYT, in Lexington, will take care of those folks as the storm keeps pushing eastward. But once we get this tornado warned storm out of Adair County, we're going to wrap up our severe weather risk, it appears, right on schedule. We said by about 2 a.m. these storms will be exiting our eastern counties, and that looks to be right on schedule at this point.
And we're already seeing some of the rain end in the western part of the viewing area. I'll put some temperatures on for you so you can see the difference. I mean, we're already down to 41 in Paoli and Evansville. So a sign of things to come as we bring in the colder temperatures, even down to Columbia and Campbellsville. It's in the mid-50s with severe weather in progress.
And don't look now, but across northern Illinois into Missouri, you see behind me, we've got snow showers moving in, and we will be tracking those tomorrow. That's why our alert day will continue into Monday as the wintry side of this powerhouse storm.
Oh, you're full of good news.
I try to be. I try to be.
Oh, man, just when you thought winter was over, not so fast.
A large tree on a house in Flaherty just reported from 1141 tonight. Not sure if that's new, but something we might need to float out there.
That's Southern Mead, correct?
I believe so.
Flaherty, yeah. It's working your way just west of Radcliffe.
Right. Yeah. Right. That was near where we had that pocket of very intense wind right over Fort Knox. and that was what prompted the destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Louisville. So that checks out, I suppose.
We also had some strong winds earlier today in Henry County. Let me show you what that looked like. You're going to see some of the viewers' submissions here. This was enough. You sometimes get these pole barns. Even the gradient winds from this afternoon that were at 59 miles an hour in Louisville.
Right.
We saw that in other places around the region.
Yes, we did. There were several gusts in the low to mid 50s. Everybody saw those kind of wind gusts, and that's what will happen with those kind of winds, whether they're thunderstorms or not.
Yeah, and they not only take down the barns, but they can take down the limbs, which consequently take down the power lines. So we've seen that in a number of places today. That was over in Henry County. Thanks for showing that. That came with the thunder. That came with the winds preceding the thunderstorms today. And then, of course, tonight we've been tracking the thunderstorms and that line of storms that have been moving through, in some cases with even stronger winds. Now, some of you had the strongest winds earlier today because that's when the sun was stirring up the atmosphere. Tonight, you really had to be in that line and have sort of one of the couplets or a kink in the line to where you would have that strong push of wind that would have exceeded you over the 40 to 60 mile per hour winds we had earlier today. Now, you can see down the line from that tornado warning, they're extending a warning, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning.
Right.
So as we expected on that, the rotation, tough to pick out, may not be there, easing just a bit to a severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag on that. It's just about out of the viewing area, and then we'll be able to get you back to programming or to bed in some cases. Some folks already
In all
gone to
cases,
bed.
except for some of us. I
Yeah,
guess.
some. I mean, I saw Tawana. She's not going to bed anytime
she's here.
soon. So, yeah, she's going to be working through the night to prepare the forecast for tomorrow, which you mentioned was cold and snowy.
Ew.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Yeah. By the way, Tuesday morning, lows in the teens, wind chills single digits.
Oh, great.
So,
Well, the good news is I think everybody's power will be back on
Yes.
roughly by then. Speaking of power outages, did want to update that here in Jefferson County. That number has gone down in a pretty good way here. 4,078 customers now without power. That's about 1% of LG&E customers here in Jefferson County. Let's give you an update on Nelson. That's 20%, roughly 21% without power. That's 4,300 customers. That's a pretty significant outage continuing down that way. Hardin County, that's about 11%. This number has not really moved. Power crews are still getting on that tonight. That may be a more complex situation to remedy, unfortunately, much like it probably is in Grayson County. We have seen the damage out of the Litchfield area, likely from straight line winds, maybe a quick touchdown in Grayson County there tonight. We'll see 28% without power, 5,057 people without power. Look, it's going to be hard to keep warm tonight with the cold air moving in if you're still without power in one of our counties this evening. Please do not use any sort of combustible stove in your home to keep yourself warm, all right? This is not a good idea. Make sure that you're using things like blankets and quilts. Maybe go to a neighbor's house or a friend's or a family's place that you can stay warm in that they have power. But please, please, please don't try to be lighting up grills or anything inside your house tonight. There. What's up,
Always
Carson?
wise.
following up on that Flaherty damage report, the Weather Service is now saying multiple buildings severely damaged in Flaherty with power lines down and trees and roadways there in southern Meade County. So just kind of adding a little more detailed, Brian, to that report you said a moment ago.
Yeah,
Interesting wording there.
Yeah, and we may, while Meredith is down there, and I'm sure tomorrow will be a whole nother day where we send folks, but she may want to come through Flaherty just to see if we can get some of that. I think she's pretty close to that. So
Yeah,
she's
Western Hardin County is where she was on Highway 86, and
So-
that's a pretty straight shot up into southern Meade County.
and they'll have that for the morning show. I know Jose is going to go over and check out the overturned tractor trailer that we have. That was over on 265 Southern Indiana. You see what a mess that is. It has the road shut down there. And we know that there's debris on Cooper's Lane, which is just beneath that. So whether that's from the truck or something else, I don't know. But we'll look into that. So we've had a number of areas that have had damage, but it has been somewhat sporadic, as we mentioned. On the radar tonight, all eyes are to our south. This storm is just about out of here. The National Weather Service, again, tracking this storm out of Adair County, and it's almost out. As soon as that's out of there, that warning will be allowed to expire for Adair County, and then the severe thunderstorm warning will take over. So right now, What time is it? It's 1:33. That's set to expire at 1:45. So technically about another 12 minutes left on that. We'll see if that holds or if it's able to expire early. I suspect it's almost out of there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe by 1:40, here in the next 7 minutes. It's literally, Kevin, in that bad spot between Louisville's radar, Nashville's radar, and Jackson, Kentucky's radar. It's right on top of a range fold where the scan doesn't look good, in other words. So there's still something there. It's just hard to really identify it, right?
Oh, it's passing by. If it's anywhere, it's moving right along the border south of Barnett Springs over toward the Dunnville area. It's where it looks to be the strongest to me.
Still might be a good idea if you know anybody in Russell County to shoot them a text, give them a call, let them know there's a storm that's trying to produce a tornado in Russell County, or about to move into Russell County, I should say.
Yeah, so they're going to hold on to it for about another 5 minutes. So as soon as it's out, it'll be out, and then the warning will expire. So as you mentioned, probably get an expiration time of about 5 minutes ahead of time.
Right.
But it's, by all intents and purposes, almost moving out. So we'll continue to watch that. That is out of Adair County, so we're not going to put a lot more. We'll watch it as it rolls into Russell County, but for Adair County, right, you're pretty much in the clear. Everybody else in the viewing area also in the clear. So some good news of severe weather. Now the rain is continuing, and we have had rain that continues to fall across the area. Some of those totals closer to a half an inch, quarter of an inch in places like Shelbyville, LaGrange. But you can see some higher totals where you had over an inch of rain and some of the heavier thunderstorms across the region. So that's what we've seen. Here in Louisville, our metro totals ranged anywhere between that quarter to a half an inch as well. And that's a pretty common total. So while we're watching that, we're going to start to wrap up our coverage, but let's make one more loop around and go over to Ryan Hoke.
Okay, I did want to discuss the fact that the winds may actually creep back upward again tonight as you're sleeping. Look to our west. Owensboro now has a 35-mile-per-hour gust. You can see all of these strong wind gusts here in the bright, warm and purple colors sort of west of our area. So there may be, as this cold air slides in tonight, another intensification of the wind gusts. Would they be to like the 60-mile-per-hour level? I don't think so. I don't think this will cause additional damage, but some material or like pieces of yard furniture that are kind of strewn about in your yard, they may move a bit more overnight tonight as this really cold air moves in. Right now, 32-mile-per-hour gusts down there in Campbellsville, Carson. So it may be a little loud tonight as you're trying to get some sleep here. How many hours are you going to get between 1:30 and whenever you have to wake up? That's up to you, I guess.
Well, I tried to take a little nap in between shifts today, fellas, and that wind was howling so loudly. Yeah. It was tough. So yeah, that wind is going to be an issue. Let's shift our attention briefly to the wintry side of this because I'm so full of this wintry good news. Here's Futurecast. As we go through tomorrow morning or later this morning, you notice we get towards 6 o'clock in the morning, those snow showers will start to move in. So you may get about 2 hours of dry time tonight before these snow showers start to move back in. And it's going to be a snow globe effect tomorrow where the gusty winds and the snow showers just make you feel like you're at a snow globe. Now, warm ground temperatures, the wet ground will help to keep accumulations light. But even so, as those temperatures keep on crashing into the 30s tonight and into the day tomorrow, a few slick spots may develop, especially on bridges and overpasses. When it comes to any accumulations, we're not expecting much. Maybe a little coating on the grass or on the rooftops of the car or the house. We just have to keep an eye on those slick spots concerns, mainly on bridges and overpasses with these snow showers that'll be moving in later on this morning, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, that's just wild to think about. The tornado warning is going to, be allowed. It's already out of Adair County, so that will be fading out. Technically, it's scheduled to end at 1:45. We'll keep our coverage going till then, so it's just another, what is that, 8 minutes left in our coverage. And I just want to do that because I want to go back to talk about what we've seen today. And let's make one more loop around. We'll go through all of us in the studio, but I also want Meredith to jump in. She's in the storm tracker, sort of some of the things she's seen. Clearly, she saw those power lines that were down, and we have video of that came into the newsroom. So let me bring in Meredith first as we start to wrap up our coverage here. Meredith, I guess the wildest thing you saw, you've taken us on quite a tour today. Southern Indiana, you were in Corydon. We saw the flag starting to whip there as the storms approached, but the worst damage had to be those power lines down.
Yeah, for sure, Kevin. I'm hoping that you're able to hear me. I just got my microphone turned back on. Yeah, the worst for sure was those power lines that we saw. That was the greatest extent of the damage of those hanging out just kind of over the roadway, as you saw. Now, we did take kind of a side trip to try and locate a house that reportedly had its roof taken off. And we did see some damage to a roof on a house, but it was unclear if that was the one that we were trying to track down, as this road, this is Pierce Mill Road that we're on right now. It stretches quite a long ways, and it's very difficult to see in the dark. And we also don't have very much service out here. We do plan to stop by Flaherty on the way back towards Louisville to try and assess some of the damage there. We're getting some reports in right now that this is one of the harder hit areas from the storm damage. So hopefully we'll have that for you in the morning.
All right. Well, we really appreciate it, Meredith. I know it's been a long day for you. Thanks for being out. And sometimes it's a wild goose chase when you're looking at the nighttime and you're trying to track down some of the damage. We always try to get behind the storm in something like that so that you're out of harm's way. But boy, it's sometimes tough. So appreciate Meredith and Michael out in the storm tracker working to bring us some of those images that have been coming in. All right, Carson, we'll start with you. You talked about the alert day tomorrow, the wintry side of this deal. It's short-lived, at least. I know spring begins on Friday, so fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yeah. We talked about those snow showers that'll be moving in shortly. Tawana will be tracking those for you, as well as the aftermath of tonight's storms coming up on sunrise and starting at 4:30. Let's jump now to Tuesday morning. You've heard us mention this from time to time tonight. This is what we're going to be waking up with Tuesday morning. St. Patrick's Day, upper teens with those actual temperatures as we go into Tuesday morning. Maybe right at 20 here in Louisville. But when you factor in that wind, it's going to still be breezy for the next day to day and a half. And many of you will be waking up Tuesday morning with those wind chills in the single digits. So that colder air is moving in as we speak. We're in the 30s all day tomorrow. And then by Tuesday morning, we are in the teens and wind chills in the single digits. And oh, by the way, gentlemen, there is a chance for more snow showers Wednesday morning that we got to watch as well.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
It's a perfect week to be on vacation.
Yeah.
I mowed my lawn this afternoon. What is this teens talk? Oh, my God.
Hey, before we jump over to Ryan, I don't know if we can just take Meredith's shot, but I did see some limbs and a lot of leaves, or I guess it was twigs since there aren't very many leaves out yet. But I just want to show what that might look like. Maybe it was just my eyes, but it seemed as though there's at least some stuff in the road
debris
there.
Oh, yep, they're running over it.
And that's something everybody will have to keep an eye on heading to work tomorrow morning everywhere in Wave Country, from the wind earlier today to the severe storms we've had tonight. There could be a lot of these kind of little tree limbs and debris everywhere across the region.
Yeah, and you can see just the kind of road they're on. It's narrow. It's, a one-lane road, it looks like.
Be careful, guys.
Yeah, this isn't something that's surrounded by trees, but a lot of debris. But again, that's what it looks like when you're out in that wooded rural area where we've had some damage that's occurred, whether that be roofs peeled off of homes, which we have had reports of, trees down, power lines down. And when she was traveling earlier on 86, you could see at least 3 or 4 of those power poles just completely bent over.
And that was right where we had that debris on radar around 11:30 tonight. So we'll see what exactly that was.
Yeah, begs the question about more debris. And Ryan Hoke's been keeping up with a lot of your reports that you've been sending in via social media.
Yeah, speaking of debris, we do want to revisit this bank here in Litchfield. Dalton, thanks for sending in this photo, all this roofing material that, of course, is in the drive-thru of the bank. Also just got a report in Flaherty, quite a few damage reports in Flaherty. One of them was a bank sign that was damaged, so not a good night to be in the financial business for some reason in Kentucky here. Of course, from Brian Jones, we had this incredible security camera video of this metal play set being lifted off the ground. This is the video of the night right here and thrown into the backyard. 3, 2, 1, there it goes. And boy, that's going to be something to clean up tomorrow morning. Not so fun. Also not so fun being in your home tonight without power or heat. Not great, right? Because the temperature is tanking. We've actually seen an uptick in the power outage numbers in Louisville. From what I showed you just a few minutes ago, we've gone from 4,000 to now back up to 6,000 without power. That's 1.5% of LG&E customers served here in Louisville. Those 3 orange counties, not Orange County, but literally a colored orange on the map county here. One of them is Nelson County, and that is 19.9% out, 4,172. Let's get you to Hardin County. That includes E-Town at 11.1%. That's about 3,700 folks, or I should say customers without power. And then, of course, Grayson County, pretty hard hit, 28%. That's about 5,000 without power. Indiana is faring a little bit better. We're 2% out in Orange County this time. Actually, the name, not the color, up there in southern Indiana. So these numbers may fluctuate a bit. Just because the number goes up doesn't mean it won't come back down in short time. They may have to take some folks offline to fix one thing, patch that up, and then get everybody else back online. So thanks to our power crews. You guys have been doing a great job this evening, and we know you'll continue to work hard overnight tonight, Kev.
Yeah, boy, they work in anything. Doesn't matter the conditions. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have had a report of a tree on a car. That's in the 11,000 block of Preston Highway. And Jose is on his way over to check out. That was South Preston Highway, by the way. And Jose is on his way to check out that overturned truck over on 265, the Lee Hamilton. That was going across Cooper Lane?
Yeah, Cooper's Lane
yes.
there, right just east of I-65 on the Lee Hamilton.
So we'll see what that's like. You'll have images of that on Sunrise. In addition to that, on his way, I-65 south and north of University Boulevard, many street lights seem to be out. So we do have power outages even in the metro, which I would expect.
Yeah, 6,000.
We're going to wind down our coverage here. We've been on for quite some time. 9 o'clock, we came on the live stream. We interrupted the NBA, the final minutes of that, simply because we had the tornado warnings that were issued. The threat of severe weather is over now across the entire viewing area. We were holding out for Adair County. That is now ended. There is still a tornado warning across southern parts of Kentucky. That's down toward Monticello, moving toward the Rough River, or excuse me, I'm used to the lakes around here. But that's the Lake Cumberland area. So if you have friends or family down there, you can give them a heads up. That's going to continue, but that is out of our viewing area. So for folks that have been watching, we appreciate you jumping in. Here in Louisville, we have rain that's still falling. Temperatures will be tanking. That rain will continue for just a bit longer. We'll see a gap before some of those snow showers move in. Final words before we go, Ryan.
Yeah, this could have been a whole lot worse. It was not good, that's for certain. But, we didn't see the 70-plus mile per hour winds all over the place. That was the potential with this kind of setup. We did see it in isolated spots. There was quite a bit of damage, lots of power outages, and maybe a couple of tornado touchdowns. National Weather Service in Louisville will be working on that most likely tomorrow and this week.
Yeah, and those 2 spots, at least we believe we saw 2 spots of debris being picked up on radar tonight. One was in western Hardin County. You saw some of that damage along Highway 86 from Meredith Lee and the storm tracker. Another maybe down towards Caneyville and Grayson County. And as soon as we get that information from the Weather Service and the surveys the next couple of days, you'll hear it from us.
Yeah, we appreciate you all watching. Let me just say a big thanks to all the folks here at WAVE. I mean, boy, we've been on for a long time. It's not easy to sustain that coverage with fresh information. All of the crews out, from Meredith to Jose to Brian Good, all of their photographers who are out, everybody that's sitting back in the control room and the newsroom, Alina, and everybody that is working to sort of keep the show going behind the scenes. Thank you very much. We've been able to provide a great service. We hope you guys at home and all of those who've been watching online, on the web, or wherever you may be tuned in from, have appreciated the coverage. We're going to let you go. Hope you have a good night. Get some sleep. We'll be back here again tomorrow, bright and early. Tawana is here. A big thanks to all of the team I work with every day. Ryan Hoke, Carson Meredith, Brian Good, Tawana, Andrew. I'm Kevin Harnett. Have a good night.